Hey party people, welcome back to another exciting WordPress tutorial. My name is Daryl, and today in this video, I'll walk you all through how to build an e-commerce website using the WooCommerce plugin. Now the WooCommerce plugin can take your boring WordPress website from something like this to something like this, where we have a full-on built e-commerce website with a variety of products, and we also have integrated a shopping cart. With this website, you'll be able to accept credit card payments from all around the world. In this WooCommerce tutorial, we will build your e-commerce website using a drag and drop builder, so you don't need to know any sort of code to follow along. Also, we're going to build our homepage from scratch, and then later on, we'll import some starter templates to help speed up the process of building your e-commerce websites. We also have tons of e-commerce templates available on my website, and I'll talk more about this later in the video. Now, once we get the basic stuff down, like learning how to use the drag and drop builder to build your e-commerce websites, we'll then install the WooCommerce plugin. The WooCommerce plugin will basically turn your boring WordPress websites into a full-on e-commerce website where you can create products, you can adjust your taxes, you can adjust your shipping, and you can also integrate payment merchant services so you can start accepting credit card payments on your website. And there's a variety to choose from, and I'll walk you through some of the best ones in this video. And for those of you who are big advocates for crypto, I'll also walk you through how to accept cryptocurrency on your e-commerce website. You can actually accept a variety of coins, and this is all completely for free. So I'll walk you through how to set this up in the video. Now with WooCommerce, there is a variety of products you can make. You can make a simple product. A simple product is a product with no variables, just an add to cart option. There is also a variable product. Now a variable product has specific variables such as size or color. So if you have products with, maybe different sizes or different colors, I'll walk you through how to create a variable product. Next, we have a grouped product. A group product is a product with multiple products inside of it. Think about it like an iPhone, right? An iPhone is technically one product, but it has multiple sizes of memory in each phone. So that would be an example of a group product. I'll also walk you through how to create an affiliate product. Affiliate product is a product where you can recommend another person's product, and if they were to click on that product and buy it, you would then make a commission. I'll also walk you through how to create a downloadable product. A downloadable product is like it says, pretty self-explanatory, right? You download the product and then they get it. So I'll walk you through how to set that up. And the next product is a virtual product. This essentially is, like it sounds, a virtual product. And this would be something like a phone call or a consultation for services. Now I do realize this is a long tutorial, right? But I just wanted to make sure it's very thorough. So I have put timestamps in the description of this video if you want to go ahead and jump around to different parts of the video. Also, there is a gear icon at the bottom right of the screen. If you want to use that to speed up or slow down the video, go ahead and knock yourself out. I also recommend adding this video to your playlist. I don't think you're gonna watch this entire video in one sitting. If you do, props, congratulations. But for those of you who don't think you have the time to invest, you can add it to your playlist so you can always go ahead and watch it later. Now, a personal note, we actually use this same plugin on my website, darylwilson.com, where we sell Elementor templates. We actually offer a variety of e-commerce templates available on my website, and we personally use this same plugin on my website. We average around $5,000 to $15,000 a month using the WooCommerce plugin. It works great. All the money is sent directly to my Stipe account, and then it's deposited automatically to my bank without me having to intervene at all. It's super convenient, so I'll walk you through how to set all this up today in this video. Okay, so let's get started. Now we're gonna build your WooCommerce website in 6 simple steps. Step 1, we'll get our domain and web hosting. A domain is the name of your e-commerce websites, like mycoolshop.com, and web hosting will host your website online 24 hours a day. In step 2, design the websites. I'll be showing you how to build your e-commerce website with a very simple drag and drop builder. I'll be showing you how to design the home page, the About Us page, and the contact page. We're gonna build all these pages from scratch so you know how to use the page builder. In section 3, we'll create products. I'll be showing you how to create a variety of products for your e-commerce websites. I'll show you how to add prices and product descriptions for all of your products. In section 4, we'll complete the websites. We are fully going to design the website, such as the home page, the About Us page, the shop page, and contact page. You're going to have a fully completed e-commerce website by this section of the video. In section 5, the theme options. In section 5, I'll be showing you how to use the WordPress theme. The WordPress theme can bring more style to your website, such as different shop page layouts, different product page styles, and adjusting the fonts and colors on your product page. In section 6, I'll be showing you the WooCommerce settings. Here we're going to adjust our shipping, adjust our taxes, and integrate payment gateways. We will integrate Stripe and PayPal to accept credit card payments directly on your e-commerce websites. Plus, you guys are going to have automated taxes. We will add a free plugin to automatically calculate the taxes for all your visitors, no matter where you are located. Does that sound amazing? Well, let's go. So next, let's go to step 1. Now there is a link in the description of this video. It'll take you to a page to purchase fast cloud web hosting. Okay, and this is Hostinger.com. Now, Hostinger.com is among one of the more reliable web hosts. They have great support and a free domain when you guys use my link in the description. Now, once you guys are here at the top left, if you click on this language tab, you guys can change the website to other various languages. So if you speak Spanish or you speak Dutch or Romanian or Japanese or whatever language that you want, you guys can go ahead and select your language right here. I'm gonna go ahead and select United States. Now, at the top right, you're gonna see hosting. So if I click on hosting right here, let's now click on web hosting. Next, we're gonna see this claim deal. So let's click on claim deal, and this will bring you to 3 different plans. So here we have 3 different plans, right? We have the premium, we have the business, and we have the cloud startup. Now for an e-commerce website, I would definitely recommend business or better. Generally for e-commerce websites, they do require more resources and more storage. So I do not recommend premium for this video. So you guys can always go with the business to get started, and you guys can always upgrade to the cloud startup a little bit later in your customer portal. So for now, just to get started, we can just go with the business plan. So right here, I'll click on add to cart. Okay, and the next thing is the time period. So here we have 4 different options, right? We have 1 month, 12 months, 24 months, and 48 months. Now, I would definitely recommend going with 12 months. 12 months will give you enough time to decide if this is for you or not. And you guys also get a free domain if you guys go with a 12-month or better plan. And just remember, you guys do get a 30-day money-back guarantee for any reason, so you guys can always get your money back just in case this didn't work out for you. All right, let's go ahead and scroll down here. Next, we're going to talk about selecting a payment. And the cool thing is they take crypto. So you guys can use credit card, you guys can use PayPal, Google Pay, and also CoinGate, which I believe is cryptocurrency. Now right here, you'll enter in your first name, your last name, you'll put in your country of residence, yada, 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 and then you'll put your social security number. I'm just kidding, guys. You don't put that in, it's a joke. All right, it's a joke. All right, and below that, we have this option right here where we can enter a coupon code. Now, $59, guys, for a year of hosting is already dirt cheap, right? But we can actually use my coupon code, which will save you guys even more money. So right here, I'll click on have a coupon code, and we're gonna enter the coupon code Daryl10, and then click on apply. And this will actually save you guys a little bit more money. So the price went from $59 all the way to $53. And of course, if you guys do upgrade to cloud hosting, this also applies for cloud hosting and all the plans at Hostinger.com. All right, and once you guys go ahead and fill out all your information and you guys enter in your credit card information, you'll then click on the submit and secure payments. Once you guys do this, I will meet you guys on the very next page. Okay, so when you guys sign up, it'll bring you to this page right here. Now they're gonna ask you various questions, but I do recommend to skip it and just install WordPress. So at the bottom right here, I'll click on skip. So next it's gonna ask us what tools we want to use to build our website with. I also recommend to skip this because they're just going to install a bunch of various plugins and themes that we're also not gonna use. So at the bottom right here, again, let's click on skip. Okay, so next you're gonna enter in your domain name. Now think long and hard because this is the actual name of your website. In case you guys are total noobs and are still not sure what a domain name is, it is typically the address of your website where people enter to access your website. So think long and hard and just go ahead and enter it right here. I'll go ahead and enter a domain name here. So I entered in Wilson Daryl Tutorial, and what's also cool is they do give you other suggestions for other domain names, so that's also pretty helpful. So right here, I'll claim my free domain, and then I'll click on next. Okay, so next you guys need to enter in your personal information on who actually owns this domain. This is typically required by ICANN laws, and it also is helpful if you guys ever want to sell your domain because you can claim ownership of your personal domain. So right here, I'll just say this is personal, and then I'll go ahead and click on next step. So next you'll enter in your contact details, and this is important because this will show where your business was registered. You guys can also use your business address or where your business was incorporated. Once you guys fill out this information at the bottom right here, we'll then click on finish registration. So next we have the target audience. So you're gonna select the location of where you are doing business, and this will actually lead to faster loading times. For example, I'm in the United States, so I'm gonna select United States. However, if I do business in France or something, I can always select like France if my audience is in France, but I'm in the United States, so I'm just going to select the United States region right here, and this will actually lead to faster loading times for this specific audience. So I'm gonna go ahead and select United States, and then I'll click on next. Okay, so this is the Hostinger dashboard, and this is where you guys can access all of the information about your domain name. Now, the very first thing that you guys will need to do is verify the domain that you guys purchased. So you guys will go ahead and check the email inbox right here, and you guys are gonna see an email from Hostinger. This is important because they need to verify the domain that it's actually you. So go ahead and verify this information. Now, the first thing I'll do is verify my email address for Hostinger. So right here, I'll click on verify email. Then I'll click on confirm. Okay, now we're not done just yet. We'll also need to go back here and we'll need to verify the domain and the actual email. So let's go over here to inbox, and then right here it's gonna say verify your contact information for your domain. I'll click on this email, and then right here I'll click on this link. I'll go ahead and click on confirm, and that's it. So our domain has now been verified by Hostinger. So let's go back to our dashboard over here, and now let's go ahead and just refresh this page. And after that, you guys will see that all of the notices have disappeared and our domain is now fully active. Now let's install WordPress. So over here on the bottom left, you'll see websites. Right here, you'll see WordPress. Go ahead and click on WordPress. Now it's going to say install WordPress. So right here, I'll click on install. So next we're gonna create some login credentials. So make sure that you guys do write this down. And this is important because you guys will need this information when you want to log in and log out of WordPress, right? So I'll go ahead and put Daryl Wilson tutorial. This is my email address. This is important because if you guys do forget your WordPress password, it will be sent to this specific email on file. You'll create a username and then also a password. Once you guys create this information, here at the bottom right, you'll click on next. So now it's going to ask us which version of WordPress we want to install. Just always go with the recommended because this is usually the most stable and up to date. So at the bottom right here, I'll click on install. Okay, so once you guys click on install WordPress, it'll bring you to this dashboard right here. Now to log into your website with Hostinger, all you got to do is click on this admin panel, and this will log you into WordPress and also your website. So go ahead and click on admin panel. And ta-da, your website is now published. If you guys want to see your WordPress dashboard, here on the left side, you'll click on dashboard, and this is your primary WordPress dashboard. Like, this is basically where all the magic happens. Now, if you guys want to see what your website looks like right now, here at the top left under my WordPress, I'll click on visit sites. And this is our WordPress website. It's using a default WordPress theme, and they just kind of threw in some demo content, like some content and some images and stuff like that. So yeah, this is just a demo website they've created for us, but not to worry, we're gonna make this site look amazing. So let's go back over here to our WordPress dashboard. Okay, so congrats on getting your website up and running. Now in this next section, I'll walk you through the general settings. So we're gonna go to the general settings, adjust the permalinks, and just browse around in the back end so you're more familiar with WordPress. So with that said, let's go ahead and jump back to the video. Now before going any further, I first wanna introduce you guys to some of the general settings. So over here under the users, let's first click on a profile. Okay, now here we can adjust the admin color scheme in the back end, right? So you guys can actually change this to like modern or light. I think this was actually the very first one that was created. It's really, really ugly, right? But hey, people out there. Here we have blue. You can change it to coffee. Ectoplasm, which is like super, yeah, it's weird. But I'm gonna select midnight. I think this one's just the easiest on the eye, right? So I'm gonna select midnight. We're gonna scroll down. And if you guys do ever want to update your password for WordPress, this is where you guys can do it. And this is important because if you guys forget your password, it will be sent to this specific email that you have on file, okay? All right, let's go ahead and scroll down. And here we have the account management. This is where you guys can always update your WordPress password. So this is where you guys can update it, okay? Once you guys do that, we'll then click on update profile. Next, we'll go over here and go to settings and click on general. You guys can give your website a name, and you guys can always change this later, right? I'll just put like my e-commerce website. my e-commerce websites and the best place to buy. I don't know. This does appear in the search engine, but we'll talk more about SEO a little bit later in this video. Here, you guys can also adjust the email as well. This is just another second place where you guys can adjust it, right? And here we have membership. So you guys do want to turn this on. This is actually important because this will give the people the ability to create an account where they can access their dashboard, update their credit card information, and also update their address. So make sure you guys do have this checked. Also, if you guys do speak various languages, you guys can actually change it to like so many different languages, right? To Thai, to Japanese, to Polish, to Dutch, to all these various languages. Okay. And then once we apply those settings, I'll then click on Save Changes. Okay. Now there's one other important option that I want to set, and that is under the permalinks option. So let's click on permalinks. You guys always want to set your permalink settings to post name. This is actually critical for SEO. So for example, you'll see it's our website /about us, right? Or /shop. Not all these like archives and numbers and things that just don't make any sense. Post name is actually optimal for SEO, and it'll help your site get ranked much better with this permalink structure. All right, so let's go ahead and scroll down here, and then we'll click on Save Changes. Okay, now let's go ahead and click back on our dashboard. So next, let me show you guys how to log in and log out of your WordPress website so you guys can work on it from any location. At the top right, I'm gonna click on Log Out. And this basically like kicks me out of my website, right? So if I go to my website now and I press enter, you guys will now see that there is no little bar right there, so I can't log in. So I can still view the website, right? But I just can't log in. If you guys do want to log into your website, all you got to do is go to your domain name and type in -wp-admin and then press enter. Next, you guys will be prompted to this WordPress login screen, and here you guys can enter in your username or your email address, and then you'll enter in your password. These credentials were created when you guys first installed WordPress onto the domain. Okay, so here I'll click on Remember Me, and then I'll click on Login. All right, cool. So that's how you guys can log in and log out of your WordPress websites. Okay, so the next thing we're gonna do is we're now going to install a WordPress theme. So over here under Appearance, let's click on Themes. At the top, I'll click on Add New Theme. And here's a list of themes. Now, before we install the WordPress theme, let me first explain what a WordPress theme is and what does it do for your website. First, let's talk about what is a WordPress theme. Every website you make with WordPress requires a specific WordPress theme. Without getting too techy, a WordPress theme is a general style and layout of your current website. Each WordPress theme has different options in the theme customizer. The options can range from a header and a footer builder, different blog post layouts, controlling the width of your website like a blocks or a full width, or specific e-commerce features like product layouts or different shop page layouts. A WordPress theme generally controls the layout and style of your current WordPress website. A WordPress theme does not build the website itself, but it's more of an outside shell for the page builders and a starting point to build your WordPress website. Feel free to check out many of the WordPress themes to find a style that fits for you and your WordPress website. You guys got that? So there are tons of different WordPress themes, and I've probably used almost all of these themes. And I know the best ones, in fact, I actually made a video on it. But for this specific video, we're going to use the Blocksy theme. Blocksy is one of the most popular themes, and it has just tons of features for an e-commerce websites. So here is the theme that we're gonna use. Over here, we'll click on Install, and then we'll click on Activate. Now here it's saying, do you want to install the Blocksy companion? Sure, I'll go ahead and install this. This essentially gives it a little bit more features by using their plugin. Now here are the Blocksy theme options, but we're not gonna mess with these right now. We're gonna come back to the theme options a little bit later in this video, okay? Now one thing I also do wanna note about WordPress themes, guys, you can always switch between themes and you will not lose your website, you will not lose your products. So later down the road, if you guys are building your website and you're saying, hey man, I wanna try out another WordPress theme, you guys can always go ahead and do that and switch to any themes that you guys choose, okay? Now that I showed you guys how to install a theme, let's go ahead and go over here to plugins and let's add some plugins. So right here, I'll click on Add New Plugin. Now at the top right under Search Plugins, I want to install some plugins. We're going to install a page builder, an add-on, and also a caching plugin. So the first thing we're going to do is install the Elementor page builder. This is the page builder that's going to allow us to build our website. It is the most popular page builder, and it is actually a great page builder. I've used it on several websites, and it is the #1 page builder, and it's completely free. So right here under the Elementor website builder, we'll go ahead and click on install now, and then we'll click on activate. Now it's going to prompt you with this little annoying wizard right here. We don't need to follow this, so we're just going to close this. At the top right, I'll just go ahead and close it. Okay. Next over here under plugins, we're going to add another one. So right here, add a new plugin, and we're also going to type in premium add-ons. Okay, now we're going to install this plugin right here. This essentially is an add-on for Elementor that gives it a lot more features. It gives you a lot of animations and the ability to add WooCommerce products to your homepage. So right here, we'll click on install now, and then we'll click on activate. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and close these really annoying notices, guys. You're gonna come to find that they like to spam like banners in the back, and just close it. It's really annoying. All right, and the last one we are going to install is a caching plugin. So over here, add new plugin. We're gonna spell cache, C-A-C-H-E. And here is the plugin we're going to install. It's called Lightspeed Cache. We're going to install another plugin near the end of the video that will actually make your website blazing fast. But for now, we don't really need it because our website's empty. So let's go ahead and activate this plugin. So this gives us the ability right here to actually purge all of our cache so we can have really fast websites, okay? So now that I showed you guys how to, basically install the theme and the plugins, now let's create some pages for our websites. You'll see our website, the structure has changed a little bit. It's kind of empty. So let's just make some pages and then also add them to the menu, okay? So let's go over here to dashboard. So over here, let's click on all pages. So here we have a list of pages. Now these pages are like the default pages that are created automatically when you install WordPress. So we don't need these pages. So let's just go ahead and delete these. I'll go over here and I'll just move those to trash. Okay. So at the top, I'll click on add new page. I'll close this. And then we're gonna add in the home page, right? So the home page, you'll click on publish and publish. Next, I'll click on add new page again. And we're going to add in the about us page, right? Here I'll click on publish and publish. And lastly, we're gonna make one more page, and that is the contact page. I don't know, contact us. I guess either one will work, right? I'll just do contact, there you go. I'll click on publish and publish. Okay. Now let's go ahead and take a look at our website. So over here under visit sites, you'll see the pages now display right here. But the thing is, I want to actually rearrange this menu, and I actually want to set our home page as our current home page, because right now it's still like using the blog post page as our home page. So let's go ahead and fix that. Let's go back over here to dashboard, and over here under appearance, let's click on menus. So go ahead and give your menu a name. This is going to be the primary menu, right? Primary menu. And then I'll select header menu 1, which is essentially our main menu. So right here, I'll click on create menu. Now on the left side, you're going to see pages. So let's click on view all pages. And now you guys are going to see we have 4 pages, right? Let's just add all of them. I know there's 2 home pages, but that's okay. So I'll go ahead and click on all of those and click on add to menu. So here we have a home, right? But this is actually considered a custom link. So this can be any link, right? This can be a link to Facebook. This can be a link to your TikTok. This can be a link to your Twitter, right? By just, typing in twitter.com, and then this will be like Twitter, right? And essentially it would just be like a Twitter page, right? But here I want to rearrange this, right? I want to put the home, the about us, the contact, and then maybe here I'll put a little drop down for Twitter, right? So I'll go ahead and save our menu now. Okay, now let's take a look at our website. All right, cool. So we have our home, the about, we have contact, and then we have that Twitter, which is considered a custom link. So this can go to any website. So you can basically create custom links on your menu if you choose to do so. So now that we created the pages and the menu, let's assign this home page right here as our primary home page. And to do that, we have to turn on the theme customizer. So up here, I'll click on customize. Now this is the Blocksy theme customizer, and there is a lot you can do here. We will come back to the Blocksy theme customizer a little bit later once we actually have our website fully built. What's really cool is you guys can actually change the color scheme right here and give it this really nice slick color scheme. I do like this, right? So at the bottom right here, under the core, you're gonna see homepage settings. I'll click on homepage settings. And then for a static page, I wanna change the homepage to our homepage. Then I'll click on publish. All right, now I'm gonna close the theme customizer. All right, cool. So now you guys will see that the home page is our current home page. We have our about, our contact, and so on and so forth. So at this point, we are now ready to design the website using the page builder. Okay, so this part, we are now going to build the website using the drag and drop page builder. Now, Elementor, when it first came out, was a super easy to use page builder, but over time, it's added so much features. It's actually developed a learning curve, I would say. So in this part of the video, we are going to design the entire homepage from scratch, so you understand like how to use the builder. And once we finish the homepage, we'll then import some starter templates for the rest of the website to speed up the process. So you guys ready to learn how to use Elementor? Yeah? All right, cool. Let's go ahead and jump back to the video. So let's do it. So up here at the top, I'll first click on edit page. Now, if you're first time using the builder, you actually have to activate it through the back end. I'm not sure why. Here at the top, you'll see edit with Elementor, and this will enable you to turn on the page builder. So click on edit with Elementor. Okay, so here is a little notification. We'll just go ahead and close it for now. Okay, now before we actually use the page builder, I want to adjust the structure of this page. So at the bottom left over here, you'll see settings. Go ahead and click on settings. And now we have these options, right? But I want to hide this title. So I'll click on the hide title. And I also want to change this page layout to full width, right? So let's go ahead and click on Elementor full width. And this will change the entire page to a full width structure where now we can design it. So let's go ahead and talk about Elementor, right? So on the left side, you're gonna see you have these elements. Now these elements here, you guys can drag and drop onto the page, except for these ones right here. These are the pro ones. So I'll just go ahead and collapse that. So here we have the general elements, and these are all free elements that you guys can drag onto the page. You guys can also use the basic, and then here is the row/container, right? So it works something like this. You would take these elements and drag them onto the page. So over here, I'll first click on plus, and I'll select something like a 3-column row, right? So now we have 3 columns, and I can actually adjust these columns right here. So I can change this to something like 33, and the same thing over here, right? Adjust the columns, right? Okay, and then I'll click on these 9 squares, and here I can drag and drop elements onto the rows. So I'll take this heading element, I'll drag and drop it. Now for every single element, you're gonna have 3 different tabs. You have the content tab. The content tab will control the content of the actual elements. So I can change the content to like Daryl Wilson, right? Now the style tab, this will actually adjust things like the alignment, the text color, and also the typography. So you'll see over here how we can move the elements around, and then here we can adjust the color of the elements. And then also we can change the typography. So I do like to use Poppins, right? So we'll change this to Poppins, right? And then I'll make it bold. You know, I think Poppins bold looks really slick, but that's a really ugly red. You know, let's change it back. There we go. Okay, something, yeah, red is really ugly on websites. I don't know why. Okay, and then we have the advanced tab. Now the advanced tab will control the position of the actual elements. This can also be used for the page structure, and we'll do that a little bit later. But for example, if you guys want to add in like space to the top, here I'll click on unlink the values, and then I can add in space to the top, right? And then also like space to the bottom. So essentially what I'm doing here is I'm just giving like the element a little bit more space to breathe. Now below that, we also have some cool things like motion effects. So right here we have the entrance animation where we can fade it in, right? Fade in down. See, we got some crazy ones over here. Zoom in left. Oh, that's really ugly. Ugh. Bounce in right. Okay, that's too much. Yeah. You know, a lot of these guys, don't get crazy with this. Okay, to be real, a lot of these are butt ugly, and you probably won't ever use these. So use these very sparingly. You know, on my kits or on my website, I actually use fade in down often. So I think I use this one right here. And that's probably like the only one I ever use, right? Okay, so that is the 3 columns summed up. Every element has this. So when you guys are using elements, just consider to style them by using these 3 different tabs. Okay, so the next is the image. So over here, I'll take an image and I'll drag it. And you're gonna see that right where that pink line spawns, that's where you guys can actually drop it, and then that's where that will display, right? And then right here, we can choose an image to upload. Now, I actually have demo images for all of you guys. There is a link in the description of this video, and it'll give you guys access to our images for this e-commerce tutorial. We actually created all these images for you guys, so you guys can just go ahead and upload these all directly to your WordPress website once you download them onto your computer. You guys might actually need some of these because some of these are for the products, and we're gonna create some pretty interesting products, so getting these images will help you guys follow along. All right. But I'm gonna go ahead now and upload those. So over here, upload files, select the files, and I'm gonna go over here to show all files, go to my desktop, and here's the images, and I'm just going to download all of these right here, right? And then I'll click on open, and now I'm going to upload all these images. So this might just take like a minute. Okay, so here we go, we got some images. Now I wanna go ahead and put this one of this guy right here with the bike. So I'll just insert this image. And there you go. So we have Daryl Wilson, right? And we can style this a little bit more, but I'm not going to. So over here, let's go ahead and add some more elements. So I'll go ahead and drag in a text editor below that. And then here we can change in the text. You can obviously talk about Daryl Wilson saying, hey, he's the CEO of the company, yada, 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 stuff like that. And then you can always style the text right here by just changing the color right here and then also the font, right? So you can change this to Tahoma or something. And lastly, what I want to do is drag in like a button, right? So here we have this button where we can go ahead and style it, right? So here are the styling options. So this is for the typography on the button. And then also we have the background color, right? So I can change this to something like red or something, you know, something like that, right? You guys get the point. Now also for every single element, there are more options where you guys can right click on them. So if I right click on this, you'll see we have a few options. Now here at the top, I can click on duplicate and I can duplicate this. And once I do that, I can take this and drag it onto the next column. Same thing with this one, right? I can duplicate this image and drag it over here, right? Same thing over here, I'll duplicate it, right? And so on and so forth. Now, let's say, for example, you guys want to drag in a button, right? But let's just say you guys have already styled this button and you don't really want to have to style it all over again. So over here, I'll click on the right click, and then here, I'll click on copy, and then I'll go to this button over here, I'll right click, and I'll paste the style. So essentially what I'm doing here is I'm just copying all of the design aspects and I'm basically transferring it to another element, right? So I don't have to redo everything all over again. Now, we can actually duplicate not only elements, but also rows and columns. So for example, I'll go ahead and right click on this and I'll delete it. Now, over here, I'll right click on this container and I'll duplicate this container. Now you guys will see it actually just duplicates that container. And we can do the same thing for this one, right? I can right click on the entire row and duplicate this entire row, right? So now we have this all right here. So as you guys can tell, it's a very multi-purpose builder. I mean, there's so much you guys can do with this. And of course, all you got to do here is just change the images, right? So I'll just put in something like this right here. And then this can be like the shoes, right? And then this will be like, you know, someone else, Jenny Craig. This could be like my team, right? Like my team and, you know, Jonathan Gauze or something, you know, whatever, right? So this is essentially like how you guys can use this page builder. It's a very fluid builder. It's very simple to use. And all you guys really need to do is just learn by trial and error by just dragging in elements. You know, once you drag in enough elements and you get the hang of it, you guys are like, oh, okay, that's what it does, you know? So whenever that pink line shows up, that's where you guys can drop it, right? And then of course, here we have an icon. We can go ahead and style it with the colors and the size right here, and so on and so forth. So that is a quick little rundown of Elementor, right? Now I'm gonna go ahead and close all this right now. You guys can also go back into your history. So let's say, for example, oh, I just deleted that row. I didn't want to do that. Here at the bottom, you'll see history, okay? And this will actually go back into time and it'll redo everything that you guys have done, right? So that's really cool knowing that if you guys did make a really big mistake, which I do all the time, you guys can just, you know, you can just go back into the history and check it out. Also, there is a navigator right here. If you guys find yourself like building a lot right here, like you're stacking buttons on buttons on buttons and, you know, things get a little cluttered, you guys can always turn on the navigator and you guys can actually just click on this. And this will actually help you with, you know, navigating everything. So I can take this button and drop it below the image.
and then you'll see it applies right here. So you guys can also use this right here just in case you guys might come across really tight spots on your website, which does happen, you know, especially with like near your menu and stuff like that, and your footer and your header. So the navigator does come very useful when you work on those parts of your websites. But I'm gonna close the navigator for now. All right, see you later, buddy. Okay. And what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to delete all of this, right? So delete container, and there you go. So now we're back to square one. Hey guys, I want to give you guys a quick heads up. Now, when you guys are editing your website, under the left side under container, you guys might only see one option. However, some of you guys might actually see two. This is Elementor's newest feature called the grid layout, and this essentially allows you guys to create grids. They are experimenting this with various websites, so you may or may not have it. However, you guys can always activate this feature by going over here to Elementor, Settings, clicking on the Features tab, and this is the grid container. You guys can choose to make this active or not. It's currently in beta at the current time of making this video, and within a few months from now, or maybe like 4 or 5 months, they might roll it out as like, you know, permanent. So if you guys do want this feature on your website, you guys can activate it. Essentially, all it does here is it basically makes it so you guys can create grids really easily. For example, over here, you'll see that I can click on grid, and then we can make a structure, right? And then from here, I can make it like 4 columns and maybe like 3 rows, and, you know, make it like 2 columns and so on and so forth. So as you can see, it does make the process of making columns a little bit easier. Now, when you guys do drag it in though, it does make the other ones disappear. And then to make them, you know, to make them keep going, you just have to keep dragging elements, and then they will reappear according to your structure. So as you guys can see, you guys can keep adding in elements and then they will appear, right? So Elementor does tend to update their builder very, very quickly, and they tend to add in tons and tons of features. So if you guys want access to those features, or if you guys want to view their other features, you guys can go over here to the Features and Settings tab and activate those features right here. So I just had to make this quick video because they created this as I was making the tutorial. So with that said, let's just go ahead and jump back to the tutorial. So now that we have a little bit of understanding with the builder, let's go ahead now and create this landing page right here. So this is a 2-column row. We have 1 column right here, and then we have a second column, but I just didn't really add anything in the second column. You know, I didn't really need to, right? So here we have a Lottie animation, we have a text, a heading text, we have a description text, and then we have 2 buttons that we stack side by side. So let me show you guys how to build this. All right, let's get started. The first thing is we're now going to click on the plus, and we're going to add a row. Now here you're going to see the down column and the right column. We're going to talk more about the Flexbox options a little bit later. It's kind of hard to explain it on the landing page, but you guys will understand what these mean as we go. Okay, so just bear with me for now. We're going to go ahead and select the direction row. Okay, so here we actually have 1 large column. Now what I want to do here is I want to actually take a second container and I want to put it inside of this, okay? Now earlier you guys saw me duplicate elements. I want to go ahead and duplicate this. So by duplicating this, what's going to happen is you're essentially going to create 2 columns right here. So we have 1 column and we have 2 columns, right? Okay? And what I want to do is I can actually take this and I want to put it a little bit more, right? Like maybe 65%. You know, I want this side to be a little bit more larger than that side, okay? And now let's start adding in elements, right? So over here, we'll skip the Lottie for now because this is, you know, we'll skip that. We'll just stick to the basics, okay? We'll add in a text, okay? So we'll add in a text editor, okay? Just put in like a little bit of text. We will then throw in a heading text, okay? And then below that, we have some more text, and then we have 2 buttons, right? So let's go ahead and add that in. Text editor. Now, before we throw in those buttons, we're going to actually put a container in here, okay? So we have this small container, right? And we're going to add buttons in that container. This will make more sense once we actually manipulate these elements, but for now, let's just drag and drop them, right? So we'll drop that in there, and we're going to drag 1 more in there. And you guys will understand why we put them in a column, okay? So let's go ahead now and design this, right? So here, you know, a new legacy of sports. Let's just go ahead and just, you know, copy that text. I'm a super lazy guy, right? Okay. Now there is one thing I do want to mention. So I'm going to change this back to paragraph. Now over here under style, you guys might notice that the text is actually kind of spread apart, and this is called letter spacing. So over here under the typography option, I can add a little bit of letter spacing. And what this does here is that it sort of adds like a little bit of elegance, a little bit of flavor to the actual text, right? Below that, we have the heading text, and this is our primary text. This is the text that grabs everyone's attention, right? And this was ready, set, and go. Obviously this can be anything, but I'll just use this for now. Ready, set, and go. And then over here in the style, we can go ahead and adjust this, right? So I'll make this a little bit larger. Ready, set, and go. Let's do like 70, let's do 75 pixels, okay? And then below that, we just have some more demo content, right? So this is just demo text, but what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna go ahead and copy this. Let's just make some more, just to add some filler space, there we go, right? Too much, there we go. I think that's better, right? Yeah, there we go, that's better, okay? And now we're left with this next section. So here we have 2 buttons, but before I actually design this, let's adjust this with the flex box. So the flex box is Elementor's newest creation, and this can be very confusing for first-time users, so I'll do my best to explain it to you guys, okay? Now, here we have the flex box. Now, the flex box controls all the elements inside of this flex box, right? And here we have the direction. So right now, you'll see that it's vertical, right? But I can actually make this horizontal. And what that's gonna do, it's going to force all the elements to correspond to how I want them to basically be aligned, right? So remember earlier how we talked about like the arrows? Now you guys know what it means, right? So here we have horizontal. Now I can actually go ahead and justify this in the center, to the ends, space between, space around, or just space evenly, right? Or I can just leave it at the starts. Now I can also align those items as well, and that essentially is just going to align them together, right? And here we have gaps. So you guys can actually say, well, how much gap do you guys want? Well, we can, choose, right? But I think something like 20 is good, right? I think they did a good job. Maybe 25, all right? 25 is cool, all right? So that's how the Flexbox works. It allows you to manipulate the elements inside the Flexbox. There will be more examples of this as we go, guys, so don't worry. We will come back to the Flexbox again in a little bit later, but I think that's a really cool crash course on how to use the Flexbox. So over here, we can go ahead and design these rates just by giving this a quick little color, right? I'll just go ahead and, oh, I'm sorry, that's the text color, my bad. We'll do the background here, just give it a faint little red, right? And what I'll do here is I'll just go ahead and, copy this, and then I'll paste the style, right? Okay. And then maybe we should probably change the text, right? I mean, it's a little boring, click here, like, shop now. Okay. Maybe make this a little bit bigger as well. Under the typography, I'll make this like maybe, I don't know, 20 pixels? I think that's too big. Eek, too big. Maybe 18 is good, guys, right? 18? Y'all with me? All right, 18, cool. All right. And I'll just copy and paste that again because I'm a lazy guy. We're not going to go through the options, okay? So there we go, right? So we have the structure ready to go. The next thing I want to do is I want to make this full width, very similar to this right here, okay? So let's do that. Let's go over here. So I'll click on these 6 dots, and over here, you're gonna see minimum height. Now, to make it full screen, you guys need to select this as 100 VH. So over here, VH, and then 100. Okay, now you guys will see that this is actually a full width landing page, right? So it's a full screen landing page. The next thing I wanna do is I wanna take these elements here, and I want to now use the Flexbox to manipulate these. So remember earlier how we used the buttons? Now we're going to actually use a Flexbox for all these elements, right? So for the direction, you'll see we can reverse this, or we can, put it vertical. So we're gonna leave it as vertical for now, and then we're going to center this. There's also these other options where you guys can do like space in between, and you guys will see how it spaces in between, space around, space evenly, but I think center is just fine. And then also we can go ahead and use the gaps right here. So if you guys do want to add in more gaps on these elements, you guys can do that. And as you guys can tell, it's just really simple. It's really, grab and go, really simple. So now we have the structure for our websites. All right, and really quickly, I just want to change the width of this to like 65 and make it a little bit longer. There you go. I want it to actually stretch across a little bit more, because over here, if I close this, you guys will see that's what it currently looks like right now, okay? But let's go ahead now and add in a background image to this. So to do that, here, click on these 6 dots here. Now, these little 6 dots and this pink line right here, this is going to control the entire background, right? So this is where we can add in a color or an image or something like that. Over here, I'll click on Style. And what I want to do is over here under background type, we have 4 different options, right? We have classic. This is just like a basic, a basic classic color, right? You can just add that to your, your background if you want to go that route. You can also do something like a gradient. If you guys want a 2-color background, you guys can add that as well. Next, we have a video. If you guys do want to add like a YouTube video as your background, you guys can insert that link right here, and then the video will play in the background. And then we have a slideshow, which is essentially like a slider where you can add multiple images and they will slide in the background. That's actually pretty cool for portfolio websites, so that's just something to consider. But let's just go back over here to the classic, and here you'll see we can also upload an image. So I don't want to use a color. So we're not going to use a color. I'll clear that. And I want to use an image. So right here, image. And I want to use this dude right here playing basketball. So I'll click on this image and then I'll click on select. All right, cool. So here's the image. And what's also really cool, I'm going to close this little spammy notice. Here we have options for the image. So for every single image, you guys can further design it, right? So over here, we can change the position, right? So just in case you guys want to, oh, wrong one. Just in case you guys want like the builder to focus on a specific part, you guys can also use custom and say, I want them to focus over here, something like that, right? You get what I'm saying? But for now, I'll leave it as default. Here's the attachment. This essentially adds in like a parallax effect. So as the user scrolls, the image never moves. Okay, so that is what the fixed option is. Okay, and here we have repeats. So if you guys do have like certain images and it's not large enough, it will repeat the image and you guys can choose to repeat it or not. I never use repeat. It's ugly. It's terrible, right? So I'm not going to use it. So I'm going to go ahead and leave mine to no repeats. And then for the display size, this is actually very important. So the best option is cover. So what cover does is cover will actually take the image and spread it evenly over the background. So it'll actually take the image as it is and it'll display in the background. I use cover quite often. We're going to use it more in this video. But for this specific image, I actually want to display a custom size. So for display size, I'm going to put custom and I want to select 120. Okay. Then I'll go ahead and close this just to get an idea. All right, so now you'll see we have the text, we have the basketball right here, and it's just waiting for us to add in a little bit more flavor. So the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna add in called a background overlay. So over here, I'll go ahead and open this back up, and we're gonna add in a background overlay. So right here, you'll see background overlay. Now there's 2 ways to use overlays. You guys can choose to use an overlay on the entire page, or you guys can use a gradient overlay. For example, over here under classic, you'll see that we can add in like this overlay, right? So it's essentially like a color on top of the backgrounds. And this is very helpful if you guys do have a specific color scheme or a brand you want to carry on the website. So this essentially will basically apply on the entire backgrounds. You guys can also choose to increase the opacity, right? Or make it darker or make it lighter, right? So back and forth. And there's also CSS filters where you guys can get super crazy. Like you can blur it, you can use brightness and all these other options, but we'll come back to CSS filters later on an image, right? It's not really useful for background overlays. So over here under the color, I want to actually use a gradient. So over here, I'll click on gradients, and here's the trick. So over here, I'm actually using a gradient. I'm using a clear gradient and then also a dark gradient. So that might sound a little confusing, and this is sort of a really cool trick you guys can do, but let me go and show you guys. Over here, let's go to our website, and for the first color, we're gonna put nothing. All right, nothing, okay? For the second color, now we're gonna enter in a custom color code. So this is gonna be $, 272324, okay? So that is the color that we're gonna use. You guys probably can't see it well right now, but not to worry, we're gonna make it look good. Okay, now the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna change these locations. So what a location does is essentially it moves around the actual gradient, right? You'll see here how you can actually change the location. Now what I'm gonna do here is change mine to 39, okay? And then over here, same thing. We're gonna do, I'm sorry, not same thing, 34, okay? We're gonna make sure this is linear, okay? Now for the angle, this is where the magic happens. So for the angle, I wanna go ahead and change this. So you'll see here, we can actually now change the angle of this, right? Really, really cool. So we're gonna change this to something like 256, right? So I'll type it in 256, okay. And then here we have the opacity, and this is where we can control the opacity. Now, if you guys do make it really dark, you need to make sure that the text is legible. So all you gotta really do is just change it to white and you'll be good. So I'm gonna change mine to 0.09. I'm sorry, 0.9, there we go, 0.9, okay, there we go, cool. So that is how I achieved this specific section. Now that we added that background overlay, all we gotta do now is just change this text color, right? Change this to white, right? Change this to white. Simple, easy. And then also change this to white right here. All right, cool, awesome. How about that? So there you go. So our website is now coming along and it's getting very close to what we have right here. All I really did here was just use different text and I added maybe different colors and stuff like that. But all in all, it's getting very close. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is the button border. On this button right here, you guys might have noticed that there is a small white border. Let me show you guys quickly how to do that. So let's go ahead and open this back up. Over here, I'll click on an element. And for the button right here under style, here we have the border type. I'm gonna put a solid border right here and put one width. I'm sorry, two pixels. Let's do 2. I think 2 is good, right? Yeah. Well, let's just do 1. I think 1 is good. We'll do 1 pixel. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So now you'll see that there is a small border right here. So you can see the actual border, right? The border is white. I think it's white, right? It looks like white. Here we go. Change it to white. Okay. And then we can do the same thing for this other one over here. So I'll just go ahead and copy this. And then we'll go ahead and paste that style right there. Okay. So that's essentially how I added that different color border on those buttons, just to give it a little bit more flavor so it's not so like, you know, so it's not so dull and boring, right? So now that we added those in, now let's talk about the next thing, which is called the Lottie animation. So up here at the top, I'll type in Lottie. And here is the Lottie animation. Now this is why we installed that other plugin, and this gives us access to use premium elements like the Lottie animation. So I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna drag it right on the top right there, okay? Now notice that nothing pops up, and that's because we need to go to a website and get a Lottie animation. Okay, so this is lottiefiles.com, and this website you guys can actually get free Lotties for your website. So over here, I'll type in something like web design, right? And what they're gonna do is they're going to create a bunch of different animations that you guys can apply on your websites. Now, a lot of these are free, right? So you'll see that there are tons of them that you guys can use. Some of these are pro, but a majority of these are free. So like this one's free, and all you gotta do is just take something that represents your website or brand, right? So for example, if you're like in the pet industry, I'll put in dog, right? Maybe doggy, you know, see what comes up here. Maybe like a dog like smiling or something, or, I mean, that's really cute, right? I mean, this is like, you guys can use all this stuff, right? Now, I typed in basketball, but the weird thing is that I think they actually took the one that I used off the website, but they still gave me access to it in my accounts. I don't know why, guys, you know? So once you guys actually go ahead and you download something, like for example, I'll click on this dog right here. You'll click on download. It'll then allow you to edit this in your account, right? So I'll save this to Workspace. Once you guys make an account and you download something, okay, so once you guys download it, it'll then bring you to the workstation. And here you guys can actually control the animations a little bit more. You guys can choose to make this slower or faster, right? Let's go ahead and play it. You'll see it's pretty quick, right? You can slow that down to 0.5, right? See how that looks. Something like that. And then there's a bunch of other styling options where you guys can maybe add like a background or something else, right? Now, I'm not gonna go too far into this, guys, because this is like a whole nother topic, right? But what I'm gonna do here is show you guys how to download these. So let's go over here to my workstation. I think it's up here, right? There we go. And I wanna download this basketball. So I have this basketball here. Here, I'll click on Lottie JSON. Here, I'll click on download. And now I'm gonna download this JSON file. Now we're gonna upload this to our website, and this is going to display on our page. So let's go back over here, okay? And right here under file source, I'm gonna change this to media file, right? And then we're going to upload that file. Right away, it's going to say enable unfiltered file uploads. Make sure that you guys do enable this, and this will basically allow your website to upload JSON files, okay? So right here, select files, and I'll select that file. This is a really cool browser. You know, I use this new browser called Opera. It's actually really good. You know, it's very quick and I like the colors and it's really flashy. I love it. So here is the file, and then I'll click on select. Okay, so if it does not display, there is one thing we have to do, and that is updating the SSL. For some reason, when you guys upload Lottie animations, there is some sort of discrepancy with the SSL up here. So I'll show you guys quickly how to fix that. So over here, I'm gonna exit the builder. Now this is only necessary if you guys do wanna add Lottie animations, and this is one thing that I ran into. So over here under plugins, we're gonna type in SSL. SSL will basically force the SSL on your website and make sure that it's a secured website. Sometimes when you guys upload JSON files, the Elementor page builder doesn't recognize it as secured, so there might be some issues building. Okay, so this plugin will actually force the SSL on your website. So right here, I'll click on Activate SSL. Then I'll go ahead and click on Activate the SSL. Okay. And that's it. You know, it's a weird thing, you know, but sometimes with WordPress, weird things happen. I'm gonna go ahead and enable, skip, and I'm going to skip this as well, and also click on finish. So essentially right now, the SSL is activated on the websites. Now there's one thing also we need to do to make sure our website is fully secured is to go ahead and update the permalinks. So over here under Elementor, under tools, over here under the replace URL. So to make sure the website is fully secured, we're also gonna update the URL address. So we're gonna change this to HTTP tutorial domain. And all we're gonna do for the next one is we're gonna add in the S, okay? So HTTPS, and then right here, I'll click on replace URL. Here I'll click on OK. And that will fix all the issues that you guys might have with adding Lottie animations to your websites. So over here, I'll click on visit sites. You guys are gonna see the Lottie animation already pops up right there. So now let's go ahead and turn on the builder. So guys, sorry about that. I don't really know why that happens, but sometimes you guys upload JSON files to your website, things get a little weird. Okay, so now that we added that in, now we can actually design this a little bit, right? So you guys saw that I moved this to the left and to the center. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this at like 100, 180 right there, right? And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. We can actually reverse it, but you know, reversing it is the same thing, right? So yeah, that is pretty much it. And once we're done with that, I'll click on updates. And let's just go ahead and view the website one more time. And there you go. So now we have the animation, we have some text, and everything is actually coming together. Now what we're gonna do next is we're gonna add the finishing touches. So we're just going to basically make sure that this section up here is more structured. And I'll also introduce you guys to global fonts and colors and give you guys a shortcuts on how to further design the rest of the websites, okay? So let's go back to our websites and let's turn on the builder. Okay, now the very first thing I wanna do is I wanna edit this hero image, right? I wanna change like the width and stuff like that. So up here under the 6 dots, we're gonna go ahead and adjust this. So over here for width, I wanna change this to 1280. Next, over here under gaps, I wanna change this to 64, right? So I wanna just make this a little bit more, just change up the structure just a little bit, right? Over here under the advanced section, I also wanna add in some margin and padding. So for the margin up here, you guys are gonna see that margin is essentially space, right? It's basically saying, where's this element gonna start from? Well, I wanna actually create negative margin. Now this might be a little advanced, so just bear with me, okay? So I wanna add a negative margin. So here I'm gonna put in a negative and then 100. You guys are gonna see that it actually moves the page up, right? So essentially what I'm doing here is I'm forcing everything to go up. So I'm gonna add 177 margin, just like that, okay? And then I also wanna add in a little bit more space to the top right here because you can see the basketball is kind of off the page. So for the padding, I'll change this to 250. And I also wanna add in a little bit more space here on the bottom. You guys can tell that, you know, it's a little bit more scrunched right here. So I'll go ahead and add in some bottom spacing right here. I'll put in 96. And I think that is pretty good right there. Now, lastly, I'll go back over here under the flex box, and I don't really want to justify the content anymore, and I'm not going to make this vertical. So I'm just going to leave that as is. And we're going to change this width over here to 60. All right, there we go. Okay. Okay, and let me just change the basketball size to like 120. It's actually a little bit too large, right? What do you guys think? There we go. Perfect. Okay. And there you go. So now you guys will see that we have this beautiful landing page, and it's very similar to our current landing page. The only difference is that maybe we have some small sizes on the button, like this is a little bit different. So let me go ahead and show you guys actually the font and the color that I used, and then introduce you guys to global fonts and colors. So making the rest of the website will be really simple. So over here, what I'll do is I'm gonna update this. And now I'm gonna show you guys the global fonts and colors. Now we could have done this in the beginning of the video, but I wanted to sort of show you guys, how to do these on your own without using global fonts and colors. So over here, you're gonna see site settings. Now, whenever you guys decide to use colors or fonts, you guys can actually use pre-made conditions where you can just add in your own colors without having to guess which color it is. So over here under the primary color, I'm gonna change this. This is gonna be, go ahead and backspace this. Here are the color code I use. And of course, you guys can use any color scheme that you guys want. It's 191012. The secondary one I used is gonna be something else. It's gonna be 272324. The text is going to be, go ahead and change this, 403B3C, right? All right. And the accent color is going to be that red color that we've been using, right? So C3183F. Okay. And we can actually add in more colors if we want to go that route. But for now, let's go ahead and skip that. Now we can also add in global fonts as well. So what I'll do right here is I'll click on the global fonts, and then we can also adjust the global fonts for the entire website. So for the primary menu, I'll go ahead and change this to Poppins, right? I want that to be my global, font. And then for the weight, we'll do 600. And then for everything else, I think we'll just leave it as is. But I do want to change the pixels to 24, okay? And also for the text, I do want to change this as well. We'll also change this to Poppins, and we'll make this text 16. Something like that, right? So I think that's a lot more appropriate. And then I'll click on Update. So essentially what I'm doing here is I'm just basically setting preset conditions. So when I add in like elements, I can just quickly apply them. Now, one thing I also do want to show you guys as well. So now that we actually set those global options, I quickly want to show you guys save as default. And this is going to be really helpful going forward. So over here under the style, now over here under custom, you guys are going to see we have all these colors, right? So here are our current colors, right? So we can go ahead now and apply those colors to all of our elements. And over here, I'll also go to the typography, and then we can apply this, right? So for the text, you'll now see that it looks just like that. And the same thing over here. We'll go ahead and change that text, okay? And maybe over here we can change like the text. Instead of click here, contact us now. I don't know, something like that, right? You guys get the point, right? Okay, so now that I styled this, maybe I don't want to have to do this all the time, right? Because notice here on my website, we also do have other buttons. And instead of actually doing this all the time, we can save this as a default. So over here, I'm gonna right click and I'm gonna save this as a default. And what this is gonna do is it's going to basically make sure that whenever we drag in an element, it's going to use those specific styling options. So for example, I'll find the button here and I'll just throw it over here. And you guys will see that it is the same exact styling options as the button that we created, right? Really, really cool. So you guys can do this for everything. So we can actually use this right here, also for a default, okay? And we'll also use this one right here as a default. So now when we drag these in, it'll automatically be ready for us and it'll be all ready to go. Pretty cool, right? So congratulations, party people. We have successfully created a beautiful landing page. Pat yourself on the back. You guys did a really good job. The landing page is the most difficult part of the website. So if you guys got this down, the rest of the website will be a complete breeze. So let's go ahead now and click on updates and let's build the very next section. So right here, you'll see that we have these little icons, and that's all they are. They're icon boxes, really simple. So over here, I'll go ahead and put in the plus. So the first thing I want to do is I want to actually use one flex box, and then I want to add in a second one inside of it, okay? All right, so we have this flex box, and we can go ahead and duplicate this, and duplicate it one more time, and one more time. So essentially now we have 4 boxes inside of this flex box. So now what we can do is we can add in elements inside of these. Now we can use what we call is an icon box. So over here we have this icon box, and I'll just take this and I'll drag and drop it. All right, cool. So now we have this cool little icon box right here. And all I really did, guys, was just get rid of the description. And I just kept it like that pretty much. So over here, we can go ahead and change the icon. So you guys can choose between tons and tons of icons. Now the icons that we used, I actually don't even know where we got them from, guys. They're somewhere in here. And when you actually upload the icon, there's no way to know the name of it. So we were just like, dude, like what did we add? And I didn't know, right? So we'll just do something basic right here. We'll just type in like store, okay? And I'll just use this one for now, right? A window or something, you know, whatever. And over here under the style, this is where we can adjust everything. So the first thing is the icon. Here we can change the icon color, right? And actually, we'll probably give it this gray color. Actually, no, black is cool. Black is cool, right? And the next one is the content. So I think over here, I put something like wide range of products. Wide range of products. Okay. Now notice here how there's too much space right here. So we can fix that. Over here under content, if we go to the title section under the typography, we can actually reduce that. So here we have line height. If you guys actually decide to adjust this, you guys can adjust the line height right there, right? So that makes a little bit more sense. All right, got it? Okay. And then also we'll change this over here to Poppins, right? Poppins, maybe Poppins bold, my favorite. Okay, so since we added Poppins, you guys are gonna see that, there we go, all right? So now it looks beautiful, now it looks all cute, right? How about that? Now here we can go ahead and right click and duplicate, right? Right click and duplicate. And one more time, right click and duplicate. So with the power of video editing, I'll go ahead and change these 3 icons. Okay, so I went ahead and I adjusted all of these to, you know, just fit the color scheme and the criteria of the website. So now that we did that, now let's go ahead and adjust the row settings. So next I want to adjust this right here. So what I first want to do is I want to make this full width, right? And then for the advanced section, I want to make sure there's 0 padding, okay? And what that does is that basically stretches it all the way across the page right there, as you guys can see. And now we can actually use the flex box and manipulate these elements inside of this flex box right here. Okay, so here is the navigator, and you're gonna see this container. And this container is actually controlling all of this right here. Okay, so I'll click on the container right here. And then what we're gonna do is I wanna go ahead now and make sure that we have this selected, and I wanna make sure that this is boxed now. Okay, so it's boxed, right? And we're just going to make some quick adjustments. I'm gonna make sure this is centered, and there we go. And I'm gonna put 24 right here, okay? So essentially what that's doing here is that's just adding, you know, a little bit more space and stuff like that. All right, now the very next thing is I wanna add in some padding, right? So you guys might notice here how it's just too close to the top and bottom. So under the advanced section, we can add in some padding, right? So I'll put in maybe like 30 pixels of padding, and I think that looks good all around, right? So 30 pixels, and I think that pretty much works, right? You guys are gonna see it looks really nice. Here, go ahead and close this. And you guys will see that we have these really nice icons right there, and everything looks great. Now the next thing that we're gonna do is we are going to show you guys how to add in a border. Now this is a trick if you guys wanna be a little bit more stylish. You guys are gonna see that we have this little border right here, and you guys can actually add a border in between every single column. So let me show you guys how to do that. Over here under the flex box, now this is more of an advanced strategy. You guys don't have to do this. In fact, me and my developer we were like, should we put this on, man? I don't know, you know? So under the style tab, under border, here I'm gonna change this to solid, and I'm gonna unlink these, and I just wanna add one to the right side. That's it. And I can change this color to like black. And what you're gonna see is now there's this border here in between that, which is pretty cool, right? So you guys can do this for all of them. So over here, style, border, solid, and here we go, right side, okay. And one more over here. We'll go ahead and put it over here, border, and then solid, and then one, oh, not negative, there we go, +1, and there we go. So now we have these really cool like borders in between them. That's just a way on how to separate it if you guys want to just add a little bit more style and decor. Okay, now the very next section is I'm gonna show you guys how to add in shape dividers. Shape dividers are really cool. You'll see right here, we have this really cool shape divider. Don't get too crazy, but shape dividers are a lot of fun. Now I'm gonna right click on the back right here, and then I'll click on edit container. I can use the navigator, but I just don't want to, guys. You know, we can just right click and edit container. Here I'll click on shape divider, and at the top right here, I'll have that selected, and here we can choose some really cool animations. Look at that. You know, we have tilt, we have, I think clouds is like a favorite. You see we got clouds. In case you guys can't see it, I'll change the color, right? So you can see the little animations there. We got pyramid, triangle, all sorts of really cool stuff right here. And you guys can actually use the controls here to further add stuff, right? Like, you know, width or the height, you know. You guys can do some crazy stuff with shape dividers, guys, trust me. But let's just, you know, let's just keep it basic, okay? Let's just go ahead and do waves pattern, okay? And for the color, I used number symbol, E, yeah, E, there we go, okay. I think that's it, right? I think 5? Yeah, 5, there 5, okay. And next what we're gonna do is we're just gonna add some height, right? So I think what we're gonna do here is, oh no, we did waves brush, my bad. We did waves brush, there we go, all right, there we go. And we just give it some height, guys, you know, just like our demo over there. So voila, so that is how we can recreate this whole section. It looks really nice and vibrant, and I think the shop is really coming along right here. Now the very next section is we're now gonna create product categories. So we're getting closer to the actual products and the e-commerce aspect of this video. So now we're gonna create sections for our product categories. So we're gonna create sports, swimwear, and shoes. And we're just gonna add in a lot of animation and some text right here. So let's do that. Over here, I'll go ahead now and click on the plus and click on the down arrow. And I'm gonna go ahead and copy this element, right? Because there's no reason for me to like do that all over again. And I'll just drag it down here, okay? We're gonna put that in the centered, but I do wanna add some padding right here. So I'm just going to add in some space, right? So how much space to the top, guys? 50? Maybe 100? 100? 100's good, yeah? Okay, and then we're gonna throw in a heading text below that, right? Now, sadly, you know, we actually changed that to white, but what I'm gonna do here, guys, is change that back to black, and then I'll set that to my global again. So now I'm going to save this as a default, okay? All right, so I'm gonna put that in the centered, but we'll reduce the size of this. It's a little bit too large, right? Let's go ahead and tone that down to like, you know, 40. There we go. And now we're gonna add in a divider module. Now, essentially, a divider module can add space below your elements, but you guys can also use it for styling, right? For example, here I'll select text, where now you can add in like a text right here. You can add in an icon, but I just like to use it for styles, you know? So over here, I'll just put like 20 and put that in the middle, you know? If you guys do want to actually add space, here you can add in like a gap, right? So you can use this to add in space, but I don't really use it for space. I just use it for the design aspect, right? So that is pretty much this section here. Now we're gonna add in these 3 sections, and let's go ahead and do that. So over here, plus 3 columns. Now I wanna make sure these are even, right? So over here under the flex box, we're gonna put 33, over here, 33, and then also over here, 33. So 33 pixels times 3, it's about 99. So yeah, they're pretty much almost even. Now what I first want to do here is I want to add in a background image to this, okay? So edit container, style, classic, and then image. And I want to add in, I think we did a guy right here, right? So we have the guy on a bike, right? Okay. And then for the display size, I'll change that to cover. The next thing I want to do is I want to add in an overlay. You guys are going to see it's too bright, so if I add in text right here, people can't see it, you know? So let's go ahead and add in a overlay, classic, and I'll just use the text, okay? So now it has like that darker color. You know, you guys can also use the other one if you want, you know, the secondary. Actually, secondary might be better. Like, yeah, let's use that. So now we just need to drag in elements. So we have a text, divider, text, and a button. Really simple, guys, right? I know it looks hard, but it's really not. So we have, we'll just do a heading. We'll change this to sports. Okay. And we'll just make that white and a little bit smaller, right? It's too large. Change it to 41. And I'll make this as default now. All right, since we're already working over here, right? Next, we have the divider module. Divider. And I'll just make this like, you know, I don't know. What should we do, guys? 20 is good, all right? But under the style tab, we need to change the color now, right? So I think now white looks more appropriate. I'll go ahead and duplicate this. We'll drag that below the divider. And now we have shop sports equipment, okay? Shop sports equipment, okay? And then we have the button below that. Perfect. Now we have to make some small adjustments. Maybe this text is just a little bit too large now. I mean, let's just do maybe like, I don't know, 30 or something, or 25, right? And now I want to add in padding all around this. So over here, under the advanced, I want to add in padding. Just like a little bit more space, you know, just to make it more like perfect. Look at that, beautiful. All right, how about that? So now we can go ahead and just duplicate this. So over here, duplicates, and duplicates. Over here, delete, and delete, and we are all good. Now, the very next thing we have to do is we now need to control this with the flex box. So over here, I'll click on the dots over here. Okay, so now we have these 3 sections. Now, I probably should have added a flex box, so we added that inside, but we can always use this right here. We can just use the container, right? So over here under the container, I want to add some gap, right? Some gap, maybe like 20, and also like 20 over here too. Okay, and there you go. So now we have this beautiful section that we just created, and all we have to do here obviously is just go ahead and change these to the specific product category. And with the power of video editing, I just created a new section right here. So we have sports, swimwear, and then we also have hiking, right? Pretty cool, right? So now that we added this section in, now we're ready to start adding products. So we need to basically create this section right here. And as you guys can tell, you know, we have these really nice abstract background right here, and we boxed it with this really nice gray elegant background just to give it a little bit more emphasis. So let me show you guys how to do that. We'll go ahead and go over here, and we're gonna add in a new section. Go ahead now and create a new section. Now what I wanna do next is I wanna actually drag a container in here and plot it in there right there. This is very important, so make sure you guys do add this container in. Okay, and the next thing, I'll drag in a heading text, and we'll change this to like our product categories. Right, and then for the style, I'll change that to black, and we'll space that. Okay, next I want to add in some space. So over here under the container, I'll click on the 6 dots, go to the advanced, and I'm gonna add some space right here. So we're just gonna add in probably like maybe 100 pixels, right? Let's add in 100 pixels. Okay. Next, I'll add in a divider module. Here we go. Drag that in there. And we're going to put something like 20, put this in the centered, and then we'll make this, actually we'll leave it as black for now. Okay.
Now we're gonna install the WooCommerce plugin, and then we're gonna create a variety of products. Once we create the products, we're then going to finish the rest of the website, and then we'll talk more about the advanced WooCommerce settings later in the video. You guys ready? Let's go ahead and install WooCommerce and create some products.
Next, we'll click on updates. So now let's turn this website into an e-commerce website. And to do that, we need to install a plugin. So let's go back over here to the dashboard. All right, WordPress. Now over here under plugins, let's click on add new. Now we're going to install a very popular plugin called WooCommerce. WooCommerce is a free plugin that allows you to turn your website into an e-commerce website. It has tons of extensions, and there's so much you guys can do with this plugin. So this is the plugin right here. It is called WooCommerce. Go ahead and click on install now. Then you'll click on activate. All right, cool. So next it'll prompt you guys with a setup wizard, but let's just skip this. So I'll click on skip guided setup, but we need to at least tell them where we're located. So I'm gonna put United States, and I'll put, where's Las Vegas at, or Nevada? Here we go, Nevada. Where you at, Nevada? There we go. Okay. Then I'll click on go to my store. Okay. We're going to skip this for now. Now, really quick, over here under settings, let's first click on settings. And there's one thing I want to quickly change. So over here under products, let's click on products. And here we have weight units. Now in America, we use pounds and we also use inches. If you guys are in Europe or in Asia, I realize you guys use kilograms. So you guys will go ahead and change this to the appropriate measurement units. Next, I'll click on Save Changes. And next, let's go ahead and create some products. So over here, let's click on Products. So right now we have no products. So let me explain what kind of products that we're gonna make. So here's the first product that we're gonna create. This is called a simple product. A simple product has no variables, right? All it has is the add to cart feature. And here users can go ahead and select a specific quantity and then they can just add it to the carts. So let me show you guys how to create a simple product. Over here, let's click on Create Product. Now I'm gonna go ahead and close this just because I don't really care about all that, right? So let's go ahead and create our first product. Now this is gonna be a basketball net. So I'm gonna type in basketball nets. Now here we have the product description. Now this description actually displays below the product. So right here, you'll see we have some other description. This is the description like that you might want to talk about where it's made from or the materials or dimensions or something technical about the product. You guys can add it in right here. I'll just throw in some just demo content for now. If we scroll down, we're gonna see a few options. Here we have product data, right? So we have simple products, group products, affiliate products, and variable products. Now we're just going to select a simple product for now. Here you can see we can select virtual and also downloadable. So a virtual product would be something like a phone call, right? Or a lawyer consultation. And a downloadable product would be a product where users can actually download something and you guys can actually choose the file right here. But we'll come back to that in just a little bit, but it is very self-explanatory, right? Pretty simple. So let's uncheck these. So first, how much does this cost? Well, I'm gonna say this costs $100. Is this on sale? Well, we can put a sale price. So I'll go ahead and put $80. Now, when do you want to schedule this sale? Well, I'll put 27th to the end of March, right? So it's like a 1 month sale. All right, cool, awesome. Next, we have inventory. If you guys have a SKU number, you guys can enter it in right there. Next, we have stock management. If you guys want to display how many you have in the store, you guys can click on this check and then display it. So for example, I have 50 in stock. It's really up to you if you want to tell your customers how much you have left or not, but it's your store, but I'm just showing you guys how to do this. Sometimes displaying the quantity of the products does create urgency and it can lead to more sales. Do you guys want to allow back orders? If you guys do, you guys can say allow or not allow, or you guys can allow but notify the customer. I'll just click on do not allow, and that means if I'm sold out, they can no longer purchase the product. Now, when do you want to be notified when you guys are running low on this specific product? Well, I'll say, look, if we have only 10 products left, then I want to be notified. Then they're going to send me an email and notify me saying, hey, you are running low on this stock. You might want to refill, okay? The last one is sold individually. This is a very strange option. So basically saying this product can only be purchased and no other products. So if you have this checked, that means the user can only add this to the cart and no other products. There are some very rare circumstances this would make sense, but for most of us, we will not have that checked. Next, we have shipping. How much does this weigh? Well, it weighs about 10 pounds. Here is the dimensions. I'll put maybe it's 24 inches, 10, and I don't know, 18 or 20. Yeah, there we go, 18. I don't know, whatever. Shipping class, we'll come back to that a little bit later when we talk about the WooCommerce settings. Link products, we have no products right now, so there's nothing to upsell or cross-sell, so we'll skip that for now. Attributes, this does not apply to us. This is only for variable products, and this would mean we're gonna add variables, but we'll do this in the next section. Advanced, if you guys want to leave a purchase note for your customer, you can leave them a note saying, thank you so much, dude. Menu order, this will actually display your products in a specific order on your shop page. After we create more products, we'll come back to that and you guys will get a little bit more understanding of what that option is. You guys can enable reviews for the products. And here is the product short description.
Now this is very important because this is the text that's going to represent the actual product. So this right here is the actual product description. So you need to make sure that you guys do have something really descriptive here for your products. If you guys do need help, always try ChatGPT. So I'm over here on ChatGPT, and for example, create me product description for a basketball net for my e-commerce store. And you guys can actually use this description and then just copy and paste this onto the website. All right, so they created some description for me, and I'll just go ahead and just use this, right? I don't wanna use too much, right? I don't wanna fill up the page here because that's a lot, but I'll just go ahead and throw in something right here, right? Really cool, okay. So we have the description, we have the product info. Next, let's talk about the images. So over here under product image, I'm going to select the basketball nets. So here is the basketball nets. I'll go ahead and set this product image. Now, if you guys have more angles or images of this product, you guys can also add these. I'll just go ahead and just, use this one just as an example, right? So next we have product categories, and this is actually pretty important. So for product categories, I'm gonna put sports accessories, okay? And then I'll add this category, okay? Here for tags, I'll put basketball, 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 orange, and then nets. Tags can help your users search for products a little bit easier, right? Here we have some options from that plugin, but we're not gonna use that, right? So I think we're all ready to rock and roll, guys. I think that's it, right? Let's go ahead and publish this to the store now. So right here, I'll click on publish. All right, and now let's view the product. And look at that, we have this beautiful product. How about that, a basketball nets? You'll see we have some key features from ChatGPT. We have 50 in stock. We have our categories, such as sport accessories. We have tags. People can add this to the carts. Here we have more images of the actual products, and when users hover over it, it actually zooms in a little bit on the actual product, right? So over here, we can zoom in on it, right? Scrolling down here, we have some description, and also people can leave reviews about the product, like amazing product. And there is our review. You guys can restrict this to only certified buyers, and we'll talk more about that in the WooCommerce settings. Now, scrolling back over here, if we click on sport accessories, you guys are gonna see this page, and this page will actually put all the products within this category onto this page only, right? Pretty cool. So that is how we can create a simple product, right? Now, before we go on any further, let's first now add the shop page to the actual menu, because when we installed WooCommerce, it actually created the shop page for us. So let's do that. Let's go back over here to dashboard. Over here under the appearance, now let's click on menus. Over here under pages, I'll click on view all. Now you guys are gonna see more pages. You're gonna see cart, checkout, and then also the shop. So I'll go ahead and add that to the menu. And I'll rearrange this, right? Make it look a little cool. Here we go, the cart and the checkout, right? Also, what's also really cool about creating products and product categories is you can also add these products to the menu. So here we have products. If you guys do want to add products to the menu, you guys can go ahead and just, click on add to menu, and you guys can now add products to the menu. If you guys want to delete it, all you got to do is just remove it. You guys can also create product categories. So over here, we can now add in product categories. And I think most shops actually add product categories to their shop, right? So here we can put in sport accessories, equipment, and other, sports categories to, redirect the user to buy your products, right? But for now, I'll just go ahead and click on Save Menu. Okay. And we'll take a look at our website one more time. So now you guys will see we have a shop. And if I click on it, you will now see all the products will be displayed on your shop page. How about that? Now, I know this page looks really boring and bland. We will design this page a little bit more once we talk about the theme options. So don't worry about that. We will make this site look amazing, okay? So now that I showed you guys about the shop page and these simple products, now let's create a variable product. Over here, let's click on Add New. So what is a variable product? So I'm over here on the shop page, and this right here is an example of a variable product. So I'll click on the outdoor lamp. Now this product right here actually has different variables such as size and color. So this is an outdoor lamp, right? And for the size, I'll select medium. And then if I change the actual color, you'll see the product actually changes based off what the user selects, right? Pretty cool. So we'll go ahead and adjust this right here and we'll create a variable product. Another example would be like this watch over here. So I actually created another one, right? This is a variable watch. And this is just like a watch right here, but we actually have different colors, right? We have brown and we also have like, large and stuff like that. So I'll be showing you guys how to create this type of product. And this is gonna be probably a very common product for most of you because many of your products might have variables. So let's do it. So this is gonna be an outdoor lamp. For the product description, I'll just throw in some demo content. Okay. Next, right here, you'll see product data. Let's go ahead now and select variable products. Let's go ahead and close these little annoying notices. All right. Next, shipping. We've already talked about that. Here we have linked products. So now we can actually add a upsell. So an upsell is a product that you can recommend when someone's actually viewing the product. So I'll go ahead and put in the basketball net. Okay. Also, you guys can always hover over this in case you guys are not, 100% familiar. So we're basically just going to be recommending products when people are currently viewing this specific product. Okay. Next, we have attributes. So this is where we're going to add in the attributes, right? So the first one is going to be size. All right. Next, we're going to type in small. Now, you need to enter a symbol. So on your keyboard, above the enter sign, you're going to see a bracket sign. I'll go ahead and put it up here on the screen. You need to hold shift and press that bracket sign. And it'll look just like that. Once you do that, now you're going to enter in the next value. So I'll put in medium, all right? And the last one will be large. Okay. I'll go ahead now and close this. Now I want to add in another one. Add new. Okay. This is going to be color. We're going to put yellow, red, and yellow. I'm sorry, orange. Silly me. Okay. So now I want to make sure under both of these that these boxes are both checked. I want use for all variations. And now I'll click on Save Attributes. Okay. Once we actually save those, we'll now go to Variations. Then I'll click on Generate Variations. I'll click on OK. And now WooCommerce is going to create variations for all of these different attributes. So now we have small yellow, small red, small orange. It looks like I spelled orange wrong. Whoops. Let's see if I can actually change that. Orange. There we go. Okay. So now we have all these different variations. Now, you need to actually go ahead and add in a price and an image for all of these. This can be a little time consuming, but I'll walk you guys through how to do it. Over here, I'll click on Edits. And for small yellow, I first want to add in an image of the yellow lamp, right? And this is going to be $100, right? You guys can also put in more information about this right here, such as the weight and everything. So you guys might want to do that, right? Makes sense. But I'm not going to. I'm just going to close that and open in the second one. So small red. Here we go, $100. Now I want to be transparent. If you guys forget the price on one of these variables, the entire product will not show. Okay, so you must enter everything for all the variables. All right. Over here, small orange, right? $100. So if you guys do create a variable product and people cannot add it to the cart, I just want to remind you guys, a very common mistake is that you forgot to enter the price somewhere, right? On one of these variables, okay? What color was this? This was medium yellow. Okay, medium yellow. This is still going to be $100, right? We are going to add a different price for the large one, right? Because I think large products are going to be a little bit more expensive, right? Over here, $100. And same thing over here, $100 for the orange one. Okay. Now for the large one, we're going to add in this one here, right? Large yellow, but this is going to be $150. Okay, it's going to be a little bit more expensive. Large red, $150. And then also we have large orange over here, and this is also going to be $150. All right, makes sense? All right. Now over here, we can add in some product short description. We can always use ChatGPT, you know, so let's go ahead and just make a quick prompt.
So create me product description for an outdoor sports lamp. Let's see what happens. Okay, so we have a lot of text. I'll take the key features and we'll use this, right? So I'll copy this and I'll paste that right here. And you know what? Up here, I'll actually use this other stuff, right? We have product description and we have all this really cool stuff. So I'll add this description and we'll have that right here. Okay, go ahead and paste that in. All right, how about that? Look at that, beautiful, look at that. So now I'll set a product image. So I'll just select red one as default. Product gallery images, we don't really need to select them, right? Because we already have the other ones they can select from. But for the category, I'll put like outdoors. So we'll create a new category for outdoors. Product tags, lamp, orange, red, and yellow. All right. Now there's one last thing I do want to mention. For the default form values, you guys do need to select a default. So for example, what is the first product value that they're gonna see when they click on the product? A medium red, a medium yellow. Well, I'll just put medium red because I want it to match the current product image. And I think we're all ready to rock and roll, guys. Let's go ahead now and click on publish. And now let's view the product. And look at that, we now have a beautiful outdoor lamp. You'll see the price goes from 100 to 150. We have these beautiful key features, a lot of description. And here we can adjust the size, right? So small yellow, right? There we go, small yellow, small orange, and small red or medium red, right? So you guys are gonna see it works together and it all collaborates perfectly. Now, if you guys do want to change this text, we're going to do that a little bit later in the theme options. Also, you guys might be wondering, why is this product so large? I'm actually working on a smaller screen just to make sure that it's legible for you guys, so you guys don't have to watch this from like a 2K frame, So I'm actually, again, working on 1600 by 720, so it is kind of zoomed in. So that is pretty much it for the variable product. You'll see we have our categories, we have our tags, we have our description, and everything looks amazing. We also have our upsell right here of you may also like, and it recommends the basketball nets. So congratulations, that is how we created a variable product. Now this product is probably the most difficult product to create. So now that you guys know how to make this, you guys are pretty much e-commerce pros. So pat yourself on the back and congratulations. So now that we understand what a variable product is, let's move on to the next product. Now we're gonna create a group product. A group product is a product with multiple products inside of it. For example, here we have this basketball, and this basketball might come in different sizes, right? We have 12-inch, 14-inch, and also 16-inch. Another good example of this would be an iPhone, right? An iPhone has multiple sizes such as 256, 512, or 1 gig, right? So that's an example of where a group product would be useful. So let me show you guys how to create this. This one's actually a little tricky. Now, instead of actually going into the back ends, up here under the plus new, we can just go to products. And yeah, that's a little quick shortcut. Okay, so this is gonna be like basketball. Now for product description, I'm just going to go over here to ChatGPT and ask them to create some product description for a basketball. Okay, so I'll go ahead and use these technical details right here, and I'll paste that over here. Okay. Now below that, we have product data. I'm gonna select group product. Okay. Now group products, I'll be honest guys, they're a little weird. The way you make them is a little awkward. So we'll touch base on it as we go. Product short description. I'll go ahead and put in some key features here, right? Okay. And I'll paste it in right there. Wait, paste it, right? Okay. And over here on the right side, I'll click on add new category, and I'll just put sports. For product image, I'll select a product image, selecting this basketball. And that is pretty much it. So I'll go ahead now and click on publish. All right. Now we have this product, right? So over here, I'll click on all products. So here we have this basketball, right? But people can't purchase it. We now need to create products and put it inside of this parent product. So over here, let's click on add new. This will be something like a 14-inch basketball. You guys can go ahead and add in product description about this 14-inch basketball, but I'm just going to enter in the demo content for now. Okay. Simple products. I'll go ahead and put something like 50 bucks. Now you guys don't really need to enter the description if you guys don't want to, but it's strictly optional. And I'll go ahead and add in the product image of just the basketball, right? And before we actually publish this, we need to do something. Over here under catalog visibility, I want to make sure that this is hidden. Okay, so make sure that you guys do hide this. Okay, so you do not want this to appear on your shop. I'll click on OK, and then I'll click on Publish. Okay, now we're going to create the 16-inch. So over here, add new, 16-inch basketball, and I'll do the very same thing. Just go ahead and paste in some description. And then we'll do the very same thing. I'll just paste in some description, right? This will be $60, right? It's a little bit more expensive. Put some more description, right? And same thing, product image. I'll put the basketball, and then we're also gonna hide this as well. Okay. And then I'll click on publish. Now we're gonna make one more. All right, so now we have like the 20-inch. And I will also throw in some description here, right? This will be $100. You know, it's pretty expensive basketball, right? Okay. And then also we will add in the product image. Okay. We'll also make sure this is hidden. All right. And then lastly, we will publish this product. Okay, cool. Now let's go over here and click on all products. You're gonna see that we have these products right here. But what I want you guys to do is go to the first one, which was the basketball, and then click on edit. We're gonna scroll down, and as we scroll down, you're gonna see linked products. Let's click on linked products. Here you're gonna see group products. I'll go ahead and just type in basketball, or basket. Now you're gonna see 14-inch, 16-inch, and a 20-inch. Just go ahead and add all three of these. All right, and then the last one. Okay. And then also for the upsell, I'll just put in like a net, you know, why not? Okay. All right. So there we go. We added in those group products. The upsells is not required. You don't have to, but it's just, you know, if you just want to recommend the basketball net if they are currently viewing these products. Okay. So now let's click on updates. Now that we've done that, now let's go ahead and view the product. Here we go. We have this basketball. We have our key features. And over here, you'll see we have 14-inch, 16, and then also 20. And you just can go ahead and add all these to the cart right here by clicking on Add to Cart. All right, so that is a group product. I know it might be a little weird and awkward to create, but that's just how it's done, right? Now I added that to the carts, and over here, I'll click on View Cart. You guys are gonna see that we actually have this really nice cart right here where we have the products, we have the name of the product, and yeah, you just can go ahead now and proceed to checkout. And here is the checkout page. So that is pretty much how you guys can create a group product. And I just wanted to show you guys the cart and checkout just because we haven't checked it out yet. Okay, so now that we created those products, now let me walk you guys through the other various products. These ones are pretty easy to make, right? So the next product we're gonna create is called a virtual product, right? And this is like a coaching session. Here I'll just throw in some demo content. This is gonna be really quick and easy. All you gotta do is just check in the virtual right here and then just add the product, right? Okay, what the virtual option actually does is it basically excludes shipping, okay? So that is one key metric. So if users check this out on your website, they will not be charged shipping because obviously this is a virtual product, right? And I'll just go ahead and put a picture of like a, you know, like a guy or something saying, oh, you know, we'll teach you how to do this, you know? Then I'll click on publish. I'll view the product. And this right here is a coaching session, all right? Pretty simple, right? It's pretty easy, you know? I think you guys understand it, right? Now let's go ahead and do another one. Over here, products. We have 2 more products left, guys. Just 2 more, and then we're done. This one is gonna be a downloadable product. So this is gonna be a basketball, no, I'm sorry, a cycling guide. Okay, just throwing some description here. Obviously just demo. Here I'll put in virtual and downloadable. So right here I'll put $100. And right here for downloadable files, all you're gonna do is click on choose a file right here, and then you're just going to choose the file that you want them to download and then insert that URL. And that is it. Once they've done that, they'll go ahead and just, set the product image here. So I think we're gonna do the bicycle, right? You could put this in a category if you want, right? Like, I don't know, sports or whatever, right? Then I'll click on publish. All right, so here is a cycling guide where users can read about your course or your guide, and then they can add it to the cart and purchase it on your websites. Now, the very last product is a product that's, I guess you could use. This is called an affiliate product or an external product. So for example, basketball on Amazon. Now, bear with me, this is gonna be a little different. So essentially what this product is you're going to recommend other products. So over here under product types, you'll click external affiliate product. Now, what this is going to do is that if someone actually clicks on this product, it's going to redirect them to another website. Now, you might want to put in your affiliate link right here. So if you guys are an affiliate for some other company, or you want to recommend this product on another sister website, you can go ahead and put that URL right here. So I'll just put darylwilson.com, right? Or visit Daryl. Visit darylwilson.com. Here is the price, right? And over here, I'll just throw in some demo content, right? So essentially what this is gonna do, it's just gonna redirect them. But let me make sure I put in HTTPS, okay? And let's just say I am selling a basketball too. I don't know, guys. You're gonna, you can put in whatever here, but let me give you guys an example right here. Okay, so let's say, for example, like you guys are an Amazon affiliate and you guys want to recommend this product. You guys would just use the site Stripe and just use your affiliate link. And then you guys can just go ahead and go back over here and then just like paste it in, right? So instead of this, I'll just put like visit Amazon or buy on Amazon, right? I think that's more practical. Okay. And you guys might want to download the images from Amazon and use these images instead of the default one, right? And that is pretty much it. So I'll click on publish. And if I view the product here, okay, so here is the product right here. It is basketball on Amazon. We have some key features. And if someone were to click on this right here, this will actually redirect them to purchase the basketball on Amazon. So this is an example of an affiliate product. I personally think that the blog is a much better method to get affiliate commissions versus like this kind of affiliate product store, right? So that is pretty much all of the products summed up. So congrats, you guys know how to make all the products for WooCommerce. Now, really quickly, let's go over here to dashboard, and I just want to touch base on the product section. So over here under products, let's click on all products. So here's all the products, right? We have the name, the SKU, the stock, the price, and then also the categories. If you guys actually want to get rid of things like the tag or the SKU, right here under the screen options, you guys can actually take this off, right? So I'll get rid of the SKU number and I'll get rid of the tags. I'll click on apply. And now we have just these standard products right here, right? Pretty cool. Also right here, we have categories. So you guys might've seen that we have this uncategorized. What I wanna do right here is make sports default, and I wanna delete this uncategorized. I just don't want it, just don't need it, okay? Next over here, we have tags. So here's a list of product tags. Tags just make things a little bit more easier to find for users on your shop. And then lastly, we have reviews. And if someone leaves a review on specific products, they will be displayed right here. So that is the product summed up. That's how you guys can check out products. Also, if you guys do want to quickly edit a product right here, you'll click on quick edits, and then you can basically edit it right here, right from the back end. Okay. So now that we have created all of the products and we're pretty much all set, now let's add these products onto the home page. So let's go back over here and edit with Elementor. Okay, so now that we know how to create products, now let's go ahead and finish the rest of the website. So we're going to finish the rest of the website, and after the website's fully complete, we'll then focus more on the e-commerce aspect like the shop and the theme customizer. You guys ready? Let's go ahead and go back to the website. Okay, so let's go ahead and scroll down here. I'm going to keep scrolling. Now I want to add these products onto the home page. So over here, I'm going to type in Woo, and you're going to see this Woo products right here. Now this is actually from the plugin that we installed earlier in the video, so that's why we installed it. And I'll just throw it right here. All right, here we go. So we actually have a few different skins, right? We have skin 1, Skin 2. All right, so I guess they hover over it. Looks, looks kind of different. Here we go. Skin 3. All right. Okay. Skin 4. All right. Little styling stuff to do, right? But that's pretty cool, Skin 4. We have skin 5 as well. Okay. So I'll stick with skin 5 for now. And another option that is very important is the actual query. So the query allows you guys to select specific categories. So I'll click on custom query. And let's say, for example, I just want to display only maybe the sports and the sport accessories, right? So over here, sports, you'll see everything in the sports category will then be selected. We also have the sport accessories, right? So we got these two here, right? Pretty cool. And then also we have outdoors, right? So that's how you guys can use the product categories to your advantage, right? Let's get rid of sports right here. Let's see what it displays. So we just got these two products, right? Not too bad, right? But why not? We'll add all of them. So now we also have other options like display options where you can either, turn the image off, you can turn the title off, the category, the price, and so on and so forth, right? And here are just a bunch of other options that you guys can go through just in case you guys just want to get a little bit more stylish and customizable with your products. More importantly, I want to go to the style section and I want to change this add to cart, right? I want to make sure that we actually have that red background we've been using. So over here under the background type, under classic, I want to choose that red again. Now, also one thing I want to mention is you guys should probably use the same image size for all of your images. Over here on my demo website, you guys are going to see it's a really clean format, and that's because all these images are the same exact size, and users can just scroll through it in a really nice and clean manner, right? So let me show you guys also now how to add in the background and then also the color. So the first thing I want to do is over here under the 6 dots, I now want to go to style, and now I want to add in a background. So over here, classic, image, and you guys can use the image. It's in the folder, but I'll go ahead and use this one right here. So here is the image that I used. It's very faint, right? But it's just going to add some very small abstract designs in the background, right? Okay, so I uploaded the image. And then right here, we can do something like cover or contain. You guys can move this around to, to see what fits best for your websites. I think this actually works pretty good for the contain, right? Looks pretty, pretty nice, pretty cute, pretty stylish, right? So that's how I basically added in those little, those little icons and stuff like that. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to add a very subtle background only on this flex box. So I don't want to use this container. I just want to use the flex box. So I want to add a background to this flex box. So over here, I'll go to the background, classic, and then right here, we'll add in a very faint color. So we'll use the EE again here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there we go. So essentially what I've done here is I've just decided to, add in a very faint color, right? And, once you add in that very faint color, it does give it a little bit more emphasis. I probably should remove the white background for this one right here. And yeah, if you guys do need help with that, you guys can go to a website right here called Remove BG. And this is a cool website, and this website will actually remove all of the background images from your products. So over here, I'll just go ahead and choose the file. So for example, this one right here has a white background, and all you got to do is just upload it here, and that's it. So that's how you guys can remove the background right here, and then you can apply this on your e-commerce websites. Now what I'll do right here is I'll quickly go ahead and create 3 products just like the demo and just show you guys how I did that. And with the power of video editing, I'll go ahead and make 3 quick products. Okay, so I went ahead and I made 3 simple products of shoes, and now I'll apply these to the home page. And once you guys make the products and you guys can see they're the same dimensions, these are 875 by 875. It doesn't really necessarily matter as long as they're identical. So these 3 images are the same size with no white background, right? And up here, I just want to add in a little bit more padding. I want the gray to be a little bit more higher, right? So what I'll do over here is I'll just go ahead and add some padding to the top. All right, maybe just 40 or something, right? And then also I want to turn this into a carousel. So I want people to actually like scroll through it, right? There we go. So now you'll see that there's arrows and people can go ahead and like scroll between like the categories right here. So that's how we can recreate this section. I do think it's a very vibrant way to showcase your products. So you'll see over here on our demo website that it looks very identical, right? We have the title, we have the black bar, we have the products, and then over here we just have some little back abstract designs, right? So that's how you guys can recreate that specific section and showcase your products on your homepage. Okay, now the next section, we're gonna use AI. So here we have this section and we're actually gonna use the Elementor AI for this section. So right here, I'll click on this little magic symbol. Now you guys will need to connect your website to Elementor. It's free, doesn't cost you guys anything whatsoever. So right here, I'll click on connect and I'm gonna connect my website with Elementor. Okay, so I went ahead and I logged in and I'll click on I approve and then I'll click on get started. All right, now what this is gonna do is we can actually use this to get ideas for different sections of our websites. So I want to create a call to action section right here. So I'm going to ask it to create a call to action section with a button in the middle. All right, so let's try it. Create me a call to action section that is full width with a button in the middle. Let's just see what it gives us, guys. I have no idea. Let's just test this out. All right, here we go. Okay, now this is actually not bad at all. I think we'll take this one right here. I think this one will work. So let's go ahead and click on this one. And you guys are gonna see, this is pretty cool. Here, I'll click on use layout here. I think I gotta click on use layout. There we go. Let's see what happens here. Woo, look at that. I mean, this is actually really, really nice actually. And what we're gonna do here is I just gotta click on this and just change the color scheme to something like Ascent, and we're good to go. Ooh, that border. Ooh, gotta get rid of that border too. This button, I'll just delete it, and voila. I mean, look how amazing that is. And then all we gotta do here is just add in like a background image, and then we're good to go, right? So over here, style, classic, and then I'll just put in a background image. All right, this can be anything, right? I'll go ahead and put in that. And look at that. Pretty cool, right? Here I'll add in a quick little background overlay, and then we'll probably just change the text to white, right? I think that's good, right? Go ahead and add in a quick little overlay here. And then we'll change this text to white. And done. So that's how we can create a section with AI. The AI with Elementor is actually pretty helpful. If you guys feel like you guys are running into designer block, you guys can always use the AI, and it can actually be really helpful a lot of the times. Now also right here, this might be like an email subscribe, and I'm not gonna go through email marketing right now, but all you're really gonna do is go to your email provider, and for example, right here, I'm using MailChimp, and for MailChimp, what I can do is get the link to my form or to my email audience, and I can just paste it in there, right? So you guys can use a bunch of different email providers. You guys can use MailChimp, Constant Contact, Aweber, or yeah, there's tons of them out there, guys. So I'm not gonna go through email marketing in this video because that's a whole nother topic, but you guys can paste the link to your subscriber setup right here, okay? So that is how we can create this section right here. Now the next sections are actually really easy. All we're gonna do is just basically add in a section and it's gonna propagate for us. Only like one element, guys, right? Here we go. Make this black, right? Put in the center. Give it some padding here at the top. All right. Okay. Throw in a divider. All right, centered. I'm gonna put like 20, right? Change it to black. And this will be something like countdown, right? Or on flash sale. All right, now we're gonna add in a countdown widgets, right? Countdown, right? So here is the element that I'm using, right? It is the countdown, and I'll just throw it in right here. And then there you go. Now you guys can go ahead and change the due date right here, and then you guys can also restrict, like, if you don't want it to display hours or seconds, so I'll get rid of seconds.
And then here you guys can design it. I'm not gonna go through it because obviously, you know, that's gonna take a while. So you guys can style this on your own free time. And then over here, I'll just grab in the Woo products again. And done. That's it. There you go. So that's pretty much how we created that other section. All I gotta do here is just change the colors and stuff like that. So over here, I'll change this to a carousel. And for the style, I'll change the add to cart to the color we've been using, right? So, whoops, we've been using that red color, right? Whoa, 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 whoa. White text, there we go, my bad, there we go. Background type, there it is, okay, cool. All right, there we go. So that's how we create that section over there. So same thing, right? On flash sale, the time, and then we have these products right here. The next is the blog. So let's go ahead and show you guys how to do that. So let's go ahead and add in the title, right? So next, I'll put in a little title here. And this will be like, welcome to our blog. And we'll change this to black, right? And we'll save this as default, actually. I don't know why I keep doing that. My bad, guys. Here, we'll save that to default, okay? Put that in the center. And we'll also give this some padding, right? Because this is a little too close to each other, right? So padding, we'll do 100 pixels at the top. All right. And we can go ahead and add in a divider as well. Just like before. I think this scheme is actually kind of cool. We're carrying this throughout the website, right? We'll go ahead and put it like that. And now we need to actually create a blog post. So let's do that. Let's go ahead now and create a blog post. So I'll click on update. And now let's go ahead and go to the back. Now creating a blog post and creating a page is the same exact process, except over here, you'll click on posts. So right here, I'll click on all posts. Now this is a default post, so I'm gonna delete this right here. And up here at the top, I'll click on add new post. So this is gonna be your blog post. So this is the 10 best sports products to buy. Okay, so once you guys actually have your blog post title, you'll then go ahead and just add in the content right here. Now this is actually using a builder called Gutenberg. And if you guys want to add in elements, you'll click on the plus, and this is where you guys can add in elements. So you can add in paragraph, you can add in images, you can add in all sorts of cool stuff like video and stuff like that. So you can type right here. And then if you guys do want a quick shortcut, you'll type in dash, maybe image. And then this is where you can like upload images. So essentially what you want to do here is you probably want to talk about your own products, right? Go ahead and shrink that down, right? Okay. But I do recommend using ChatGPT. So over here, I'm going to go ahead and create an article right here. So create me an article on the top 10 best sports products to buy. Make sure to include basketballs and basketball nets. All right, so here is my content. Now, I definitely do not recommend to copy and paste stuff from ChatGPT. I actually have another video. In fact, I have 3 videos on how to create content to get traffic to your websites. I'll leave those in the description, but for now, let's just go ahead and just paste this in here. So I'll just go ahead and paste it in, right? I'll get rid of this. And obviously you guys should probably put like images for each, for each product. So right here, image. So this one's talking about a basketball, right? So I'll just put in like a quick little image of a basketball, right? And then over here, I'll go ahead and press enter. And then I want to enter in like a button, right? Button. And this will be like, buy now or buy now, right? And what I can do here is I can actually link them to my specific products. So for example, here we have this product on my other website, and I'll just copy this, and all you gotta do right here is just paste the link, right? So on the right side, you're gonna see this little fill, right? And we're just gonna change the background color, right? So this is just a quick little example, guys. So you can use ChatGPT to create content. This will get picked up by the search engine, and then you can go ahead and recommend your own products and then have links to your own products on your own store. Right? That is a quick rundown of how to create blogs and then how to incorporate AI into those blogs. One thing to consider is over here under featured image, you guys should probably add a featured image here. So I'll just put in something like this. And then for the categories, we'll go ahead and put like sports, right? Sports. Okay. And once you guys are done, we'll then click on publish. Now let's click on view post. All right, here we go. 10 products to buy. We have the author, we have the content, and then right here we have the basketball and buy now. If I click on this, it'll then take me to purchase this basketball. So this is a great way on how to get more traffic. I personally blog on my website, guys, and I get around 50 to 100,000 visitors every single month. So creating content like this is crucial to get traffic to your websites. Now, if you guys plan to market your e-commerce website, I highly recommend to use AI. You guys can actually generate tons of blog articles using AI. And we actually have 2 videos that show you how to use specific prompts to create really rich content for your e-commerce websites. So for example, you guys can make something like top 10 best this, top 5 best that, right? And just recommend all your own products only. That's all you gotta do. In fact, most companies today do that, believe it or not. So if you guys do wanna learn AI, or you want to, get your hands in it and mess with it a little bit, I have 2 videos over here that'll teach you guys how to use AI to bring traffic to your e-commerce websites. And we actually do have articles ranking on the first page of Google, and this was all created using AI content. So if you guys are interested in that, we'll go ahead and leave those tutorials in the description below of this video. So now that we created the blog post, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna add it right here below this. So let's go ahead now and turn back on the page builder. Okay, and over here, I'll just type in blog, right? So here is the blog right here, and I'm gonna take this and just drag and drop it. So now all of the blog posts that I create will be displayed right here, and I'll go ahead and change this to 3 columns. And obviously there's a lot of styling options, but on your own free time, you guys can go ahead and check that out. I just want to change the color right here. So the title for the color, I'll make that red. And voila. So that's how you guys can incorporate a blog onto your websites. Now, also one thing I want to mention is, since you guys created a blog post, you guys also need to create a page for your blog to display on. So let's quickly do that. Over here, I'll click on the WordPress icon, and up here, I'll click on plus new and page. And this will be the primary blog page, right? So this is the blog page, okay? Once I create this page, I also need to add it to the menu, right? Can't forget that, So over here, appearance and menus. And I want to add the blog page now to the menu. Okay, here we go. I'll put it right there. Okay. Once we do that, we now need to assign the blog page as our blog page. This can be done in the theme customizer. So up here, I'll click on customize. And remember earlier how we went to the homepage option? We'll go over here to homepage settings, but this time I want to change the post page to our blog page. And then I'll click on publish. I'll go ahead and close this browser. And here we go. So we have our blog right here, and our blog post will be displayed right here in a really nice, clean format. So that's how we can incorporate a blog onto the websites. So now let's go ahead and turn back on the page builder, and let's finish the rest of the website. We're actually almost done. Now the very last section is this section right here. Essentially what I've done is I just added in some images, and I added 2 shape dividers. So that's how we achieve this look. So let me show you guys how I did that. Over here, go ahead and put the plus. Now I'm gonna throw in a container here. Actually, no container, we don't need a container. We'll just throw in an image, okay? Next, we'll throw in some images, right? So image, right? Okay, so I'll just use this icon for now, right? This little logo right here. So I'll just use this, and I'm gonna duplicate this. So I'll go ahead and duplicate it, and duplicate it. And we'll do that maybe just like a few more times, right? Okay, so you guys get the point, right? We have a bunch of like partner icons. Now what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to go ahead and edit this container. So the first thing I wanna do is I wanna make this full width, right? And then I wanna add in some padding, right? So up here, I'll throw in some padding. All right, I'll just put in like 30 or something like that, or I don't know, whatever you guys wanna do, 40, 50, you guys will see that we can just add in padding there, right? Okay, so now that we have our space, now let's add in the backgrounds. Now this background is gonna be a little bit more tricky. So over here under the background, I first wanna add a classic color. So over here, we now have this classic color. I now wanna add a shape divider that is white. So over here, I'll go to Waves Brush, and then you're gonna change this to something like white, right? So now you're gonna see that it has this. And I wanna make sure that these are both 100, right? 100 and 100. And then we'll do the same thing for the bottom, okay? Then we're gonna change this to white, okay? Make sure that's white.
And then we'll also change this to 100 to 100 as well, right? Okay. Now we might need to make this a little bit larger here. So this box needs to be a little bit larger. So over here under layouts, we can actually use the flex box if we want. So what we can do is we can make the minimum height longer, right? All right. And then we can put the elements like in the middle of the center. Something like that, right? That looks a lot cleaner. So that's how we can use the flex box and also add in those shape dividers to create these really interesting sections. So that is pretty much it, guys, for the homepage. Congratulations. This right here is the actual theme. So we're not going to actually use this. This is going to be a little bit later. But essentially, we have created a full landing page and a homepage for e-commerce websites. So congratulations. Pat yourself on the back. Go ahead and take a quick little break. If you guys don't need a break, let's go ahead and keep going and let's create the very next section, which is going to be the About Us page. Okay, now before we go on any further, guys, I just want to go ahead and change this to my logo. You know, it'll make the website look a lot more structured. Trust me, you guys are going to see just that little part will make the website like turn to like a night and day difference. Now, I'm not going to go too far into this, but over here under the header, under the logo section, I now want to just upload my logo right here. So I'm just going to upload my logo, right? And I'll go ahead and upload it here and I'll select it. And I also want to make sure that I actually hide the site title right here. So site title, I'm going to uncheck that. I'll publish this. I'll close the theme customizer and look at that, guys. It is getting warmer and warmer to a really nice looking e-commerce website. Now, if you guys don't have a logo, let me show you guys where you can get one. There is a link in the description. You guys can also go to darylwilson.com/Fiverr. And you guys can use this website if you guys need help with logos. Okay, so let me go ahead and close all these really annoying pop-ups. Over here, we'll just type in logo. I do recommend getting it from this website because you guys can actually legally copyright this stuff and use it on your website. If you guys go to like a free logo maker, you guys legally have no rights to that and there's no use for it, right? It's not real. It's just like BS, you know? So here you guys can get logos for as little as $5. If you guys do want to search on a budget, over here we can just do like a custom budget of, I don't know, $10. I mean, that's really cheap, guys. I mean, well, so did, Nike, I think only paid like a few $100s for theirs too. But yeah, so you'll see these guys will all make logos for you guys. And all you got to do is just go ahead and pick one, fill it out, and then get a logo from them. And then once you guys do that, you guys can go ahead and download it and then slap it onto your website and you'll be all good to go. Okay, so this part of the video, we're gonna be completing the rest of the website and we'll also be using pre-made templates. Now on this demo website right here, we've actually created all these pages for you guys and you guys can actually just import these on your websites. So for example, over here, we have the About Us page. And what you guys can do is use our template and just throw this onto your About Us page. We've also created the fax and also the Contact Us page as well. So let me show you guys how you guys can export and import Elementor templates. So to do that, let's first go over here to the About Us page. Now we actually have included the home page for you guys, just in case you guys want to use our exact copy, right? So here's the About Us page, and I'll go ahead and click on Edit with Elementor. Now I'm gonna go ahead and change these page settings really quick. So over here, hide the title, and also change this to Elementor full width. Now you guys won't have to do this all the time, right? A lot of these options will be available in the theme customizer, and we're gonna be talking about that in the very next section. Now right here, you'll see that there is this little folder, right? So right here, I'll click on Add Templates, and under My Templates, here we have some templates. These I was messing around with earlier, but up here you'll see that we have this little arrow, right? And here I can select the file. Now we've actually created the page for you guys. So right here you'll see website templates, and this will be in a zip file. Once you guys open that, you'll see that we have the About Us page, the contact, the custom carts, the custom Woo Dash, the fax page, and also the home page that we have created. So here's the About Us page, and I'll go ahead and just open this, and we're going to insert this onto the website. All right, cool. Okay, so there is the About Us page. So right here, I'll click on Insert and Apply. And just like that, the demo has imported perfectly on the website. You guys might have to make some minor touches, like right here, you might need to change the text, But overall, you guys can see we have just basically imported the About Us page really easily, right? This took literally like 10 seconds, right? All you got to do is just make some minor modifications to this. Like for example, up here, I think we have a little bit too much space here at the top. So for the minimum heights, I'm not really sure why it's so tall like that. So maybe I'll fix that. I'll fix that before I send it to you guys, you know? Here we go. All right, we'll go ahead and just adjust it a little bit. All right, you guys get the point, right? You guys can fully adjust this. So we'll go ahead and click on updates. Okay, now let's just say, for example, you guys want to take this page and maybe import it on another domain or on another website. You guys can do that with Elementor. So right here under the save options, I'll just save this as a template. And this will be like the remodified About Us page, right? Remodified About Us. Is that how it's spelled, remodified? Did I spell that right? Remod if, okay, whatever. All right, let's just save it, okay? You guys get the point, right? So here is the remodified About Us, and all you gotta do is click on these three dots and then just export it, and then this will download onto your computer. And all you gotta do is just take this and slap it onto a page with Elementor, and you can transfer all your work from various pages. Pretty amazing, right? Pretty cool stuff. So that is the About Us page. So congratulations, you guys have an About Us page. Okay, so now let's go ahead and go to the contact page now. So I'll go ahead and close the builder here, or I'll just go to view page, and then we'll go to the contact page. All right, same thing, edit page. And then I'll edit with Elementor. Okay, settings, hide the title, and I'll change this to Elementor full width. Okay, and then I'll go ahead and open the folder. And then under my templates, I'll go ahead and import a template here. I'm gonna select the contact us, right? Open this. And just like that, we have a beautiful contact us page. How about that, right? We have a contact, we have the map. I mean, everything's looking amazing, right? Now there's one thing that we have to do. We have to embed a contact form. Now in the free version of Elementor, there is no access to their contact form. In the pro version, they do have one, but you guys don't need to buy it. You guys can just use a free plugin. So we're gonna use WP Forms. So now let's install a plugin to embed a contact form. This way, people can send you emails that will go directly into your email inbox. Okay, over here, plugins, add new. Now guys, there are tons of contact form plugins. All you gotta do is just type in contact form. I mean, there's so many to choose from. This is a very popular free one. WP Forms is also a very popular free one. Forminator as well, this is a free one. Ninja Forms, I mean, these are all really good ones. And you know, the only way to really discover which one you like the best is just to you know, trial and error, guys. Just try one, see if it works, and if it works for you, then just go with it. But we're gonna use WP Forms for this one. So under WP Forms, we're gonna go ahead and install this one. So I'll click on Install Now, and then I'll click on Activate. Okay. I like this form because they actually have integrations for Elementor. Now right here, you'll see WP Forms. So I'll click on this form right here, and we're gonna create our first form. All right, I'll click on Let's Go. Now, I actually have a tutorial on this specific plugin. That tutorial is about an hour long, and we make various types of different forms. But just for tutorial sake, we're just gonna stick to the very bare basics here and just use a simple contact form. I'll go ahead and use this template. Now, this is the contact form, and you guys can actually just drag and drop things on here on the form, right? Like if you want your customers to enter their phone number, you can just type in phone numbers, right? And then you can just like make this required. So you have to give me your phone number and stuff like that. So you guys can actually use the fields right here and just drag and drop this. There is a pro version where you guys can add passwords, you can add e-signatures, all sorts of really crazy stuff with this plugin. But you guys don't need to do that, right? Just to get started, we don't need to do that. So at the top right, I'll click on Save. Now there is one thing I do want to mention. So over here under settings, here you're gonna see send to email address. Now, whatever it is that your WordPress email is signed up with, it's going to send the contact forms to that specific email. If you guys want to change it, all you got to do is type in that specific email address right here. Okay, so if it's like, you know, your mom at AOL.com or, you know, John at roofing.com, whatever, you'll just go ahead and type that in. But I'm going to leave mine to admin email by default. Okay, and then I'll click on Save Changes. Now there's two things I want to mention. I do have a video showing you guys how to use this plugin, and I also have a video about if your emails do not end up in your email inbox. That's typically due to a server issue and the email provider. So it really has nothing to do with the form itself, right? But I'll go ahead and just, let's just go back to the contact form here. Let's stay on focus. Here we go. Contact form, edit with Elementor, and we'll scroll down. And the cool thing is this actually has an integration with Elementor. So if we type in WP, you'll see WP forms, and I'll just drop that in there. You'll then go ahead and select the contact form, and voila, you'll see that this thing pops up right here. Now you guys can also style this, right? So this actually will fit with your specific color scheme. So over here we have the button styles, and I'll just change this to our color, right? Now you guys can modify the size and everything else and the positions of stuff, but that's actually for a whole nother video. But if you guys do want to check that out, I have a WP Forms tutorial, and I will leave that in the description below of this video. So right here, you guys can choose display options, like you can choose the form name and the form description, and they have some other just basic styling options for this specific contact form, okay? Just want to give you guys a heads up. Now, the contact forms with WordPress have always been an issue, right? And the reality is it's not WordPress, it's not the plugin's fault, it's actually the providers. So a lot of these providers, they mark WordPress as spam by default. So a lot of the time emails get blocked from WordPress. So I actually have a video on WP Forms. This will actually show you guys how to create a beautiful contact form. And we also have another tutorial on how to integrate a SMTP plugin to force the emails to go to your customers. So that video is right here. It doesn't cost you guys anything. Since you guys have already bought the hosting I recommended, we actually show you guys how to use the routing in that specific server. It takes about 10 minutes. It's really, really simple. So if you guys do have any issues with your contact forms not being sent, go ahead and watch those 2 videos. With that said, let's go ahead and jump back to the video. So congratulations, you guys have successfully completed the web design aspect of this tutorial. Give yourself a pat on the back, congratulations, and now let's move on to the next section and talk about the theme customizer. Okay, so in this part of the video, I'll introduce you all to the theme customizer. Now, every theme for WordPress has a theme customizer. This essentially allows you to design the products on the shop page. You can also adjust the header, adjust the footer of your website, and you can adjust other various parts of the website. So in this part of the video, I'll walk you all through how to use the theme customizer step by step. Ready? Let's go. All right, so in this part of the video, we'll be talking about the theme customizer. Now, the theme customizer controls various parts of the website that the page builder does not, such as the menu, and also controls various parts of the shop page where you can add in your images, you can add in a sidebar, and also adjust the color. So let me show you guys a little bit about the theme customizer. Now, up here at the top, you'll see customize. Go ahead and click on customize. Okay, so this is the Blocksy theme customizer, and this is where you guys can adjust various parts of the websites. Now, earlier in the video, we did adjust the site identity and also the homepage settings where we applied the home and the blog page. And then over here, we use the site identity where we can just change the name and then also maybe upload a site icon. Now, I'm not gonna go through every single option with this theme because it's very robust, but I'll just focus on the more important aspects of this WordPress theme. So over here, we have the header. Now the header will actually control the actual menu right here. So we have 3 different rows, right? We have the top row, the main row, and then we have the bottom row. Right now, we're just using the main row. If you guys want to drag in elements onto your menu, you guys can just go ahead and take it. So for example, I'll take a button and I'll just drag it onto the main menu. And then you'll see like the button appear. Now, if you guys do want to create more rows, like for example, if you want like social icons at the top right, here I'll drag in the social, and then you'll see we have these social icons here. You guys can also do this one more time and then create a 3rd row, and this will basically create 3 different rows. Now for every row, you guys could actually create different colors and styles. So for example, for the top row, under the design, we can change this to like a gradient color, right? Or just like a standard color, right? And then for the middle row, same thing. So these all have the same exact options. So we have the general, which controls like the actual like row, right? This like the height and stuff like that. And then also the design where you can design it. And the same thing for the bottom row as well, where you can adjust the height of the row, or you guys can go ahead and style it right here. Now what I'm gonna do here is I'm actually going to rearrange this. So I don't really want 3 rows, right? I just want 1, but you guys can make 3 if you guys wanna get really crazy, right? So over here, I'm gonna go ahead and put the card over here, and then put the button at the ends, and I'll get rid of the social, and I'll also get rid of the search, right? But I do wanna add the account, so I'll put the accounts right here, Okay. Now also for every element right here, you guys can fully design and customize. For example, over here we have menu 1. So what I'll do over here is click on the second one, and then when people hover over it, there'll be that little line underneath it. We also have type 2, where it adds this little color right here, right? And then we have type 4, which is just this these 2 lines above and below the actual icon menu. I'll just select type 1 for now. Here you guys can fully adjust the like letter spacing and stuff like that. If you guys want to space it out, right? You can do all this from right here. And then they have some other options where you can create different drop-down options. So if you want the drop-down right here to be a little different, you guys can go ahead and fully customize the drop-down options right here. And then of course you guys can also adjust the design. So right now we have this dark design, and if you guys want to change that, you can just change that to like white or something, and then you'll see it's like now white. Or you can change it to like, you know, gray or whatever, or blue, you know, and stuff like that. So yeah. Now there is one drawback, is the color that we use on the website doesn't sync with the actual theme. So they're 2 different separate products. So if you do want to add the initial color code right here, you'll just go ahead and have to enter it right here, right? So if you want like that red background, you can just go ahead and find the color code from the Elementor page builder and then just apply it right here, all right? But for now, I'll just leave it as color 4, right? Now over here we have the design options. So here we can actually fully adjust the font of the actual menu, and then also we can adjust the color. So I think right now we're using Poppins, right? So Poppins, right? So Poppins, all right. Okay, so we have Poppins right here. And then also we can change the design, right? So I don't like this color, right? So let's go ahead and click back out. And for the color, we'll just stick to like a black, right? Something very black, you know, font color, change all these to black. And now you'll see that it's just a black menu right there, okay? So over here on our menu, we did the same thing, right? We changed all this to black right here. And then here we have like the account. And then here we have this drop down cart right here. So going back over here, I'll go ahead and turn on the cart. And here we can actually change the actual icon right here. Right? And then you can change the icon size. And then over here, you guys can fully design the icon size. So instead of this, we'll just change this to a black, right? And then the badge color as well, we'll change that to black. Okay, we got to get rid of that, that blue color scheme they're giving us. Now there is an interesting option, and that is cart drawer. So if someone actually clicks right here and it actually, see if I can actually open it. There we go. Okay. So if someone hovers over this right here, there's actually more options right here. And this is the cart drawer option. If you guys do like this right here, you guys can turn it on. If you don't like that, you can just turn it off and then it'll no longer display, right? But I do like that. I think that's one unique feature with the Blocksy theme. So you guys can turn that on. And then over here under the design tab, here you guys can fully design the cart drawer. So you can actually design the color, the text, and then also the button color as well, okay? But just for tutorial's sake, I'll turn it off, but I do recommend to design it because it is actually pretty cool. Now for the button over here, we can change the button over here to a few different styles. We can also change the design right here to a different sort of color, maybe something like a red that we've been using, right? Let's go ahead and copy this one right here, right? We'll just copy this. And then we'll also just paste it over here, okay? So this is referring to the initial color, and this is the hover color. That means when someone hovers over it, you can change the color, okay? So that is the header in a nutshell. Pretty simple to understand. You guys can just kind of fiddle with this and mess around with this, and you guys will definitely understand this, right? Now over here we have the tablet mobile header, and this is also where you guys can fully customize this. So here we have a bunch of different pages, right? We have the mobile menu. Now we actually need to assign a specific menu to this canvas area. So right here under mobile menu, I'm gonna put primary menu. So I wanna use our primary menu for the mobile visitors, okay? And there's a lot more options. Here you guys can change like the toggle. All right, so here's like the little type 1, type 2, type 3, right? We have different little toggles, right? And then for the design, I'll just go ahead and maybe change the font color to like red or something. You know, just a little red. There we go. Okay. Now also you guys can add in more elements on this mobile menu as well. So you guys can go ahead and drag in more elements. So for example, I'll take this button and I'll put it right here. And then you'll see we have this button display on the mobile menu. Okay. So you guys can go ahead and, go crazy with this. You can knock yourself out. If you guys do want to design the background as well, all you got to do is click on the gear icon right here. And then this is where you can style the mobile menu for the background and all these other options. All right. Pretty amazing, right? This is why we use the Blocksy theme, because it just has so many options and features to really enhance your e-commerce store. So now I'll go ahead and go back and I'll publish this. Okay, so that is pretty much it, guys, for the header. So you guys can go ahead and design this and decorate this on your own free time. All right, awesome. Okay, so now that we know how to use the header, now let's talk about the footer. So on our demo website over here, if we scroll to the bottom, you guys are gonna notice that we have this footer right here. Now, you guys can make a custom footer from scratch using Elementor, but I think the theme works a little bit better here, okay? So here we have a 4-column row, right? We have the image, we have some text, we have some products, pages, and then a contact us. So let me show you guys how to create a footer for your website. So over here, we're gonna scroll down. And the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna select a specific row, right? So for the top row right here, I'm gonna select a 4-column row, right? So now we have 4 columns. We have 1, 2, 3, and 4. And it's very simple. It's very similar to the header builder. All we're gonna do now is drag in widgets, right? So widget area 1, I'll drag in a widget, okay? Now here, if I click on widget area 1, so essentially what this is, it's Gutenberg. So now we're going to use Gutenberg to build the footer. So right here, I'm gonna put image, or we can put logo. I think we have logo, right? Do we have logo? No, we don't. We have image. Okay. Now for the image, I'm going to use our logo right here, right? And then you'll see our logo here at the bottom. Now below that, I'm gonna add in some text, so paragraph. And this will just be like, just some basic text about your company, right? So I'll just go ahead and copy this and I'll paste this below that. All right, and voila, we got some text. I think this is too much here. We're gonna get rid of this. I think that's a really clean, good amount, right? What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments below. Okay, so that is widget area 1. Now let's add in the second one. So here we have a title and then we have products. So over here under widget area 2, I'll take widget area 2, right? And here we're gonna add in blocks, okay? So right here, I'll put in the products, okay? But I wanna make sure that this is actually a heading text. So over here, I'm gonna put heading, and this will be our H2, okay? Next, we're going to add in some products. So products, product list, and here we have 5 products. So I want 5 products to show. And yeah, so that's pretty much it. We have products. Now, to be honest, guys, I really don't like the Gutenberg editor. I really am not a fan of it, just because before with WordPress, they had like a really nice default editor. And now like they sort of created this like kind of visual builder, but it's kind of weird, So, I mean, but it works, right? And it's clean code. It's just the UI could have some improvements. Okay, so next we have pages, right? So over here, we're going to add another widget, right? Widget area 3, right? And same thing, right? So first we have heading, and this will be pages. All right, cool. Here plus. Now what I did on my website was I actually created a custom page list. Okay, so here are the pages. Now you guys can also do what I did over here, and what I did was I just used basic text and I can just link them to various pages. So I don't really like the pages because you can't design it. You can't edit it at all. So what I did actually was, I'll just go ahead and show you guys. I actually created a text right here. Let's see if we can find, I'm sorry, a paragraph, right? Paragraph. And then this could be like home, right? And then this could be like, a home, about, right? And then shop. And then what you can do right here is when you double click on it, you can just click on the link and then just link them to your home page, right? So .tutorialdomain.com. And then there you go. So now this is a link, and if someone clicks on it, it'll just take them to the home page. So you guys can go either way. You can add a page list there, or you guys don't even have to use the page list. You guys can use anything that you guys want. So there are tons of elements right here under the Browse All section. You guys can pretty much add anything right here, including a video, a Facebook like box, or anything that you guys choose, okay?
All right, so I'll go ahead now and just close out of this right here. And the last one is the contact us. So over here, I'll just copy this and the same thing, guys, right? So over here, widget area 4. Okay. And then I'll click on this. This will be a heading. All right. So contact us. All right. Heading text H2. Right. And then over here, I'll just go ahead and throw in some content. Okay. All right, so that is how we can create a footer, and you guys can actually make more columns right here. So you see here, we have this bottom run right here that says copyright. You guys can like either just delete this or you guys can just leave it, right? But I'll just go ahead and delete it for now. And once you guys do this, you guys can also design it. So right here under the top row, here we can change the design and the color. So you guys can change like the background color. You guys can add a divider in the middle. And then also they have some other styling options where you can adjust the space and also the container width. Pretty cool, right? So now that I showed you guys how to make this footer, there's one more important option, and that is basically the mobile version, which we're going to talk about in the very next section. So over here, I'll change this to mobile. And if you guys do use mobile, I highly recommend to stack the elements. So over here, you guys will see that we have this stacked. I recommend to set this because if you guys have it to 2 columns, it might come out just sort of like this on mobile users, right? It looks kind of weird, right? So always make sure that you guys select stacked right here for your footer so that the elements stack on top of each other. All right. And I think that looks a lot better for mobile users. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and go back here, and we'll go back again, and we'll change this back to the desktop version. Okay. So let's go ahead now and publish and save everything that we've done. Now let's go to the shop page. So over here, I'll click on shop. And this is also where Blocksy shines. So over here we have WooCommerce, right? And here is the general options. Now the general options will allow you guys to design parts of the website like the star rating. So if people rate it, you can adjust the star rating like right here. So star rating, you guys can change the color of the actual stars, right? And then also we can go ahead and change like the info color, right? So when someone adds it to the cart, you can go ahead and change all that right here, such as the error messages, the success messages, and so on and so forth. You guys should change it to fit your brand, right? And then here you have like product badges. So if something's on sale right here, you guys can go ahead and adjust the sale badge right here. And then for the design tab, you guys can fully design the colors of everything for the design tab. You guys can also choose to add a store notice right here, and a store notice just adds a little notice here at the bottom. This is great if you guys want to add in like a coupon code. So use Daryl 10 for a 10% discount. Or you can add this like as a Black Friday sale or a Christmas sale or any type of information you want to showcase to your visitors, right? So I'll go ahead and publish that. And then of course you guys can design this as well by changing the color. You know, I changed mine to black. Okay. So that is like the general options, right? So now that you guys know how to use the general options, now let's go ahead and take a look at the product archives. Now this is actually referred to your shop page. So they should change this to shop page, okay? So here we go. So here we have the page title, and here you guys can actually choose to have the page title, or you can just take it off, right? So it's strictly optional. If you guys do decide to have a page title, you guys can design it, right? So over here on my website, you'll see that we have a shop page, a background image, and then we have some breadcrumbs, right? So I can do all this right here. So I can turn on the breadcrumbs. Okay. Now right here, I want to add in a custom background image. So custom, I'll select an image, and I think I used like the shoes, didn't I? All right, I use this one right here. Okay. So there is the color. And then I just added a faint background overlay to it. So over here under the design tab, this is where we can design everything, right? So I think right here we added, so right here we used a white text, right? So for the fonts, change this to white, but I'll make this larger, right? Make this like 60 pixels. And I'll change this to Poppins, right? We'll stick to our default fonts. Ooh, it's so ugly. We got to make it bold, you know. Poppins is really only nice and bold, guys. It's kind of weird how that works. I don't know why, but it's just how it is, right? So here we have the description font text as well, and that is this text down here. But I'll go ahead and change the breadcrumb font to like red, right? Not too much. There we go. I guess that'll work, right? Or not all of it, right? So just here, let's just change this to white actually. There we go. Okay. So this one's white, but the rest is red. Okay. And then the overlay color,
we'll just turn on the overlay right there. And then there you go. So it adds a really nice overlay right there. Really, really nice, okay? So that is pretty much it for the title right there. So I think the page title is good to go. But we're not done. We have to go back. So over here, I'll go back. And here we can go ahead and adjust the actual shop page and the entire structure. So the first thing is we have type 1 and we also have type 2, right? So you guys can choose two different styles to design your products. Here I'll select type 1 and I'll select a 3-column row, right? And I'll change this to 3 rows as well. So here we also have some other options where you guys can add something to the page. I do want to add a sidebar, so I'm going to turn on the sidebar. Okay. Now I know we can't see it just yet, but not to worry. We'll come back to the sidebar in just a little bit. So scrolling up here, I want to actually change the option right here. I want to actually change the style and design of the cards. So here we actually have the card options. Here you guys can hide or showcase specific elements. For example, if you guys want to hide the product image, you can hide it, or you can display it. You can also move them around. You can mix and match, right? So you can put the title below the price if you want to go that route, right? And the same thing for like categories. You can put this up here, right? And we can go ahead and take the price and put it above and below each other. So you guys can fully design this page. And also for further customization, you can open this right here and you guys can adjust things like the bottom spacing. And a lot of these options have different styles, like where you can change like, the button spacing, the style, and also add like an underline. So for every element, there is further customization. So you'll just have to go through these here and just find out what fits best for your e-commerce websites. Here we have the gap. You guys can add a gap and also a row gap as well below that, okay? But over here is the design tab, and this is a little bit more important. So this is where you guys can adjust the font color, the price font, category font, and then also the background color. So if you guys do want to change like the background color here, ooh, that's a really hot red. We'll make it a little bit more subtle, right? And I'll take this, copy it, and then I'll also paste it in there like this. Okay. So these are the styling options for the actual fonts and all of the text right here. So if you guys do want to adjust this, you guys can go ahead and do that. I'll go ahead and change the title font to Poppins, right? Like that. And I think that's all good, right? Looks really nice, awesome. How about that? Okay. Now that I showed you guys how to design the card options and show you guys how to manipulate these elements, now let's talk about the sidebar. So let's go back over here and I'll go ahead and open up the sidebar. And I want to add the sidebar to the left side. Okay. We can't see the sidebar right now because we have no widgets. So let's just go ahead now and just save it for now. Okay. But that is pretty much it for the shop page. As you guys can tell, you guys can use the theme options here to design everything. Now let's click on one of these products. So the next is the single product. So right here, I'll click on single products. And here you guys can actually adjust the structure of the single product. So here we have a narrow width, we have a normal width, we have a left sidebar, and then we also have a right sidebar. So you guys can add a sidebar right here, and we will do that in the very next section. But I think something like normal width is good for me, so I'm gonna leave it there. You guys can also make it boxed or make it wide. I think box is actually pretty cool. It creates this little box atmosphere. I don't know. That's actually kind of cool. I'm gonna leave that. I think that works out for me. So I'm gonna leave that, right? And over here we have the design option where you guys can go ahead and change the background color to, you can change the content area background color right here, right? Like that. And then also you can change other parts like, you can add a shadow and all these other styling options right here. Now for the page elements, this is where you guys can add in some more page elements. So if you guys don't want to have like related and upsells, you guys can take that off. If you don't want product tabs, which are these ones here at the bottom, you guys can also just go ahead and delete those as well. If you guys do want to have those on, there are further options where you guys can adjust it. Like here we have type 2, type 3, and type 4. I think type 2 is actually pretty cool. And then over here, of course, you guys can go ahead and style this on your own free time. So just remember, you guys, for every single element, there's also styling options for everything. So as you guys can tell, Blocksy is a very robust theme with just tons of customization features, right? And then here we have the product elements. So for example, if you guys want to add in like payment methods, you guys can do that. And then payment methods will be displayed right here. And you guys can show or hide things, right? If you guys don't want the star, you can, hide that. If you want to add the payment methods above the add to cart, we can go ahead and put it above the add to cart right here. And then of course, for all of these right here, they have additional customization options where you guys can style this and just add things that are more appropriate for your store. Now there's one option here that's actually really underrated, but I think is a great touch, is the additional info. So I'm gonna turn this on and I'm gonna drag this to the top right here. So additional info will create these little promo checkboxes, and this will actually encourage people to purchase the product. If you click on the arrow right here, you guys can actually add as many as you want. So you can clone it and add more and more and more. And all you gotta do is just open this right here and then just change the text right here. So this can be like, 30-day money back. All right, go ahead and close that, close this. And what we can do is we can move this around, right? So I can put this maybe above the, right below the price, right there. I think that looks really cool. And then of course, for the design tab, this is where you guys can design all of the colors and the elements on the single product page, okay? So the add to cart button, I'll change this to like red, right? Like a very faint red. I'll copy this. And then I'll also do this for these elements right here. I'll also change the quality color right here to the red color we got going on, right? So I'll change this quality color right here to red, right? And also we have these other colors. Now, a lot of these colors will be actually applied when you guys assign the global color palettes. You guys can always click on edit right here and just go ahead and the design tab and then just change it, right? So if you guys want to change this to like a red color, you can do that. And the initial color, I'll just change that to like black or something. Okay, so to change these right here, you have to go to the colors right here under the general options. And then for the color one, this is where you can assign those specific colors, right? So this will actually apply right here, and that's where you guys can change these little checkbox colors. So overall, I think we have a really nice product page. As you guys can tell, it just looks really slick. We have to change this color right here. So you guys can always do this by clicking on edit under the design. And what we can do here is just change the text color right here. So the font color, we'll change that to like black. And I'll do the same thing for these other ones. So the active, we'll change it to black, right? And so on and so forth. And yeah, everything looks fantastic. So, you guys see that? So over here, we probably should change that to red for the hover, right? So over here, edit, design, and then for the background color, we'll change that to red right there as well. So when I hover over it, it'll stay red. Okay, so that's how you guys can create a really nice looking product page. As you guys can tell, this is really slick. It's very encouraging and it just looks fantastic. So now let's go back over here to the shop page. So let's go ahead and go back to the shop. Okay, so now that we talked about the shop page and the single products, now let's talk about the sidebar. So to design the sidebar, all you're gonna do is scroll down over here under widgets and you're gonna see WooCommerce sidebar. And remember earlier how we added in blocks to the footer and the header? Now you guys are gonna do that right here. So right here, I'll first put in an image, right? And this is gonna be like a promo banner, right? I think I have it in here somewhere. It's actually on my computer. Here, I'll go ahead and upload it. Here we go. It's a little Cyber Monday promo bar thingy, right? There we go. All right, it's really nice, right? So here we have the image. Okay, so next we'll click on the plus and we're gonna add in a filter by price. So filter by price, you'll see it right here. And there you go. Now it will display the filter once you guys close the theme customizer, so don't worry about that. Next we have popular products. So we have products, product list, right? And here we have 5, right? And instead of products, I'll put like featured products. Okay. You guys can choose to like, add a little bit more customization, or you guys can change the order and stuff like that. Next, we have the product demo, right? This is just like a YouTube video. So below that, I put in a paragraph here. And this is demo or product demo. And then below that, we have like a YouTube video, right? So YouTube. And then I'll just paste the URL right here. Now for this product demo text, I'm gonna go ahead and change this, right? So I'm gonna change this to a heading text. Okay, so product demo.
And that's it. So that's how we can create a really nice looking sidebar. And as you guys can tell, once you guys just add in like elements here and there, you know, everything really comes together. You know, the colors look great, the structure looks great, and everything looks just fine. So that's how you guys can create a shop page using the Blocksy theme. So I'll go ahead and click on publish for now. We'll scroll back. And now let's go back over here to general. So next we have the checkout page. So I'll go over here to the actual carts and then show you guys the checkout page, right? Proceed to checkout. All right, so here we go. We got the checkout page. It looks like here we have to adjust the hover menu for the buttons. So we should probably do that in the color scheme section. But one important option, guys, is remember earlier how we created a terms and conditions page? We can go ahead and add the TOS right here. You guys can also add the privacy policy if you guys want to do that. You guys can also update it right here. Now, what's really cool is users will have to check a box and agree with your terms in order to keep going forward, right? But here you guys can choose to make specific information required. So if you guys want to add a coupon form, you can do that. And we're going to make coupons in the WooCommerce section of this tutorial. You guys can choose to make certain sections required or some optional, right? Or you guys can just hide it, right? If you guys want to hide the name, you can hide the name. And then also we can hide the address line, right? So the address line as well. So that is pretty much it for the checkout and the cart. One thing I do want to address is these colors. So to fix these colors, what we're going to do is we're going to actually go back over here under the colors, right? And here for links, I want to change this over here to like a red, right? This is where you guys can adjust this option. So for color 2, I'm going to change this to red, right? All right, and there we go. Okay. Make sure to also change the hover for the links, and then you'll see it all comes red, right? So here is our shop page, and as you guys can tell, it looks amazing. And then also, if I click on the basketball nets, you guys are gonna see also this page just looks really amazing, right? Really nicely structured, great colors. I mean, it just looks super vibrant. So that is how you guys can use the Blocksy theme customizer. If you guys have any questions, let me know in the comments below. And with that said, let's move on to the next section. Now there is something to consider when building a website. When you're building the website on the desktop version, that's fine and all great, but there are actually more mobile users than desktop users today, so you need to make sure that your website is fully optimized for a mobile. In this part of the video, I'll walk you all through how to fully optimize your website for all devices. So I'll walk you through how to optimize it for desktop. We're also going to optimize it for tablets and also phone. So when people go to your website on the phone, it'll look amazing, right? So in this part of the video, I'll walk you through how to optimize your website for a variety of devices. You guys ready? Let's go. All right, party people. In this part of the video, I'll be showing you guys how to fully optimize your WordPress website for mobile devices and also tablet devices. We're gonna run your website through the Google Mobile Friendly Test Checker, and you guys are gonna get a green check mark from Google. We're also gonna make sure your website has a fast page loading time. This is my website, darrylwilson.com, and as you guys can see, my website has around a 98% performance grade, and we're gonna make sure your website has a 90% or better. Okay, so in this part of the video, we're gonna make sure your website is blazing fast, and we're also gonna make sure it's friendly for all mobile devices. So the first thing, let's go ahead now and turn on the page builder. So up here, let's click on Edit with Elementor. Okay, now there's a few ways on how we can make our website mobile responsive, and I'll give you guys some really cool strategies and things that I use on my website, darrylwilson.com. Now the first thing is down here, you'll see responsive mode. I'll click on responsive mode, and here at the top, you're gonna see 3 devices. We have the desktop, we have tablets, and then we have the mobile, right? So this is what your website looks like on all 3 devices. So I'll first be showing you guys how to optimize it for tablets, and then we'll go into the phone. Now, as soon as you guys turn on the tablet right here, if you guys click on an element, you're gonna see that you guys can now go ahead and design this. And right here, you'll see that there's this option, right? We have desktop, tablet, and then we have mobile, right? So what we can do is we can actually modify specific elements for specific devices. So right here under the tablets, I'll click on centered. I wanna make this centered, right? For this text as well, I'll go ahead and also make this centered. And then over here for the text, we'll also do the same thing and we'll center that text. Right here, same thing, right? We'll go ahead and center that. And I think over here, I'll click on the flex box. So I don't wanna click on the actual elements here. I wanna click on the flex box because you guys can actually control elements here using the flex box. And what I'll do here is under the tablets, I'll click on the center,
just like that. Okay. You guys could have also done this right here through the flex box on the top right here, but sometimes it doesn't work well for some elements, so I just choose to use the elements. You guys can go both ways, right? You guys can use the flex box, or you guys can just use the elements. Now here we have this background. Now this background can work, or we can go ahead and change it. So I'm gonna right click and then click on edit container. Okay. Okay, now over here, I'll go to style. Now here we have the image, and a new feature with Elementor is you guys can now change the image for specific devices, which is really cool because before you guys couldn't, right? So you guys can always change like the image here if you guys want to go that route, or you guys can just add a solid color. Now we have a few options here. There's several ways on how we can optimize this, and this really depends on how you want to design your websites. You guys can go with the route of actually changing the image for specific devices. So over here, you'll see that under the tablets, we can actually adjust the image here. So I can just like put a different image. And if that works out for you or for your website, you guys can always go that route, right? And then you'll see here how the image changes, right? Or we can, go back to the other one here, or you guys can try something else, which this is really cool because before you could not do this with Elementor, but now you guys can. So I'll just go ahead and stick with our primary image for this video right here. But what's really cool is, let's say for example, you're like, you know what, I like this, but it's just in the wrong position. You guys can also adjust the position for specific devices. So here we have center. We also have bottom center, right? And then we have bottom left, and so on and so forth. You guys can also adjust the width right here for the tablet as well. So if you guys want to change the width, you guys can go ahead and change the width of this like that if you want to go that route. Over here under the display size for the tablets, we can go ahead and select the cover, right? Okay. You guys can also go this route here as well, right? Where we can move the image around and stuff like that. Now you guys can see here how this text is actually kind of hard to see because this guy right here, how the white sock is over the white text. We can also adjust the background overlay for the specific device. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm actually gonna change the location. So I'm gonna put mine to 0. Also the location, I want it to 0. And then I wanna change the angle to 360. When I do that, essentially what I'm doing here, guys, is I'm just going to go ahead and apply a large overlay around the entire screen, because I think this right here is much better for tablets than that split screen effect. It really only works on desktop devices, so I'm gonna use this specific style for our tablet, right? Next we have these elements here, and you guys have noticed that these elements are kind of broken. You'll see here how the text is kind of like weird like that. If this ever happens, this is not optimized, and all you gotta do is make the text smaller. So I'll click on the icon box, and for the style, for the content, we're gonna make the text a little bit smaller. So for the title, you'll see for size, we can now adjust it for tablets. Here I'll just put like wide range of products, right? Something like that, right? And then I'll go ahead and also, maybe I should get rid of this border for the tablet because it doesn't really work well, for the tablet. So what I can do is get rid of the border as well. So what I'll do is click on the flex box. For the style, for the border, here we have the tablets. I'll just put this to 0. Right? And that's just gonna get rid of the border, right? There's gonna be no border. Now, what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna copy and paste all of this, right? So I'll go ahead and copy and then paste that, paste style, and then paste style, right? And then I'll do the same thing for the elements, right? So this one, copy, and then paste style, right? And paste style, and paste style. Well, it worked for, this one's still a little too large, right? So we have to fix this, right? So under content, we'll just make this a little bit more smaller. Okay, so maybe like 21. There we go, 21. And this one here, I think we should actually change this as well because the E doesn't look correct, right? So over here under the content for typography, we'll just change that again. I think 21 is the hotspot. Yeah, there we go, 21. All right, cool. So there you go. So now that looks a lot cleaner for the tablet device. Same thing here, right? I think this part looks good, right? But we have to change this right here. This is a little bit too large, so same thing, right? And all we gotta do is just make sure that we change it to like maybe 30. No, maybe 40. Let's see how far it can go. Okay, I think around, 36 is like a good spot. All right, so we'll go ahead and copy this, paste the style, and then also paste the style. All right, perfect. So that is pretty much how we can
fix this section here, right? We'll go ahead and scroll down. Now the cool thing is your products will always be responsive. So this is actually due to a plugin. So they're always going to be responsive. There's no need for us to do anything. We have this section right here, which is pretty cool, right? So I'll go ahead and just, I don't know, I think this is okay, right? What do you guys think? I think this is actually pretty good, right? We can just, yeah, I think this is actually pretty good. So we're just gonna skip this section. I could make this text a little smaller maybe. You know, I think that's the only thing I can do here. Maybe just a little bit smaller, right? Right. Go ahead and keep scrolling. Now this section here we have to fix, right? So over here under the style, for the digits, I'll go to typography and we're gonna adjust the size here, right? All right, a little bit. There we go. Okay. Scroll down here. Blog looks good. And here is the footer. And this is controlled by the theme. And this looks much better, right? Okay, so we have successfully optimized our website for tablets. Congratulations. Okay, go ahead now and click on updates. Now we need to also update it for the mobile. So here I'll click on mobile. So here is the mobile view right here. And as you guys can tell, it does look pretty good. But I actually want to show you guys a strategy here that actually a lot of websites use, including mine, and that's actually creating two different landing pages. So we're going to create a separate landing page specifically for mobile devices. If you guys are wondering why we're going to do this, it's because it gives you a lot more control over your website. So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to go ahead now and scroll down right here. And what I want to do is I actually want to borrow something. I want to borrow this right here. So right here, I'm gonna click on the little 6 dots right here. I'm gonna right click on it and I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna save this as a template. This is gonna be our mobile landing page. Okay, just bear with me guys if you're not sure what I'm doing yet. Just you know, just stick around, right? We're gonna go ahead and scroll up over here. And what I wanna do now is I wanna load that. So up here, plus, folder, and here is the mobile landing page. I'll insert this. Okay. So what I want to do now is I actually want to design this for the mobile. So this is going to be our new landing page. So ready, set, and go. And then here, obviously, we can change the text to something else, right? But I think this text is a little bit too large. So we're gonna reduce the size of this text here, right? So here we go. We have our small text, right? Okay. And we can also actually make this larger, right? I think this should be a lot larger, right? Ready, set, and go. Ready, set, and go. And maybe we should grab an element. I can even use this right here. So I'll right click and duplicate this. And I'm gonna copy this and drag it down here, right? Ready, set, and go, right? And this can obviously be some sort of like, oh, you know, buy it on this, buy it on that, or something like that, or whatever you want to talk about. So you guys can apply it here. We'll go ahead and make this a little bit larger, right? So for the minimum height for the mobile, I want to make this just a little bit larger, right? There we go. Ready, set, and go. There we go, perfect. So now it's just like this, it's just like a message and a button, right? Because for mobile devices, that's all they really need. You know, they don't need all this different information. We wanna portray information as fast as we can for mobile users because they have a very small attention span, to be honest. So yeah, so this is our landing page. Now what I'm gonna do here is, here's a trick. So I'm gonna right click on this and edit container, and then I'm gonna go to the advanced section. We're gonna scroll down and here you're going to see responsive. So what I wanna do is I wanna hide this on the mobile, okay? So that means this will not display on mobile and Elementor actually grays it out, right? And over here, I want to right click on this one, right? Edit container, go to the advanced, and then I'm gonna scroll down right here and go to the responsive, and I want to hide this on desktop and tablets. So essentially what I'm saying here is I only want to display this on mobile, right? And I do not want to display this on mobile. So that means when someone comes to our website, they will not see this. They will only see this right here. This is a great way on how to create a custom landing page for mobile devices because it makes more sense because sometimes you don't need all that information on mobile devices, right? So congratulations, this is our new mobile landing page. Pretty slick, right? And here, this could be like shop now, right? So shop now. And then right here, you just take them to your shop page. So I'll just type in shop. And voila. So right now, if they go to our website, it says click here, go to our shop, buy something, high converting landing page, right? Makes sense? Okay, cool.
All right, so let's go ahead and scroll down here. We have our icons right here, looking good. Everything down here is looking pretty good. If there's anything we need to adjust, we can go ahead and adjust it. I'm gonna make this text a little bit smaller, right? So over here, typography, right? I'll make that a little bit smaller. In fact, you should probably reduce the text, guys. Yeah, just reduce it, I guess. You know, I don't know. Keep scrolling down here. Looks good, right? Okay. Now, there's something I do want to mention. For example, we have this section right here. You really don't need this on a mobile device, right? Like, it's just not really necessary because you guys can see it's just a bunch of numbers and it's hard to actually see what this is talking about. We can hide specific elements on mobile devices. So I'm gonna right click on this and then go to the, I'm gonna go to the advanced. So I'm gonna click on this element here, go to advanced, and then I'm gonna scroll down, and under the responsive, I wanna hide this on mobile. I just don't wanna display this on mobile because there's just no reason. So if someone comes to our website, they're gonna see on flash sale, they're gonna see this bar, and then it's just gonna show the products, right? Which is a very fast and convenient way to view the websites. And that is pretty much it. So that is our mobile website. Let's go ahead now and click on update. Okay, so now that we optimized our website for mobile, there is something I need to let you guys know. So during the creation of this video, believe it or not, Google actually got rid of their mobile-friendly test tool, which lets people know if their website is optimized for mobile. So yeah, they actually made a decision to get rid of it. So usually my videos, I have users run it through that, but what you guys can do is go to Google and just type in mobile checker for websites. And there are tons of websites that will actually scan your websites and let you know if it's mobile friendly. Now I have tried some of these were not really good. A lot of them are paid or they want your email. So on your own free time, if you guys want, you guys can go ahead and just do some searching on your own. Find a website that will verify it for mobile. But if it does look good on your end, like if you're actually looking at your website like on a mobile device and it looks good, you guys should be all good to go. So that's all I wanted to let you guys know. So sorry about that, but let's go ahead and go to the next section. Now you can have a beautiful e-commerce website, right? But if your website is slow, people will leave. My website loads at about under 2 seconds. In fact, Google recommends that your website should be loading under 2 seconds. Now, if you're a beginner with WordPress, you probably are noob when it comes to optimization, and that's fine, but we're going to install a free plugin that's going to automatically optimize your entire website for free, and it's gonna make your website very fast for customers. This is a free plugin. It doesn't cost you anything whatsoever. So let's go ahead and install this free plugin and optimize your website for speed. Okay, so now that we talked about how to fully optimize your website, now let's talk about the speed test. So over here, if I go to the Google Page Speed Insights, you're gonna see for mobile, we have around a 44, and for desktop, we have around an 87. That's actually still not bad, but we're gonna go ahead and install a plugin that will actually make your website much faster. It'll fully optimize every aspect of your WordPress websites with no experience needed. So let's do that. We're gonna go over here to my demo website, and this is a much larger website. So this website over here is not optimized, but by installing this plugin, it's going to be much faster. So let's go over here to dashboard. And I personally use this plugin on my website, darrylwilson.com, and it works wonders. In fact, I made a video on it. It is like the top ranking video on YouTube and everyone loves it. So over here under plugins, I'll click on add new. And over here under search plugins, we're gonna type in Seraphonite. So I'll go ahead and just zoom in for you guys. It's a very weird name on how they spelled it, right? So it's Seraphonite or Seraphonite, right? And here is a plugin that you guys are going to install. It's called the Seraphonite Accelerator plugin. Go ahead and click on install now, and then click on activate. Now, once you guys install this plugin, you guys must disable the Lightspeed cache plugin because this plugin is also a caching plugin. So I'm going to now disable that. So over here under Lightspeed cache, I'm gonna deactivate this. All right, so once I deactivate that plugin, I'm gonna scroll down over here and on the bottom, you're gonna see Accelerator. Go ahead and click on settings. So down here, you're gonna see license. And then what you're gonna do is you're gonna click on the download the extended free plugin version. What this is gonna do, it's going to go to their website and it's going to download this plugin. So right here, I'll click on download for free, and then it'll download the accelerator.zip. And you're just gonna upload this to your websites. Going back over here, plugins, add new, and then I'm gonna upload that plugin. So upload plugin, choose the file. Here is the plugin. Then I'll click on install now.
Okay, so I want to click on replace current with uploaded. Okay, and then once we install the plugin, we'll click on go to plugin installer. So here is the plugin right here. And all we're gonna do is click on settings. Once you guys install the extended plugin, here you're gonna see under the simple, you'll click on begin setup wizard. So I want to select full functionality, okay? Then I'll click on next. Now it's going to run some tests on the website. So I'll go ahead and click on self-diagnosis. All right, so everything's good to go. Here I'll click on next. So there is something to note about always a high score. If you guys do have always a high score, the backend could be a little bit slower when you're building your websites, but your visitors will have a better experience on your websites. So that's just something to note, right? Right here, I'll click on next. And here it says, what is the performance of your hosting? I'll just put low, right? Because we're using shared basic hosting. We're not using like dedicated, or we're not using like large servers. So I'll put low, then click on next. Right here, I'm gonna put not sure, and then I'll click on next. I don't use a CDN, so I'm just gonna skip this. And then I'll click on finish. And that's it. So now the plugin has fully optimized your entire websites, including the images, the headers, the CSS, everything that you can possibly need. And we can test it. So let's take this domain right here, and let's retest it now. So let's go back over here to the mobile friendly test, or I'm sorry, the page speed insights. Okay, so you guys can see right here as our desktop, we have an 8780, and then for mobile, we have a 4479, right? So let's go ahead now and retest this. I'll go ahead now and paste this over here, and then click on analyze. And just like that, you guys will see we now have a 93 on performance for mobile. Accessibility needs a little work, but overall, you'll see that our performance, our SEO, and our best practices are met according to Google. You guys are gonna see that we have some really good stats right here for the mobile. And then here, I'll click on desktop, and voila, we have a 96% for performance, which is the most important metric for fast websites. Now, if you guys compare this to the previous results, you guys are gonna see it has a drastic difference, right? So just installing that plugin will actually make your website much faster. And I do recommend that you guys do this for your first website, because optimizing the entire website for your first time can be a little tricky. But this plugin solves all of that problem. So that is pretty much it for the mobile optimization and the fast website part of this tutorial. If you guys have any questions, let me know in the comments below. Okay, now when I first started making e-commerce websites, I thought my websites looked amazing. I said, everyone, this is a great looking website. And when I showed them my e-commerce website, they says, hey, this website looks like crap. And I was like, screw you, man. You know, you're just jealous. The thing was, I was not a good designer, and I thought I was, and that was the problem. And for those of you getting started out with WordPress, you might run into the same issue. Now, we actually offer a variety of e-commerce templates available on my website. We have a team of 6 people that actually create templates around the clock, and we have up to 400 templates for Elementor. So in this part of the video, I'll introduce you to our Elementor templates. Now, just to reiterate here, you must have Elementor Pro to use our templates. All of our template kits use the theme builder. So when you actually use one of our kits, we give you the whole shebang. We give you the shop page, the single product page, header, footer, pop-up. We give you tons of things for the theme builder, not just like those boring 5-page templates that are super boring. Every one of our template kits has like 15 pages. It's actually quite large. So in this part of the video, I'll introduce you to our Elementor toolkits, just in case you want to try them out. All right, now I have one quick announcement. If you guys are in the business of building an e-commerce website and you guys need professional help, we actually offer several Elementor toolkits that are designed for e-commerce websites. So over here under my website, we actually sell Elementor template and toolkits on our website. We have more than 330 toolkits, and we add 10 every single month. We have tons and tons of templates for you guys to choose from, right? Now over here, you guys can actually select filters. So we have real estate, we have political, we have children, retail, but right here, I'll select WooCommerce. So we actually have 64 templates that we provide for e-commerce. And I'll be honest, these are created by some of the best designers in the world. So over here, for example, if you guys want to check these out, you'll go ahead and click on like a Quipster right here or a car clinic, and you guys can get a live demo of this. Now we actually include various parts of the website, like we include the blog, we include custom shop pages, custom product shop pages, and then we even create pop-ups like this for all of our templates. So every template right here, as you guys see,
has more than like 15 plus pages in it. Here you'll see that we have this single product, and we actually create custom single product and custom shop pages all from scratch. Here's a few more. Right here we are selling watches for this specific e-commerce websites, and we've actually created little little things over it so users can actually click on it and get notices and stuff like that. Over here we have a furniture website where we are selling pieces of furniture, and you guys can use this and even sell other products. Here, for example, we added a sidebar, and we created like a really nice custom sidebar, as you guys can tell. We integrated testimonials, we have social icons, and then we custom created like images right here and a button over the image. And then over here, if I just click on something, everything is fully custom, right? Even the product page. So right here, you guys will see that we have this custom product page that we created, and we have so many, guys. We have like more than like 300 and something. So there's pretty much something for everyone. Here we also have this other furniture website where we have just tons of different pages. Here is our shop page. And the same thing, so we have this really nice background, and then we have a filter by price, and we just, we always mix it up. We don't have the same copy and paste style, so we do mix it up. We do have different styles and stuff like that for all of our template kits. If you guys do want to have access to all these kits, you guys can buy each kit for, I think, 15 bucks, or you guys can go get the all access. So right here under the all access, I'll click on all access, and then I'll click on get all access. So for a single kit, we will sell a kit for $29. You guys get support for 6 months. If you guys want access to all of our kits on a subscription, you guys can pay $59 for the year, and that includes all of our future templates. If you guys want to just pay one time and never pay again and get access to all of our future kits, we have a lifetime plan that costs around $99. So if you guys are interested in this, I'll go ahead and leave a link to our shop in the description. Now, these do require Elementor Pro, so you guys must have Elementor Pro in order to use these kits. And once you guys do have Elementor Pro and you guys purchase the kits, you guys can actually watch this video right here, and this will actually show you guys how to import the toolkit. It'll actually import everything, such as the fonts, the colors, the styles, and everything that you guys need that you guys have seen on the demos. If you guys have any questions for me about this, let me know in the comments below. And with that said, let's go to the next section. Hey party people, welcome to the WooCommerce general settings. So in this part of the video, we are going to cover everything about the WooCommerce settings. So I'll walk you through the basic WooCommerce settings. We're going to set up our address. We're going to restrict specific countries. We'll also talk about taxes and shipping and emails and integrating payment merchant services. So we're going to cover everything about WooCommerce in this section of the video. And after the WooCommerce section, you guys are going to be WooCommerce pros. Yeah, professionals. All right. So with that said, let's go ahead and jump back to the video. All right, party people. In this part of the video, I'll be showing you guys how to use the WooCommerce settings. We'll go through tax, shipping, and anything related to WooCommerce. We're also going to integrate payment gateways onto your website. So to get started, let's first go over here to WooCommerce, and now let's click on settings. So this is the general tab, right? This is where you're going to enter in your address. Now this is important because if you guys are shipping somewhere, tax and shipping rates will be based off where your address is. So go ahead and put in your address of where you're located. If you guys are a digital store, you guys can just put a PO box for now, or where your business was incorporated. Okay. Now the next is the general options. So where are you selling to? So are you selling to all countries or specific countries? So over here, I'll put United States. You guys can add any country that you guys want to sell to. If you guys are a digital business or a global business, you can put all. If you're something like a brick and mortar store where you're selling products only in America, you can go ahead and put United States or any countries you guys want to sell to. Also, we can throw in like, we can give Mexico and Canada some love, because they're right next to us, really close. Shipping locations, ship to all countries you sell to. So you guys can actually address the specific shipping locations. I do think shipping to all countries you sell to makes the most sense. So next we have the default customer location. You guys can go ahead and select the information they select, or you guys can even use geolocate if you guys want to go that route. But if they're using a VPN, they're gonna have to disconnect it and purchase. So it really depends on you guys. We're going to make sure we enable taxes and calculations. We will be making use of a plugin that will automate all the taxes on your website, so you guys don't have to do any of that whatsoever. Okay, I do want to enable the use of coupon codes. Now here we have currency options. Here you guys can select your currency. So if you guys use the franc, or if you guys use the Vietnamese dong or whatever, you guys can go ahead and select your currency here. Once you guys select it, well then click on Save Changes. Okay. Next, we're gonna go over here and click on Products. So this is the shop page. If you guys ever want to assign your current shop page as your shop page, or if you accidentally deleted it, you guys can just go ahead and reassign the shop page to this specific page. If you guys want to redirect to the cart page after they add something, you can check that, but that's only usually if you have one product. If you have multiple, I would not have that checked. Here we have the measurement units, and also you guys can enable reviews and product ratings. Okay. So I'll go ahead now and click on Save Changes. Here we have inventory, where you guys can turn on stock management if you guys want to, and you guys can, turn on low stock notifications and stuff like that. This is the person that will be notified when you guys currently run low on stock. Here is the low stock threshold. Now these are global settings, right? You guys can do this on a per product individual basis, but you can also do it for the entire store. So if you guys do set something like 5, any product on your store that runs around 5, you'll be notified by this specific email. If you guys are out of stock threshold at 0, you'll also be notified again. Okay. You guys can also choose to hide this from the catalog, just in case you don't want to show people how much you have in stock, right? Maybe this will just be like internal, like just for your team, right? So I'll go ahead and click on Save Changes. Here we have downloadable products. These are just options where if you guys want to, require login before download, you can check that. Next, we have the open in browser, where you can open downloadable files in their browser instead of saving them onto the device. It's really up to you, right? I mean, these are kind of technical, but I would just leave everything as standard. Maybe even require login. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, right? So that means they must make an account in order to purchase, okay? Next, we have the approved download directories. We're gonna go ahead and skip this for now. If you guys don't know what this is, let's just skip it. These are just some other general options that you guys might want to check out, but usually doesn't apply to anybody, okay? So that is the products tab summed up. Now let's go ahead and talk about taxes.
Welcome to the WooCommerce tax section, everyone's favorite topic, right? I bet you guys were like, I can't wait to talk about taxes, right? So in this part of the video, I'll walk you through how to set up taxes yourself. We'll also talk about some very important topics that people leave out a lot of the time, like what is origin-based tax and what is destination-based tax. There are also products that you might be selling that are not subject to sales tax, such as digital products, maybe in California, but there are states where you do need to pay tax for digital products. So I'll also cover a variety of products that might have specific tax rates depending on what you're selling. And then at the end of this section, we are going to install a free plugin that's going to automate all the taxes for you, just in case you guys are lazy like me and you don't want to set up taxes for every single state, stuff like that. So in this part of the video, we are going to cover everything about WooCommerce tax. You guys ready? Let's go. This is everyone's favorite topic. Yes, everyone loves taxes. Okay, now before we go to taxes, the very first thing you guys will need to do is set your store address. This is very important because based off where you're located, the taxes rate might change or be different. So you'll go ahead and put in the address right here. Also, you'll put in the city, the country, and the state, and then also your postcode and zip code. Now right here you have general options of where you want to sell to. This also can affect taxes, but typically if you guys do want to sell to specific locations, you guys can change that right here. So for example, if you guys only want to sell to like United States, you guys will just select United States, and then anyone trying to buy your products outside of the United States will be blocked, right? But yeah, that's just an option if you guys want to select that. Some people might. Shipping locations, obviously, where we sell to, right? So this will actually be United States as well. And then the last option right here, we have the default customer location. Essentially, they're going to be charged taxes. And then lastly, we have the default customer location. This is going to charge the tax rate based off what they enter in the checkout. You guys also have the option to geolocate, but that might not be a good idea because some people use a VPN, right? So you might want to select the country and region. Now right here, make sure that you guys do enable the use of taxes. So go ahead and check this box right here. And then lastly, you guys can enter your currency right here if you guys are using various currencies on your website. So I'll go ahead and click on Save Changes. Okay, so now let's go over here and click on Taxes. Okay, so the very first option is automated taxes. Now this option might not be available for you guys because this is actually added with a free plugin. So later in the video, I will be showing you guys how to add automated taxes to your website. But for those of you who want to learn more about WooCommerce and how it all works, let's first start with disabling automated taxes for now. Now this next option right here, you guys can enter prices exclusive of tax or inclusive of tax. Now the best way to understand how this works is just by showing you guys. All right, so I'm first gonna select no right here, go to save changes. And if I go to my store over here and I refresh the page, you're gonna see my products with specific prices. So my shoes right here are 50 bucks. Here is $30 and 50 bucks. Now, if I click on these shoes, you're gonna see these shoes are $50, right? Now I priced these shoes at 50 bucks, okay? So that's what I put for the price cost in the actual WooCommerce settings. Now, if I go over here and I enter in yes, it's gonna enter prices inclusive of tax. So I'll scroll down, I'll click on save changes. Then I'll go over here and I'll refresh the page. And now it's gonna be listed at $45.66. Now keep in mind, I priced this product at $50. So over here, if I go to edit product, you're gonna see that this product costs $50, right? So you guys might be wondering, why did WooCommerce put it at $45.66? Well, that's because if I add it to the cart right here, it's excluding tax. So I'll go ahead and view the cart. And you're gonna see the product is $45.66. However, the taxes make it so it's $50 total, right? So that's what that option is. It basically excludes the tax from the products and totals it at the product that you listed. So it's really up to you if you guys want the product price listed at $50 or if you want to add in tax at checkout, which most people do. So for this option, I do recommend to put no, because usually most people pay taxes at the checkout page, okay? So I'm gonna scroll to the bottom here and then click on save changes. So the next option is calculate taxes based on what? We have the option of customer shipping address, customer billing address, and the shop base address. Now certain states actually require you to charge from the base address and other states require it based off where you are shipping to. There's an article right here by TaxJar.com, and this is a list of origin-based sales tax states. This means they're going to charge tax where they are located regardless of where they're shipping to. So we have Arizona, California, Illinois, Mississippi. So yeah, you guys are going to select the state that is applicable to you. Now, since I'm in California, I'm going to be charging origin-based, right? So this is basically where my business is located. So it doesn't really matter where I'm shipping to. So over here, I'm going to go ahead and select shop-based address. Now, if you guys are located in the other states, it's going to be called destination-based. So here we have a list of destination-based sales tax states. Now, this is where you guys are going to be charging tax based off where you guys are shipping to. So here we go. If you live in one of these states, you should be charging everyone in your state the rate where the item is actually being delivered. Okay, so they're going to be charged tax based off where the item is being delivered. And here are all of the states. So we have, yeah, tons of these states. If you guys do need help, I'll go ahead and leave this article in the description of this video. But for example, if you guys are in a state like Nevada, then you'll be changing this option over here to something like the customer shipping address, because that is a destination-based state. Okay, pretty simple, you know, hope that makes sense, right? So since I'm in California, I'm gonna put shop-based address. Next, we have the shipping tax class. Now, we'll be talking more about this a little bit later once we actually create some rates. So just leave that standard for now. Here you guys have rounding. I guess you can round your taxes up or down, right? But I don't know if that's a good idea. So I definitely recommend to leave that unchecked. I don't know why they even have that. Here we have tax classes. We'll talk more about this in the very next section. So next we have display prices in the shop, including tax or excluding, right? So as of right now, my products are excluding tax. However, if I decide to include the tax, then the price is gonna go up a little bit, right? So I'll go over here and then I'll refresh the page. And then you're gonna see now it costs $54.75 because we are now including tax with these products on our shop, right? So that's an option if you guys wanna go that route. But for now, I'll just go ahead and click on excluding tax. And the next option is display prices during cart and checkout, the same thing, including tax or excluding tax. So just to give you guys an example, I'll change this to excluding tax, click on save changes, and then we'll go to our cart page. So now you're gonna see the basketball net costs $109.49. Now the tax option right here is actually gone, right? But it does say including $9.50 in taxes, okay? If you want to actually show the tax rates over here, I'll go ahead and scroll down and we're going to go to excluding tax, click on save changes. And then over here, if I refresh the page, so now you're gonna see the product stay the same at $109.49. However, the taxes are now itemized. So now it shows the tax rate right here and the price for the basketball net is $99, right? Most people actually leave excluding tax for both just because most people actually show the taxes and everything at checkout when they're on their way out the door. Now the next option is price display suffix. So if you guys want to add something here like, no tax or something, you guys can enter that. And this will actually appear behind your products. So I'll just go ahead and save changes and give you guys a little preview. So right here, you'll see that we have these specific products. But if I refresh the page, you are then going to see that it now says no tax for these specific products. Okay, so that's another option if you guys do want to go that route, right? And the very last option is display tax totals. You guys can do it as a single total or itemized, but I think most people do a single total because most products are being charged the same tax rates. So let's go ahead now and click on save changes. Okay, so now we're gonna talk about standard rates, reduced rates, and zero rates. Really quickly, if you guys ever wanna add a new tax class, all you gotta do right here is just put in like new tax class, right? And then you guys can actually create a whole new category of tax classes if you guys want to go that route. I'll explain why you guys might want to do this, right? But for now, let's just go ahead and click on standard rates. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and remove this row and we're going to start from scratch here, okay? Now I'm in California, right? So I'm going to charge a tax based off where I'm from. So right here, insert row. And then here we have country code. And what this is gonna do, it's actually gonna show us all the countries in the world and the specific country code that we're gonna put. So if you guys are from the Bahamas, you're gonna put BS. BS, huh? Okay. If you guys are from, all these countries, Cambodia, you're gonna put KH. Now I am from the United States. So United States is US, right? So United States of America, the country code is US. So whatever country you're from, you're going to apply that right here. So I'm going to put US. Okay. Now the next option is state code. So I'm in California, right? Now I need to enter the tax rate for California. Now this is a website right here called TaxJar.com. TaxJar is a great resource on taxes. They give you guys all the info about shipping tax, state tax, and all the taxes you guys need to know about origin versus destination based or whatever. So over here, you're going to see that if you hover over this, it'll actually show you the sales tax for all the different states, right? So for example, Maine is 5.5, Minnesota 6.8, North Dakota 5%, but California is 7.25%. So what I'm going to do over here is go back over here and we're going to enter in 7.25 because that is the tax rate for my specific shop. Next, we have tax name. If you guys do want to put like a tax name, like CA tax or something, you guys can put this, and this will display in the cart and checkout when people purchase products on your websites. If you guys don't want to enter anything, just leave it blank and it won't show anything at checkout. It'll just say tax. Here we have priority. This is essentially if you guys have various conflicting tax rates. So for example, if I actually decide to put in another bracket right here of California, and this will be like 10%, and I set this to a priority of 2, this tax rate right here will take precedence over this one right here because these are conflicting, right? So if you guys do have conflicting tax rates, you guys can set a priority and the priority with the lowest number will be set first, okay? But I don't know why you guys want to do that, right? But that's just what it does. I'm just the middle guy here, guys. I'm just showing you what this does, right? So next we have compound. Now compound will essentially charge this tax rate with any other tax rate that might be applicable. So if you guys have like another tax rate and then you have the California tax rate, it'll combine those all together. But essentially, I think most people just use a standard tax rate of whatever they're from, right? So most people do not select the compound option because many of the times multiple tax rates do not apply to you. And the last option is shipping. So is shipping taxable in California? Well, let's go to TaxJar.com. So TaxJar.com also displays the list of states where shipping is taxable. And here's a list of states. So Arkansas, Georgia, Hawaii, Nebraska, New York, all these other states. But the great news, guys, is California is not listed here. So we are not going to charge taxes on top of shipping. How about that? So I'm going to uncheck this box, and then I'll click on Save Changes. So congratulations, we have now successfully set the rate for our shop. So our shop rate is 7.25%. So when people purchase products, they'll be charged this specific rate on our store. And we can test this out. So here I added the basketball net to our cart, and you guys are gonna see the tax rate is 7.25%. So the tax rate is working and it's applied on our websites. So now let's go ahead and get a little bit more detailed and advanced. Okay, so I did talk about origin and destination based. So we did cover origin based, right? But if you guys are selling from a state that is destination based, then you have to change some things, and you also have to add every single state because you need to charge tax based off where the item is being delivered, right? So really quick, I'll go ahead and scroll up right here. So right now we are in California, right? But what I'm gonna do here is change my state to Nevada, okay? So I'm gonna change it to Nevada, right? Because I do have property in Nevada as well. So over here under the tax options, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna change this to, we're gonna change this to the customer shipping address. And we're gonna pretend that I'm actually in Nevada right now, okay? All right, so now my store is in Nevada. You know, we moved shop, we packed everything up, and we headed out like everyone else from California. All right, so there's the standard rates. So if we are a destination-based store, we need to add all the states in here. But we first need to add in our states. Okay, so now we're going to remove this, and we're gonna enter in Nevada, right? So I'll go ahead and remove this, and we're gonna enter a new row. So we're gonna enter in US, and then NV, and then we're first gonna enter the tax rate of our states. So here it is, 6.85, right? So we're gonna enter the rate of 6.85, right? 6.85. And I don't think we do charge for shipping. Do we charge for shipping? Let's see here. I don't think we do. No, we don't. All right, cool. All right, we're not gonna tax on top of shipping, all right? So we're gonna uncheck that and then click on Save Changes. So if you guys are a destination-based state, you will charge your own state first. Okay, so as of right now, we are selling in Nevada, right? And we're charging a sales tax rate of 6.85%. So you guys first need to enter in your state. However, if you guys are an e-commerce website that sells across state lines, then you'll have to enter in the other states if you guys are a destination-based state. So for example, so since we are selling to Washington, we need to charge the sales tax of 6.5%. If you guys do need help with these states, you guys can just Google like state codes in America, and there's tons of websites that'll give them to you. So for example, we are selling to Washington. So the Washington is WA. So over here, you'll see United States, WA, and then we're gonna charge a rate of 6.5%. Okay. And we are not going to tax on top of shipping, and then we are going to save changes. So if you guys are a destination-based state that sells over state lines, then you'll go ahead and need to add in all of the states for your e-commerce websites. But not to worry, if you guys don't want to do that, we can install the plugin later that will show you guys how to do all that automatically. So next, let's talk about selling to different countries. If you guys do want to sell to other countries, all you got to do is enter the country code. So for example, over here, I'll put MX, and this is typically for Mexico. There is this Wikipedia right here with tons of different country codes. So if you want to sell to Morocco or Myanmar or Mexico or Poland, you'll just go ahead and enter in those country codes there. And then you'll go ahead and find the tax rate for that specific country. Now for Mexico, the tax rate is 16%, which is pretty high, right? So we're gonna enter in the tax rate of 16% for Mexico. And then all you got to do is click on Save Changes. And then when someone checks out on your website and they put their address is in Mexico, they'll be charged a tax rate of 16%. So that is pretty much it. So we have the sales tax for United States where we sell, and then also for Mexico as well. So that is pretty much the standard rate summed up. It's pretty self-explanatory, right? So what I'm going to do here is change my tax rate back to California. Now let's talk about the new tax class rates. Now, did you guys know there are certain products that you sell that might be subject to different tax rates? And over here, I'll give you guys an example. So this is the state of California. And for example, if you guys do want to sell like marijuana, right? I think selling marijuana online is legal now. They actually have a different tax rate. So you're going to see that their tax rate is 15%. So depending on what you actually sell, you guys may have to charge a different specific tax rate. Now, this is usually for very special circumstances, as you guys can see, right? Like alcohol, vapes, tire fees, lumber, so it's not for everyone. It's probably a very small niche of people. But for example, if you guys do sell like vapes, then the sales tax is 12.5%. So if you guys are on this list, then you guys may have to charge a different tax rate. So just for tutorial's sake, we're gonna put 15% for one, right? So let's just go ahead and imagine that we actually have something on our website that we have to sell at a tax rate of 15%. We're gonna go ahead and add that in right here, and the state code, California, and then I'll click on Save Changes. Okay. Now there's also products with no taxes. So what about digital downloads or virtual products? Well, in the state of California, those actually have no tax. So we're gonna click on 0 rates, and we're gonna insert a row. We're gonna put a country code of United States and California. Well, actually, no, we're just gonna put United States, because if we're selling from California, then no matter where we sell to, we're gonna charge them 0%. And for the rate, we're gonna put 0%, okay? Okay, so I entered in these new tax rates. So we have 0 rates, and then we also have new tax rates, right? So now let's assign these to specific products. So over here, products, all products. So really quick over here, we have this PDF. Now we're going to put this under a specific tax bracket because this is actually not taxable in California. So we're going to take out that tax. So I'm gonna edit products. So here is our basketball PDF download, and I'm gonna scroll down right here, and under the general information under tax class, I'm gonna put this as a 0 rate because this product is not taxable. So I'll go ahead and update this. And now I'm basically saying that this product is not taxable on our store. Really quick, I gotta change this to shop only. Really quick, there we go, okay. All right, so we assigned this downloadable product with a 0% tax. Now let's go ahead and assign another product with a different tax rate. So the basketball net, we're actually gonna charge this a little bit more. So I'm just gonna pretend this is actually, a high tax rate, whatever, right? So if you guys do wanna charge a specific tax rate for this product, what I'll do is change this to simple. And then over here for tax class, we're gonna put new tax class. And that means this product will be charged 15% tax. Okay, so I'll go ahead and update this. And now let's add these products to the cart. So over here, I'll view the products, and I'll add this one to the cart. And then we're also gonna add the downloadable PDF. Same thing over here, I'll add this to the cart. All right, and now let's view the cart. Okay, so here we go. Hopefully this makes sense, guys. So right here, the basketball net is being charged a 15% tax rate because for this specific product, we need to charge more tax, right? However, for the PDF download, we are charging 0 tax. So you're gonna see that it doesn't apply any tax. So the only tax here is the basketball net. So this is being charged 15% because it's a special item, and this is charged 0%. So that's how you guys can actually create specific tax classes for specific products. If you guys have any questions about this, let me know in the comments below. So hopefully I didn't scare you guys, right? So just to reiterate here, just to sum all this up, all you really need to do, guys, is always make sure you set up your standard rate. That is the most important thing that you need to do. And then obviously, if you're from a state that's destination based, you'll need to enter in other states. But ultimately, it's pretty simple once you guys get the hang of it. Now let's go ahead and talk about automated taxes, which make everything super easy. So if you guys do want to go ahead and automate your taxes, I'll be showing you guys a plugin that'll actually do this for you. Now there's actually tons of plugins that do this, but I do recommend the official one. So over here under plugins, let's go ahead and click on add new. So under search plugins, we're going to type in WooCommerce Tax. WooCommerce Tax. Okay, and we'll scroll down, and here's the plugin. It's called WooCommerce Shipping and Tax. Go ahead and click on Install Now, and then we'll click on Activate. Okay, so once you guys do that, you'll then go over here to WooCommerce, and then click on Settings. You're gonna see this notice right here. It's saying connect to your site with WooCommerce Shipping and Tax. Go ahead and click on Connect. Now you guys will have to make a free account with WordPress.com. I don't know why they recommend this or do this, but
Yeah, you guys will need to make a free account. Once you guys make a free account and you register and you sign up, it'll bring you back to this page right here. Now, the great part is, guys, is that plugin that you guys are using is actually using the TaxJar API. So what it's going to do here, it's going to pull all the information from taxjar.com. They actually collaborate together, and they actually inserted all the tax laws and legal jargon all inside of that plugin. So there's no need for you guys to do any of this work right here, right? Because they've inserted all of the API from TaxJar. Once you guys do that, you'll then click on tax. And then right here, you'll just go ahead and click on enable automated taxes, scroll to the bottom, and then click on save changes. And that is it. You guys now have automated taxes enabled on your WooCommerce store. Now, just to reiterate here, these automated taxes will always supersede whatever you guys have right here. So if you guys did something right here, it's going to go ahead and just remove it, because if you guys do add these tax rates, it might conflict with the plugin. So it will go ahead and get rid of the actual tax rates on your store, and it'll replace them with the TaxJar API. So congratulations, party people. You guys are now WooCommerce pros. Welcome to the WooCommerce shipping section of this video. In this part of the video, I'll walk you through how to set up all of your shipping with WooCommerce. So we'll talk about free shipping, how to set up flat rates, and we'll also talk about formulas. So with WooCommerce, you can actually set up specific formulas where you can charge people based off how many items are in the cart. You can also charge people how much weight is in the carts, and so on and so forth. We'll also talk about, is shipping taxable? In some states, shipping is taxable, believe it or not. Like I believe in Nevada, it is actually taxable. So we'll cover all of that in this section of the video. You guys ready? Let's go ahead and jump back to the tutorial. Now, the first thing you'll need to do is enter in your store address. And this is important because depending on your address, that's going to affect your shipping, right? Duh. So here is the address line. Go ahead and put in your address line number 1. You'll put in your city. You'll put in your state, your zip code. And then here you have selling options. So I want to sell to specific countries. I'm going to put in Mexico and also United States. Shipping location. I'm going to ship to all the countries I sell to, obviously, right? Default customer location. I'm going to select the shop country region. So essentially, I'm going to ship to where they are entering their information, right? I do want to enable the use of taxes and also coupons, okay? And then you'll enter in your currency options. Once you're done, you'll then click on Save Changes. Okay, pretty simple, right? So once you guys enter in the general information, we're then going to go over here and click on the Shipping tab. Okay, now the first option I want you guys to click on is the shipping settings. So let's click on Shipping Settings. So here we have some shipping options. So we have calculations. You guys do want to enable the shipping calculator on the cart page. This actually helps them determine the actual shipping costs on the cart page. Or you guys can actually select this option here as well. This will actually hide the shipping costs on the checkout page until they enter their address. It really is up to you, right? But that's just what the options are referring to. Now, the next option is shipping destination, and this is actually very important. You guys always want to select this to the customer shipping address. Never have the billing address selected. The reason why is because some people have different billing addresses for their credit cards. Even myself, I actually have a different billing address than my shipping address. And I think a lot of people in America have that. So make sure that you guys do actually select the customer shipping address. Once you guys have selected those options, you'll then click on Save Changes. Okay, cool. Now, before we go to the next section, let's go over here and click on Local Pickup. Now, here's the option for local pickup. And even if you guys don't want to use local pickup, I do recommend to have it just in case some users might contact you saying, hey, I'll come to your shop and pick it up, right? Which is actually a very reliable option. So I'm going to enable local pickup. And then here I do have local pickup. You guys can also add a price for local pickup, but most of us probably will offer free, for local pickup, right? So I'm just going to say, I'm going to, leave that unchecked because I want it for free. And then you guys are going to enter in the address of your actual business. So I'll go ahead and put in my business here. So it'll look something like this. We have the name of the business, we have the address, and then we have pickup details. So maybe you're going to tell them, hey, come to the back and pick it up, or come to the side door or whatever, you'll enter that in. And then once you guys are done with that, you'll then click on Done. Then we are going to click on Save Changes. All right, cool. So that is pretty much it for the shipping settings. Pretty simple, right? Now let's go to the next section and talk about shipping zones. So right here, let's click on shipping zones. Okay, and the first thing we're gonna do is we are going to add a shipping zone.
Okay, so you're gonna give your shipping zone a name. So this is gonna be California. So this is essentially shipping in California, at least for me, right? So my store is based in California. So I'm going to name the shipping zone California. Now for the zone regions, you guys can actually select like various places. So for example, we ship to Mexico and United States in the options. And right here, if I check the little arrow, I can then ship to all these other various states. If you guys want to ship to all of them, you can just put United States, right? But don't do that just yet. I want to show you guys something. So for now, just follow me. So I'm just going to select the state that we are selling in, right? So California, right? And I'll click somewhere else. And then right here, I want to add a shipping method. So for California, what kind of shipping method do I want to offer? I can offer free shipping, flat rates, or local pickup. Let's first start with flat rate. So I'm gonna click on flat rate and then click on continue. Okay, so the flat rate is there, right? But we can change this to like shipping cost, right? Shipping cost. Is this taxable? In my state, this is not taxable. If you guys do need help to understand if shipping is taxable, you guys can use TaxJar.com. So this is a website called TaxJar.com. I'll leave this link in the description for you guys. And certain states are subject to shipping and tax. So here, the states where shipping is taxable, these are the specific states. So we have Arkansas, Connecticut, and all these other various states. If your state is listed here, then you guys probably should charge tax for shipping, but California is not. So I'm just going to skip California, right? So I'll go back over here. I'm going to put no. And what is the cost for my shipping? Well, I'm going to put a standard rate of $4.95. Okay. And then I'll click on create and save. All right, cool. So basically when someone purchases products on my website, they're going to be charged a shipping rate of $4.95. Now this is the very basics of this. So we'll get more advanced as we go, but that's just a general rundown of flat rates. Now, maybe you guys want to offer free shipping, right? So here, I'll also select free shipping. I'll click on continue. So free shipping requires what? There is a free shipping coupon, a minimum order amount, which is basically saying they have to spend a specific amount of dollars on your website. Then we have a minimum order or coupon. And then lastly, we have both, right? So I'll be showing you guys how to create shipping coupons that give free shipping a little bit later. But for most of us, we're probably going to select a minimum order amount. So a minimum order amount. So how much money do they need to spend on our website to get free shipping? Well, I'm going to say $100. If they spend $100 on our website, then they're going to get free shipping. And the next option is the minimum order rule. So let's say, for example, they spend $99 and you want to just give them a coupon code anyways. You guys can create one and I'll show you guys how to do that. But I want to leave that unchecked because I don't want to provide coupons for free shipping. So then right here, I'll click on create and save. All right, cool. So as of right now, we have a standard shipping cost of $4.95. We have free shipping for people who spend more than $100, but I want to add one more right here. So under the shipping method, I'm also going to select local pickup. Okay, so here's local pickup, and I'm just going to leave this as no taxable, and the cost is 0, right? So I'll click on create and save, and here we go. So as of right now, for people in California, they'll be charged a flat rate of $4.95, right? Also, we have free shipping for a minimum order of $100, right? And then lastly, they have the option for local pickup if they want to pick up the product, right? Pretty easy, pretty self-explanatory. And before we go on any further, let's just go ahead and test this out really quick. So let's go over here to visit sites. And let's do some shopping, all right? Let's go to our store right here, our beautiful e-commerce store. So I'll go ahead and select these running shoes, and then I'll click on view cart. Okay, so here we go. So as of right now, you guys are gonna see that the shipping cost is $4.95, right? Now, if I were to bump this up right here and put $100, you're gonna see that this is gonna actually be free shipping here because the minimum order has been met of $100. So that's just a quick general rundown of how you guys can add shipping to your website. We're gonna get a little bit more advanced as we go, guys. So if you guys have special needs, don't worry, we will get there. Now let's go back to our dashboard here, okay? And we're gonna go back to WooCommerce and then go to settings. And then let's go back over here to shipping. And now we have California, right? But maybe someone in another state bought one of our products, right? Well, let's go ahead and add a shipping zone. So right here, I'll add a zone. And we're just gonna put United States. So right here, I'll put
North America, and United States. Okay. So now we're going to add a shipping method for these specific states. So what do I want to offer for these specific states, right? Well, I'm probably going to offer a flat rate, right? So let's add a flat rate right here. And we are not going to charge this, but we are going to charge a total of $14.99 for these other states. So right here, I'll click on create and save. And let's add one more. So if they do spend a significant amount, then I do want to also offer free shipping. So I'm going to give them the same thing right here, except they'll need to spend $200 on our store. And then I'll click on create and save. So essentially what I've done here is I basically created, actually let me get rid of the North America, right? I just want United States, right? So essentially what I've done here is I've created a special rate for people in my state because shipping will be less. And then I also charge a specific flat rate for anyone that purchases products in the United States. Okay, and now let's go ahead and add one more shipping zone. So let's click back over here under shipping zones. And then I'll click on add a zone. Now let's say, for example, someone in Mexico decides to buy our products, right? So I'm gonna put Mexico right here, right? And select Mexico, right? And then I'll add a shipping method. So I wanna offer a flat rate for people who decide to purchase products from Mexico. So over here, I'm gonna charge them a flat rate of $20 for shipping. Here I'll click on create and save. And that's it. So now we're selling products to customers in the United States, California, and also Mexico. So that is a general understanding of shipping zones, but let's get more advanced here. So next, let's go ahead and click on shipping settings. Okay, you guys got that? So as of right now, we are selling products to people in California, United States, and Mexico. Now there is another option right here where you guys can actually create a fallback option for the rest of the world. Now, sometimes people might be able to buy your products from like, you know, Canada or something, somewhere that is very close to the United States, but not necessarily in it. You guys can create a fallback option. So basically saying, I don't want to reject your business, but at the same time, you're not on my list of countries, so I'll just give you like a special circumstance. So if someone actually buys something from like Canada or something that's not on my list, I'm gonna charge them a fallback rate of $25, right? So these are for areas not listed on our shipping zones, just in case someone buys something that is not inside of the United States or in Mexico. So the rest of the world is just more of a fallback option, just in case someone buys our products. So that is shipping zone summed up. This is like the bare basics of shipping. I know there's a lot more to go with, but that is shipping zone summed up. Now let's go ahead and move on to the next section and talk about shipping classes. Okay, so in this part of the video, we'll be talking about WooCommerce shipping classes. Now with this, you guys can charge specific shipping costs for specific products on your store. For example, if you guys are shipping something like a pencil or a pen, and then you got a refrigerator, having a flat rate wouldn't make much sense, right? You guys have to charge specific shipping costs for specific products. So that's where shipping classes come in. So in this part of the video, I will be showing you guys how to add specific shipping prices to specific products on your store. We'll also be talking about WooCommerce formulas. WooCommerce formulas are actually really dynamic, and there's a lot you guys can do with it. You guys can create specific formula shipping costs for specific products on your store. It's pretty crazy. There's a lot you guys can do. So we'll be covering all of that in this part of the video. You guys ready? Let's go ahead and jump back to the video. So over here, you guys are gonna see shipping classes. Let's go ahead and click on shipping classes. Okay, now first off, what is shipping classes? So shipping classes are essentially adding in specific shipping classes to specific products. For example, you guys might have products that are heavy on your website, right? Like a refrigerator, right? And you can't charge the same shipping rate like $4.95 for a t-shirt versus a refrigerator, right? So we need to create a special shipping class for those specific products. So over here, I'm gonna put heavy packages, and this is for big products. Okay, so we have heavy packages. This is for big products. And then right here, I'll click on create. Okay. And over here, I'll click on add a shipping, right? And then for a shipping class, we're also gonna create one for light, right? Light packages. And then this is also for very light products, right? So maybe like a pencil or something like that. Maybe where the shipping is like virtually nothing, right? So I'll go ahead and click on create. Now we're also gonna create another one. So over here, I'm gonna click on add a shipping class. And then over here, we're gonna put free. Free. This is
free. And then I'll click on create. Now we're gonna add in 2 more over here. So under add a shipping class, the next one we're gonna enter is gonna be quantity. Okay, so quantity. And then this is for quantity. Okay, and we're gonna enter in 1 more, and this is going to be fee. So fee, fee, and then fee. Okay, fee for products. Now, I know you guys might not understand what I'm doing here, but we're gonna go each one by one, and this will really help you guys with you know, what we're talking about. Oop, I gotta fix that one. That was free. I meant free, my bad. Here we go. Okay, so now that we created these shipping classes, now we're going to assign these to shipping zones, and then we're gonna assign them to specific products. So let's first go over here to shipping zones, and let's first select California, right? We are gonna select United States and Mexico as well, but let's just first start with California. So right here, I'll click on edit. So here we have the shipping costs, right? So let's go ahead now and click on edits. So we have our base shipping rate at $4.95, right? However, we can select special shipping costs for specific products, right? For example, the first one is gonna be heavy, right? So let's take a look at a heavy product. All right, so I'm over here on my e-commerce website, and we're gonna scroll down, and you're gonna see that I have this basketball net right here. Now, a basketball net is typically pretty large compared to these other products, right? So I probably should set a specific shipping rate for this specific product. Now, how can you guys understand what to pay for shipping, right? You guys can use websites like USPS, or even just call like UPS or FedEx and just ask them how much the shipping is gonna cost. They should have a general idea, right? But once you guys get like an exact price right here of like calculating the price based off the shape and size, you guys can then get like an understanding of the actual price for shipping for those specific products. So over here under WooCommerce settings, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna say, you know what? For the basketball net, the shipping is actually gonna be $45, okay? So for the basketball net, we're gonna assign this later for a $45 cost, right? Now also we have free shipping, and free shipping would be for products like a virtual product. So over here on my website, you're gonna see we have a basketball PDF download. Now typically a downloadable product doesn't really have any shipping, right? So I do want to assign products that are maybe virtual or that don't really have any weight. I want to assign them to free shipping. So this is gonna be 0 right here. So they're gonna be charged $0 for shipping, right? Now the next one is a light product. So let's go ahead and take a look over here and just see if we have any light products. So I think something like this right here, actually let's do white shoes. I think the white shoes would be, one of the lighter products, right? So let's just imagine that we're gonna charge like maybe, $10 for shipping for shoes, right? Okay, so under the lights, we're gonna charge $10. Okay, so as of right now, we have free shipping, heavy, and then we have light. Now, before I go on to these other ones, which are more advanced, let's just go ahead and save this and take a look at what we can do right here. So I'm gonna save this right here. Okay, and then we're going to go to our products. So let's go over here to products and then click on all products. So first we have the basketball net, right? Now for this specific product, we're obviously gonna charge a little bit more for shipping. So we're gonna assign it for the heavy category. So we're gonna scroll down right here, and under the shipping right here, you're gonna see a shipping class. Now we can just assign this to one of these classes right here. So I'm gonna assign this to heavy. So essentially the shipping for this will be our flat rate plus $45. So let's go ahead and click on update. All right, cool. Now let's go ahead and also add it to the white shoes. So for the white shoes, I do want to actually put this in the category of the lighter products. So over here, same thing, shipping. Now for this shipping class, we're just gonna put that this is a lighter product, right? So I'm gonna put light and then click on update. And the very last product is we're gonna assign free shipping for this variable watch. Now for PDF downloads and virtual products, the shipping is actually automatically disabled, right? So we're going to assign this variable watch with free shipping. So you're gonna see right here, they can select the large and brown and there we go. So we're gonna assign this for free shipping just because it's a very expensive product and I just want to offer it, for my customers just because, right? So over here, shipping, and then we're gonna put free, okay?
So then let's click on update. So next we're going to add each of these products to our store and we're gonna see what happens with the shipping. So I'll go ahead and add this to the cart. Okay, so here is the basketball nets. Now you guys are gonna see that the shipping is $49.95. That's because we charge $45 for the heavy items plus $4.95 for a flat rate shipping. So that's how you guys can sort of add specific shipping costs to specific products. So now that I showed you guys the basketball nets, let's take a look at the shoes. So here's the white shoes, and you guys are gonna see that the shipping is now $14.95. That's because we're charging a flat rate of $4.95, plus we're offering a fee of $10 for the lighter products. And then lastly, we have our variable watch, and you guys are gonna see that it has the option for free shipping. That's because we assigned this product with free shipping. If you guys have any questions about shipping classes, let me know in the comments below. So with that said, let's move on to the more advanced shipping methods. So now we're gonna get into formulas. And if you guys need help, right here, you guys can click on this link and you guys can get more information about formulas. So essentially what formulas are is you're gonna charge specific formulas for specific products. Now the very first one that we're gonna do is we're gonna do a fee plus we are gonna multiply 2 times the amount of quantity. This is typically useful if you guys do sell small products that need to be wrapped individually, because you guys do have to pay for every single wrap for small products, right? Maybe like Pokemon cards or something, you know, or like pencils, you know what I'm saying, right? So let's go back over here and adjust the quantity. So we're gonna go to quantity, right? And we're gonna charge $5 just as a flat rate. And then we're gonna enter plus, and then we're gonna enter the parenthesis sign, and we're gonna enter in $2, and then we're gonna enter the asterisk symbol, which is the multiply. Then I'm gonna type in quantity. Then I'll end the brackets, and then I'll hit space, and then parentheses. So essentially what I'm charging here is $5 for a flat fee, plus $2 for every single quantity, right? So let's go ahead and click on save right here, and let's test this method. Now before we do that, we need to assign this to a specific product. So let's go over here to products, and we're gonna assign this to the glove right here. So I'm gonna click on the glove right here, and click on edit. We're gonna scroll down, and for the shipping, we're gonna enter this as a quantity, right? So I'll go ahead and click on update. So next we're going to purchase the gloves right here. And the reason why we're selecting a lot is maybe you guys are like a baseball coach and you have to buy gloves for your whole team, right? That's gonna be pretty expensive. So that is why you guys might want to do the quantity formula. So I'm gonna select 20 right here and then click on add to cart. Here, click on view cart. Okay, so here we go. We have our glove, and now let's calculate why this price is $49.95. So you'll see over here that we do have $5 as a standard fee, right? Plus 2 times 20 gloves, right? So that's $45 right here. However, we also have the flat fee at $4.95. So if you total those together, it's gonna be $49.95. However, this is where things can get a little complicated. So now you're gonna see we have a shipping cost of $45.95, which is accurate, right? But you guys are gonna notice that they also have the option for free shipping. So in order to correct this, you guys have a few options. What you guys can do is completely get rid of free shipping on your shipping settings. So over here, what we can do is we can go ahead and say, you know what? I don't wanna offer free shipping anymore. So instead of actually deleting this, I can just turn this off for now. You know, we can just turn this off and we can enable it later, right? However, you guys can still offer free shipping with a coupon code. So let's do that. So over here on the left side, we're gonna scroll down and we're gonna find marketing, right? And then here we're gonna have coupons, right? Now I've already created one right here, so I'll just go ahead and click on add a coupon code. So the first thing is we need to select a coupon code. So this is gonna be Daryl Free, right? That's the name of the coupon code. And here we have different discount types. So you can have percentage discount on the whole cart, a fixed cart discount, and then also a fixed product discount. Now we're gonna touch base more about this a little bit later, but all I really want to offer is free shipping. So I'm just gonna check the free shipping box and then click on updates. And then we're gonna publish this coupon code. Okay, so we did set this coupon code, and now what we're gonna do is now we need to assign the free valid coupon in our shipping zone. So let's go back over here to our settings and we'll go to shipping. And then we're gonna turn this back on right here. So we're gonna go back over here to edit. And for the free shipping, I'll go ahead and turn this back on. And this does now require a valid shipping coupon. I'll save that and then I'll turn it on.
Okay, so here is the gloves. Now, let's say, for example, I want to bypass this shipping. So what I'm going to do right here is click on add a coupon, and we're going to type in Daryl free, and then click on apply. All right, and then you're going to see that the free shipping is now enabled and the price dropped to $2,000 and 190 bucks. So that's how you guys can create different quantities for your products and also still offer free shipping at the same time. So now that we talked about the quantity, now let's talk about the other formula. So let's go back over here to our dashboard, and we're going to go over here to WooCommerce and click on settings. Here I'll click on shipping, and now let's go back to the formulas. So over here I'll click on edit, and then under shipping costs, we're going to go back to edit right here. So we have done the heavy, right? We've also done the free. We did the light, and then we also did the quantity, right? However, we also might want to do a fee. So what is a fee? Well, typically, sometimes you guys might want to offer specific fees, right? So here we have a percentage-based flat rate. So you guys can also do $10 plus a fee percent of $10 for the entire order. So let's go ahead and just copy this, and let's go back and paste it over here. So what I'm gonna do here is paste that in. So we have $10 plus a fee percent of 10%. But to make this more easier, let's do 20%. Let's make it a little bit more higher. And then I'll click on save. Okay, now let's go ahead and assign this to a product. So over here, I'll click on products, and we're gonna select the outdoor lamp for this one. Okay, so here's the outdoor lamp. We're gonna scroll down, and over here under shipping, I'm now going to assign this to the fee right here. And then I'll click on update. Okay, so here's the outdoor lamp, and we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna buy something right here. So we're gonna buy an orange one right here, and we're just gonna buy 5 of these, right? I'll add this to the cart, and then I'll view the cart. Okay, so here we go. We have the outdoor lamp, right? And our shipping cost is gonna be $64.95. Okay, so here we go. We have 20% of $250. 20% of $250 is gonna be $50, right? We also have the $10 plus we have the $4.95 as a flat rate. So you're gonna see that we're gonna be charged $50 plus $10 plus $4.95, which equals $64.95. So that's how we calculated that shipping for these specific products. So that is shipping classes summed up. There is a lot you guys can do. It's very dynamic, and with the formulas, you can pretty much accomplish any type of shipping cost you want for your store. Hey guys, so in this part of the video, we'll be talking about WooCommerce Extras. Now, WooCommerce is a great plugin that you guys can use to turn your website into an e-commerce website, right? But there's a lot of other plugins and extras that you guys can use to further enhance whatever it is you're trying to accomplish with WooCommerce. So in this part of the video, we'll be talking all about the WooCommerce Extras. You guys ready? Let's jump back to the video. Okay, so welcome to section 4. So now we're going to talk more about the helpful advanced options like tracking, shipping labels, advanced shipping methods, and coupon codes. Okay, so under search plugins, we're going to type in table rate shipping, and we're going to install this plugin right here. So I'll click on install now, and then I'll click on activate. Okay, and once you guys do that, we're going to go over here to WooCommerce and click on settings. Next, we'll go over here and click on the shipping, and then over here, I'll click on edit. So now I want to add a new shipping method. So right here, I'll click on add a shipping method, and we're going to have a new option right here called flexible shipping. So I'll go ahead and click on continue. Now this isn't for everybody, right? But I just wanted to show you guys this plugin because it's very similar to the WooCommerce table rate shipping, where you guys can involve weight, which can be very useful for some people with heavy products. So here is the option right here. It is the flexible shipping. Now, before I go and show you guys this plugin, this actually has integrations for the APIs for other shipping companies. Like you guys can print shipping labels for tons of companies like UPS, right? You guys can also do FedEx as well, and also USPS as well, right? So those are like the most popular ones in America. You guys can also use DHL. This is actually a really popular international one. And then also they have UPS WooCommerce Live Rates as well, right? So let's go ahead and go back up. Now, before we talk about the pro version, let's just stick to the basics and show you guys the free version. Now, the first thing is I don't want to charge for tax. I'm sorry, for shipping. So we're not going to involve tax with shipping because in my state, we don't use that. We have the option for free shipping as well. So just like we have the other options, you guys can also involve free shipping with like a minimum order amount and stuff like that. But we're going to scroll down right here and we're going to show you guys 2 really cool advanced features. So right here, I actually want to use the ready-made scenarios because they made this really simple for us. Let's say, for example, you guys want to actually charge specific weight and then charge a specific amount based off that weight. So the first thing is you guys are going to see this is in kilograms. Now, if you guys actually want to change this, all you got to do is go over here to the WooCommerce settings under the general options, and you guys should probably change that to pounds and ounces. So over here under the product section, this is where you guys can change it. Instead of the kilograms, we're going to use pounds, and then we're going to use inches, right? And then I'll click on Save Changes, and that'll change the measurements for us. So let's go back over here to the shipping. Okay, so let's go ahead and retry that. We're going to go to ready-made scenarios, and we're going to do weight-based shipping. So essentially, if you guys have products right here and the weight is from 0 to 1 pound, the price will be charged $10, right? We also have the weight from 1 pound to about 4 pounds, and the rule is going to be, $11 for that, maybe even more than that, maybe $20, right? And then so on and so forth. So if the total weight is 4 pounds to 7 pounds, then we're going to charge $30. And then right here, 7 to 12, that's going to be $40. So this is just a really cool rule that you guys can add, right? It just depends on what kind of products you're selling. I realize people watching this are probably selling a variety of products, and this could be very helpful when you guys actually try to sell products based off of weight. Now, in order to make this work, you need to go to your products over here and you need to assign the weight for your specific products. So for example, here we have the basketball net. I'll click on Edit. And then we're going to scroll down over here, and under the shipping, you're going to see weight, right? So this is going to be 10 pounds, right? And that's where you guys want to adjust this. Now, if you guys do actually decide to go with this, you guys probably want to take this out of the shipping class, right? Because then they're going to conflict, okay? So if you guys want to go the route of the shipping table rate, you guys can do that, or you guys can use shipping classes. It's really up to you. You guys can go both ways, right? But let's go ahead and go back over here to the flexible shipping. Okay, and just remember, you guys can add more rules. So if you guys do want the weight to be like more, so right here, we're gonna put, a 10.001 to 15 pounds and so on and so forth. And then all you gotta do is just go ahead and save those changes, and that'll be live. Now just remember, you guys need to actually go with like 0.001 just in case. So right here, you're gonna see it's 0.99 because some products might weigh 6.989 or something. So you need to make sure you're very exact with the weights. Now let's take a look at the other scenarios. So the other scenario is called the price-based shipping. So over here, I'll go ahead and use this scenario, right? So now we have this price table right here. And essentially this is the same thing. However, they are just doing price instead, right? So if the price is $0 to $99, the shipping price will be $20. And then so on and so forth. To $100 to $199, it'll be 15. And as the price gets more, the shipping cost gets lower. Now, I don't know if this is an efficient way for you guys to do your shipping because it doesn't ignore the volume and also it ignores the weight of the products. So I don't know if this would be good for everyone, right? So it's really up to you, but I just thought it was a cool plugin if you guys do want to have this kind of shipping rates on your websites. If you guys do want to install the WooCommerce tracking plugin, I've actually included that in the description. So if you guys can go ahead and download it for free in the description of this video. You guys can upload it and then install it onto your WordPress website. I do have another video that shows you guys how to do that, and I will put that also in the description of this video, just in case you guys want to add tracking for your products for your e-commerce store. Okay, so in this part of the video, I'll be showing you guys how to add a tracking number for your shipping. Now, I did make a video on this a few years ago, and the plugin and video is actually still very relevant, right? So here we use this plugin right here, and we actually use a GPL website to buy the plugin. You guys can choose to buy it from a third-party website like I recommend in this video, or you guys can buy it right here from woo.com. They sell it for, I think it's like $59 a year. So you guys can go both ways. I do really think that they should have added this inside of WooCommerce, and that's why I'm kind of like against their whole like making a product plugin for everything, because it really should be inside of WooCommerce, because it's really hard to have an e-commerce website without tracking, right? So let me go ahead and show you guys the plugin. So it is called the Shipment Tracking Plugin, and there are free ones, guys, but the free ones are crap. I'm telling you right now, they don't work good. That one is the best because it integrates directly into the code of the email templates. So up here, I'll click on Upload Plugin, choose the file, and I'm going to upload that plugin. So it's right here. I'll go ahead and go to my desktop, Here it is. It is WooCommerce shipment tracking. And I'll click on open and then install now. All right, next I'll click on activate plugin. Okay, and that's it. Now, if you guys go over here to WooCommerce and click on orders, you're gonna see there's this now option for your products where you guys can actually add a tracking number. So I'll click on one of these orders. And then right here, you'll see add a tracking number. And all you're gonna do right here is just go ahead and select your provider, right? So I'll put USPS. Here's the tracking number. And then I'll click on save tracking. And right here, if I click on track, this will actually take your customers over here to the tracking where they can go ahead and view the tracking for the product. Now, once you actually set this to completed and you add the tracking number, your customers will get an email automatically right here. So here is my email, and I'll go ahead and select this right here. And you're gonna see your order is complete. And here is the tracking information. And then they have their order right here. And if they click on this, it'll redirect them to whatever carrier that you guys are using and show them the tracking number. So that's how you guys can add a tracking number to your website. As you guys can tell, this is a lot more easier, the flow is better, and you'll have a lot less customer support messages from your clients. All right, party people, in this part of the video, we'll be talking about shipping labels and also invoices. So if you guys do make sales, you guys probably need to print a shipping label for your product, right? So I'll be showing you guys how to do that. Also, if your customer requests an invoice or something like that, I'll be showing you guys how to generate a really nice professional invoice for your customers as well. And the best part, they're completely free. So let me walk you guys through how to create invoices and also shipping labels for your products. You guys ready? Let's go. All right, guys, in this part of the video, I'll be showing you guys how to create shipping labels and also invoices. Now, with this free plugin, you guys can create invoices like this, and then you guys can print them on demand. Also, we have a packaging slip right here, so it shows who it's from, who it's billed to, the products, and then also we have a delivery notes if you guys want to create delivery notes. Also, you guys might need shipping labels for your products. So here is an example of a shipping label, and also we have a dispatch label, but I do think these are actually nice, right? I think these are actually pretty well structured. So I'll be showing you guys how to add this to your e-commerce store. You guys ready? So the first thing we need to do is install a free plugin. Everyone loves free, right? So over here, we're gonna scroll down and we're going to go to plugins and click on add new. And over here under search plugins, we're gonna type in shipping label. Now here's the plugin that we're gonna use. It is by WebToffee. It is called WooCommerce PDF Invoices. Go ahead and activate this plugin and then go ahead and install it on your websites. And once you guys do that, you're gonna see this icon here on the left side. So go ahead and click on invoice and packing. Now the very first option we need to select is the general option right here. This is where you guys can enter your company details. So you're gonna enter in your company details right here. You'll enter the logo of your website. You guys can enter your tax ID, but in America, we don't really offer this information on these receipts. So if you guys are from America, I wouldn't put that. I don't know about Europe. I don't know if Europe requires it or not. So that's really out of my control. Here you have a footer where you can enter in some footer credits like best of the best sports equipment. Here you have the address details where you can enter in the address. So you're gonna put in all of your business address right here. And below that, you guys have the option to show the state name in the address if you guys want to go that route. And you guys have some other options here where you guys can turn these on or off. It's really up to you, right? Once you guys adjust these settings right here, you'll then click on update settings. Okay. Once you guys do that, let's go ahead and click on the first invoice right here. So let's click on invoice. And this is where you guys can add a little bit more to your information, right? Now, every user will actually have their own invoices and all this information available in their account section right here. So under the account tab, they'll have more options. So the next is the invoice. And this is where you guys can add like something before the invoice number if you guys wanna go that route. Next, you have the invoice details where you guys can upload a custom logo for your invoice. Now, if you guys do not select a logo, it'll just use the default one like over here. So it's really up to you if you guys want to go that route, right? And then below that, we just have some other general options if you guys want to use these options or not. So they're not required, right? So once you guys select those options, you'll click on update. And then once you guys click on update, right here, you'll click on customize. And this is where you guys can customize your invoice. So on the right side, you're gonna see these tabs right here, right? And you guys can turn these tabs on, right? Or you guys can turn them off. So for example, for the document title, I wanna change this to black right here, right? And then I'll just put like invoice, right?
I think that's good, right? Here we have the company logo and name. You guys can adjust the width, right? You guys can use the company name of the website, or you can use the company logo, right? So you guys will go through these options right here, turn whatever you want on or off, right? And then once you guys turn them on, you guys can further customize them here, like adjusting the font size, and you guys can make this like bold and, you know, fully design this, right? So you guys can use this if you guys want to have invoices either sent to them, or you guys can download them for your own records, right? Okay, so I'll go ahead and click on save. Next, we have the packaging slip. So you guys will be able to look at your packaging slip from your order section, but right here, you guys can include the product image. You guys can add a customer note and then also add the footer. Now, right here is the packaging slip. So you'll see we have the products right here, right? And you guys can actually decide to, you know, add in a footer or not, or add in a customer note if you guys want to go that route. Next, we have the delivery note. So the delivery note is this right here, where essentially it looks the same. They just formatted it a little bit differently, right? So let's go ahead and take a look here. So we can include the product image. We can also add a customer note and then also add a footer to that. So I'll tell you what, I'll add a footer, you know, that includes our slogan. And next we have shipping label. Now, shipping labels might be a little bit more important. Now, you guys cannot customize it in the free version, but in the pro version, you guys can. So over here, if we go to customize, you guys can add specific things, right? You guys can add in like, you know, the address, email field, and so on and so forth. But they do have other options here in the pro version, like a barcode, tracking number, packaging number, and so on and so forth. You guys can also add your logo in the pro, but it's really not needed, guys. And if you're just getting started out, I would not use the pro version. Only really upgrade to the pro if you guys are making sales, right? So this is just something to get you guys started with, just so you guys have something. And then next we have the dispatch label. And essentially this is the dispatch label right here. And personally, guys, you know what I would do? Honestly, I would actually just go ahead and bypass this right here. And I would use something like this right here, because you guys can use this as like your shipping label, right? Because it has the address and the shipping address, right? So you guys can sort of mix and match this, or use whatever it is you think would be best for your business. But once you guys actually have that, we'll go over here to the WooCommerce and the order section. And let's say, for example, you guys want to view it. So over here, I'll click on one of my orders. And if you guys scroll down over here, you guys are going to see that you guys can now download the invoice, right? So you guys can go ahead and download this to your computer, and then you guys can actually email this to your clients, right? And then also we have the delivery note. So this is the delivery note where you guys can save this and download it onto your computer. Same thing with the shipping label and the dispatch label. Okay, so let's go ahead now and skip payments, and let's go to accounts and privacy. Okay, so the account and privacy is very important. So these options right here will create accounts for people who purchase products on your store. The first one is allowing customers to place orders without an account. If you guys do want them to create something, like, then you'll have to go ahead and say, you guys must create an account right here, and you'll uncheck that box, right? And then also right here, this is good to add. So if they do actually want to place an order, they can just log in to their existing account during checkout, which is a very fast and convenient process. These two options right here will automatically create a username for them once they have purchased something on your websites. Also, you guys might want to have this checked right here. This will allow users to create an account on the My Account page, okay? Here we have data erasure requests. You guys can let users request to have their personal data deleted from your store. And here is the privacy policy and the registration and checkout information, right? And then here is the personal data retention. This essentially will automatically delete data after a certain period has passed. So you guys can always adjust these to like days, weeks, months, or years. Okay. Okay, next we have emails. So these are emails that are sent to you and your customer. So right here, you'll see new order, canceled order, and failed order. These emails will be automatically sent to you guys right here. So here are the email notifications. Now these are emails that are sent to you and also your customers. So right here we have new order, canceled order, and failed order. These three emails will be sent to you. These other emails right here will be sent to customers. So when there is a completed order, a refunded order, reset password, or a new account, they will be notified via email. If you guys want to customize these emails, all you got to do right here is click on manage. And this is where you guys can change the email. So right here, you can change the subject and the email heading, and then also the content of the email, right? Once you guys edit it, you can click on Save Changes, and that will basically apply to that specific email. Now, when customers purchase something, they're going to get this specific email right here. So I'll go ahead and click on Manage. So here is the email that they're going to receive. So it's going to say, your latest invoice. Here is their purchase receipts. You can adjust the heading and then also add in some additional contents. Now, WooCommerce did a pretty terrible job at setting up emails, to be honest, because there is no visual way on how to design it. However, there is a free plugin that you guys can use that can actually visually change how emails are sent. And you guys can also add in elements like text, button, very similar to Elementor. So I'm going to go ahead and just recommend that you guys do install this plugin. It is a great way on how to actually fully customize the emails that are sent from your website. Over here under plugins, let's click on add new. And up here, we're gonna type in email customizer. So here's the plugin. It's called Yaymail, WooCommerce Email Customizer. And this will actually allow you guys to fully design and customize the WooCommerce emails. So I'll go ahead and click on install, and then I'll click on activate. Okay. Once you guys do that, over here, you'll see Yaymail. I'll just go ahead and click on the Yay Commerce icon, and then it'll prompt you right here. Now, this is the actual email builder, and you guys can actually just drag in elements right here and fully design this page. It's very similar to Elementor, right? So if you click on it, you can adjust the color and the font and the radius and all this other cool stuff right here. Now, here at the top, you're gonna see new order, customer invoice, and so on and so forth. So I know this might sound like a lot of work, guys, but you'll need to go through here and adjust each specific email. So over here, we have customer email invoice. Here I'll click on no, don't save. And this is the email that you guys can design with. And this is sent when someone purchases something on your websites. So you guys can go through here, adjust everything to your specific liking. Now there is one more recommendation you guys can do. So if you guys don't want to custom build every email from scratch, you guys can use the Cadence email customizer. So over here, I'll type in Cadence WooCommerce. And you guys can also use this one right here. Now this one will actually just assign all your templates to a specific style, so you can't independently design each one by one. So right here, I'll click on activate. Now I should probably disable this one right here. So I'm going to go ahead now and disable this one, right? We'll just take that one off just because we don't want the plugins to conflict. And then right here, I'll click on open email designer. Okay, so right here, you guys will see we have pre-built templates, and they have a few different templates you guys can use, right? I think they only have like 3, so I'll just use this one here. They also have this new fluid one where you can download it from their website. You just gotta give them your email address, and they will give you this template right here as well. But I'll just go ahead and just select this one right here, and then go to the bottom and click on load templates, and okay. All right, cool, so this is gonna be our new email. And now you'll have to go through here like the email and go to the heading, and then you'll go ahead and adjust things like the color and so on and so forth. So this will actually apply for all of your emails, and yeah, it'll take some time to customize it, but you guys can use this free plugin to send out really nice looking emails instead of those really ugly, bland, boring emails that are sent from WooCommerce. Okay, so that is email summed up. Make sure that you guys do spend the time to, design those and make them look nice and pretty and, cute, okay? Next, we have integration. So the integration tab, this is just for developers. You guys don't need to do anything here. And then here we have the advanced tab. Now the advanced tab, this probably shouldn't be under advanced because this actually applies a lot of the time to individuals. So if you guys do delete your My Account page, you can always create a new page from scratch and then just assign that page here. The same thing with the cart page. If you delete the cart page, you can assign it here. And the same thing for the checkout and also the terms and condition, okay? So that is pretty much a majority of the settings with WooCommerce. And then here we have the endpoints, but these are all just fine, so we don't need to adjust any of these. So at the bottom, I'll click on Save Changes. Okay, so that is pretty much it for all of the WooCommerce settings. We went through products, we went through tax, shipping, payments, accounts, and pretty much all of the WooCommerce settings. All right, party people, now let's go ahead and integrate credit cards on our website so we can start making money. In this part of the video, I'll show you how to integrate the Stripe payment gateway and also PayPal. I think both of them are pretty commonly used around the world. It's accepted in most countries. After I show you all how to integrate Stripe and also
PayPal on your website. I'll then show you how to integrate a cryptocurrency payment gateway so you can accept crypto on your WordPress website. You guys ready? Let's go. The next thing we need to do is we now need to integrate some payment gateways so we can all start making money. Woo, congratulations. Okay, now we're going to install 2 plugins, and these are amazing payment gateways. So over here, I'm gonna scroll down and go to plugins, and let's click on add new. So we're gonna integrate Stripe first, right? So let's type in STRIPE. So we're going to integrate this payment gateway right here. Now this is a free plugin, doesn't cost you guys anything whatsoever. So I'll go ahead and install this plugin, and then I'll click on activate. Okay, now really quick, we're gonna be integrating stripe.com. Now stripe.com is a free service that does not cost you guys anything whatsoever. There is no credit check and there is no fee to get started with. All you guys need to do is link your bank account and they will transfer the money from your store to your bank account. Then I'll also be showing you guys how to integrate PayPal as well. PayPal is a free service. You guys can make a free business account, and PayPal is pretty popular, right? So you guys can use PayPal as well and integrate that on your WordPress website. Now there are other various payment gateways. I'm not gonna be covering all of them because there are tons of them out there, but I'll just be covering the 2 most popular ones, which is Stripe and PayPal. Okay, so the first thing we have to do is we need to first install the plugin to integrate Stripe. So over here, I'll go ahead and click on add new. And then right here, I'll type in Stripe, STRIPE. Here is the plugin. I'll go ahead now and click on install now, and then I'll click on activate. Okay. Now let's go back over here to WooCommerce and let's click on settings. Over here, I'll click on payments. And now we're gonna scroll down right here, and under Stripe, I'm gonna go ahead and turn this on. Now it's going to say create or connect an account. So I'll go ahead and connect my accounts. Okay, so I went ahead and I logged in. Now I already have multiple accounts with stripe.com. So I'm going to use this demo business for now. So right here, I'll click on my accounts and then I'll click on connect. Now, obviously you guys will have to go and make your own account with stripe.com. You'll go through the setup process, submit verification. And then once you guys do that, you guys will be able to link your account with WooCommerce. Okay, so now I've pretty much logged in with Stripe. Now there's one more thing I have to do. Now right here, you guys can turn on test mode if you guys want to, or if you guys want live payments, you'll uncheck that. And now you guys can accept real credit cards on your websites. Now scrolling down here, you're gonna see that we have this link, right? So I'll go ahead and copy this link. Okay, so this is my Stripe account right here. And as you guys can tell, I've run a few demos and a few demo purchases, but let's go ahead now and add a webhook. Okay, so at the top right, you're gonna see developers. I'll click on developers, and then we're gonna click on webhooks. At the right side, you're gonna see add an endpoints. Here, click on add an endpoints. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna paste that URL in there. All right, so I'm gonna paste that right here. Here is the URL again, just in case you guys are not sure. You'll just go ahead and copy this and then paste that right here. You're gonna let Stripe know what you're doing with this. So I'm gonna put using for e-commerce websites. And over here, we have select events. So under the charge, I'm gonna select all charge events, and then I'll click on add events. Once I do that, I'll scroll to the bottom, then I'll click on add an endpoint. All right, cool. Next, you'll see signing secrets. I'll click on reveal. Then I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna paste this onto my website. So let's go back over here. You'll see edit account keys, and I just wanna paste that under the live right here. So make sure it's not test, right? Make sure it's live, right? I'll go ahead and paste that. And then I'll click on save live keys. All right, cool. So if you guys did everything successfully, you'll see that we have 3 checkboxes. So now we have payment gateways integrated on our e-commerce website. Pretty cool, right? Now what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to go ahead and quickly enable test mode, right? Just to walk you guys through a transaction. So I'll go ahead and click on the edit account keys, and I'm gonna enter in my test information. So if you guys do want to enable test mode, over here, I'll enable test mode. And then, let's see, view all test mode items. Okay. Here, I'll click on API keys. I'll publish this. All right, this is my publishable key. And then also we have our secret key. I'll paste that here. And then for the webhook secret, it's gonna be the same exact thing, right? So I'm gonna go to webhooks, add an endpoints, and then I'm going to paste in this URL here, right?
I'll go ahead and paste that there. Just put e-commerce and the same thing, right? Select events, charge all events, add events, and then add an endpoint. I'll then take this and then I will copy this and we are all set and ready to rock and roll. There we go. Then I'll click on Save Test Keys. And now you guys will see that we can now run test transactions on our websites. Pretty cool, right? So once you guys are done, at the bottom, I'll click on Save Changes. Okay. Now let's run a live test transaction. Let's give it a try, huh? Let's go ahead and go to our shop. I'll go ahead and buy these cool shoes, right? Buy these cool shoes. Really nice product page. View the cart. I already have some in my cart actually, huh? Cool. Here I'll go to proceed to checkout. I'll go ahead and put in my information. All right, so I went and entered my information. Now I'm gonna scroll to the bottom right here, and under the Stripe credit card, I'm just going to enter in some demos, right? So 4242. This is actually a test transaction right here, so don't worry, this is not a real credit card, okay? I'll just put something in here, right? I'll save this. Now, if Stripe is successfully linked, it will then successfully charge the payments. So at the bottom, I'll click on place order. And voila, we now have this beautiful checkout page where we have our order number, we have the date, the total price, the email, we have the order details, and then we have the billing information and also the shipping address. Pretty cool, right? So now let's go to stripe.com. Let's go over here and let's just refresh the page. All right, cool. So right away, you'll see our balance is a lot higher, 141. And then you guys are gonna see right here that we have now got that purchase. So you'll see it just hit our accounts and voila. So Stripe is linked. And if you guys do wanna take real credit cards, all you gotta do is just turn this off and then enter in the credentials like I just showed you guys earlier. So congratulations, we have successfully integrated Stripe.com. Now I'll be showing you guys how to integrate PayPal, which is actually a lot easier. Over here, let's go to dashboard and now let's integrate the PayPal payment gateway. So over here, I'll go to add new plugin and then we're going to type in PayPal. And we're gonna use this plugin right here, WooCommerce PayPal Payments. So I'll click on install now. Then I'll click on activate. All right, cool. So once that's done, I'll go back over here to WooCommerce and then I'll click on settings. I'll go over here to payments and let's scroll down, just keep scrolling. Here we go, we got PayPal. I'll go ahead and turn this on. Okay, once that's done, right here, it's going to say accept all major credit cards and we're gonna use standard processing. There is a criteria to use the advanced card processing. I'm not really sure what it is. So if you guys do wanna learn more about that, just give them a phone call and they can run you by what that is. Here, I'll go ahead and click on Activate PayPal. Now, all you guys need to do here is just log in with your PayPal account and it's linked. It's really simple. So I'll go ahead and enter in my email. Okay, I'll go ahead and log in. All right, once you guys log in, I'll then click on Agree and Connect. And then I'll click on Back to WooCommerce. Okay, so now that we've integrated those payment gateways, there are some payment gateways that I do want to mention, just in case you guys want to mix it up. If you guys are in South America, you guys can use a payment gateway called Mercado Pago. So Mercado Pago. This is actually a very popular payment gateway in South America. So you guys can use this one right here if you guys are in South America. Stripe is not available in every country in South America, so you guys can use this if you guys are having any issues. If you guys are in Africa, you guys can use Paystack. Paystack is South Africa and also I think the Sub-Saharan Africa region. You guys can use this specific payment gateway. This is primarily for Africa, so if you guys don't see your country on the list of Stripe, you guys can always use Paystack. If you guys are in the Middle East, you guys can use a payment gateway called authorize.net. So if I type in authorize, here is the payment gateway you guys can use. You guys can also use one called MyFatura. And lastly, if you guys are one of those people that used to use Square, you guys can also use Square and you guys can integrate the Square onto your WooCommerce websites. So yeah, there are several payment gateways to choose from and all you gotta do is just look for it and I'm sure it'll be there because there are tons of payment gateways for WooCommerce. Lastly, now let's talk about orders. So we did order something, right? Over here under WooCommerce, I'll click on orders.
So here is a list of all of the orders that are on your website. You'll see right here, we have a order pending. So let's go ahead now and click on it. Okay, so here is the order details. You'll see what was purchased. You'll see the shipping. You'll also see this information right here, such as the price, and then also the Stripe fee. Here you have the revenue of the purchase, and then you also have the customer history as well. You guys can also choose different actions. You guys can email this to the customer. You can resend this, or you can just download it, right? I'll go ahead and scroll down. If you guys do want to create shipping labels, since we integrated the PayPal automated taxes, you guys can go ahead and click on this and create a shipping label. And it's really cool. So you guys can just go ahead and use this address here. And what they're going to do is that they're going to generate a label for you guys. And all you got to do is basically print it and then put it on the package. So I'm back over here on my email, and you'll see that the order has been received. So go ahead and click on it. And then right here, you guys will see that we have the order and all that information. So all this will be sent to your customers. So everything's automated, everything's really convenient. It will take time to design everything, but overall, you guys have successfully built an e-commerce website. Okay, so now that we went through a majority of the options for WooCommerce, now let me show you guys how to create coupon codes. So down here, you'll see this marketing tab. Right here, I'll click on coupons. You guys are gonna see I have tons of coupons, right? So up here, I'll click on add coupon. Now go ahead and give your coupon code a name. Now this is gonna be the actual discount code that users enter on your website. So make sure it's something unique. So I'll put Daryl 30, and this grants 30% off. Now this is just for internal purposes, so users will not see this description. They will only see like the actual coupon code, right? So here we have discount type, and you guys do have a variety of options. You guys have percentage discounts. This will give a percentage off the entire cart at checkout. You guys have fixed cart discounts. This will give a dollar amount off the cart. And then you have fixed product discounts where you can apply specific, discounts on products, right? But for general purposes, I'll just select percentage discount off the entire cart. So how much are we going to give off the cart? Well, I'll put 30%. So this coupon code will give 30% off whatever's in the cart. Does this grant free shipping? You guys can check this box if you guys want free shipping. When does this expire? Well, I'll just say near the end of the month sort of thing, right? Here we have usage restriction. So what is the minimum spend for this specific coupon code? Well, I'll just say like $100, right? Maximum spend, I'm not really gonna put a maximum because I don't want them to be limited to spend money on my website, right? Individual use. So does this stack with other coupon codes? If you guys want it to not stack with other coupon codes, make sure that you guys enter that check mark. Exclude sale items. This will actually exclude any items that you guys currently have on sale. You guys can also go ahead and include or exclude specific products. You could include specific product categories or exclude categories. Now, by default, this will work for all products and all product categories, right? So it doesn't really matter what you guys enter right here. This is only if you guys actually select the fixed product discount, right? And then the next one is the usage limits. So this is basically saying how many times can this coupon code be used? Well, 100 times. How many times can this coupon code be used for specific items? I'll just leave that as blank. And then how many times can this coupon code be used per user? I'll just say like 2 times, right? Or maybe just 1 time, right? So that is the general settings for my coupon. So I'll go ahead and publish this coupon code. All right, now let's go to our cart. Okay, so I went ahead and I randomly added a bunch of stuff to the cart. So my total is $829.10. I'm going to now apply the coupon code Daryl30 and then click on apply. And you guys are gonna see that we got a 30% discount. So we saved $215.98, and now our new total is $597.47. So that is how you guys can apply coupon codes to your website. I do have another video coming that's more detailed about coupon codes, and when that's finished, I'll put that in the description below of this video. Okay, so here is my e-commerce website, and your users can actually go to your e-commerce website, and then they can go ahead and navigate products, right? So they can go ahead and say, you know what, I want to buy this PDF download. Here they'll add this to the carts, and then they can view the carts. So next, I'll click on proceed to checkout. Next, I'll scroll down, and you guys are going to see that right here, it says we can purchase this product with Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. Now, you guys can actually select different cryptocurrencies if you guys want to go that route. So I'll go ahead and click on the cryptocurrency option, and then click on proceed to Coinbase. So next it'll take you to the next step where you guys can pay with different methods. So the first option is Coinbase, where you guys can pay directly with your Coinbase accounts. You guys can use a Coinbase wallet. You guys can also use MetaMask, or you guys can select another wallet. If you guys do select another wallet, they do have a bunch of wallets that you guys can go ahead and choose from, right? Now you guys can use any of your crypto wallets to pay for this, but I'm just going to select the Coinbase option because most of us use Coinbase here. So I'm gonna click on Coinbase. So next it'll prompt you guys to log in, and once you guys log in with your Coinbase account, it'll prompt you to this page right here. So you'll see I can pay this with USDC, and I can also pay this with other cryptos as well. So if I click on this right here, you guys are gonna see that I can actually select different cryptocurrencies if I want to use those to pay for this transaction, which is really, really cool and convenient, right? So right here, I'll click on Pay Now. After we make the payment, it'll confirm the payment and then send us back to the website. And just like that, we have now accepted cryptocurrency on our e-commerce website. How cool is that, right? So here's the payment method. We are accepting Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. We charge $1, and the user has their product details right here. And then also they have their reference number for Coinbase. Now, if you actually go to our Coinbase accounts, you guys are going to see that here under payments, the $1 is pending. It does take like a few hours to actually clear the payment just for security purposes, but all the payments that you guys make on your website will be neatly shown right here in your Coinbase accounts. So let me show you guys how to add crypto on your WordPress website. Now, the very first thing is you guys do need to go to Coinbase.com. Now, let's be real. Coinbase.com is probably the #1 most secured crypto exchange out there. You guys can actually stake your crypto on the website, and they have tons of rewards, and you guys can even get learning rewards by simply watching videos, and they will give you free money for learning about crypto. It's crazy. So go ahead and go through the sign up process, make an account, and once you guys do make an account, we can go ahead and go back to our WordPress websites. Now, if you guys already have a Coinbase account, good for you, right? So good for you. We're gonna go install a plugin here. So let's go over here to our dashboard, and we're gonna scroll down. And under plugins, let's click on add new. Search for plugins, and if you guys don't have WooCommerce already installed, you're gonna have to install WooCommerce. It is a free plugin, right? So it is the #1 most popular shopping cart for WordPress. This is WooCommerce. Now you guys will need to go ahead and install and activate it, right? Now once you guys do install WooCommerce, we can then integrate the payment gateway. So up here at the top, we'll also install another plugin, and we're gonna type in Coinbase. Coinbase. And here's the plugin. Now, the great part is this is actually made by the real developer. So I would not refer you guys to some random developer who is saying, oh yeah, bro, like I'll take your crypto, you know? So this is actually from Coinbase. So this is the plugin that you guys are going to need to install. It is the Coinbase Commerce Payment. I'll just put this on the screen just for, you know, just for all purposes. This is the official one, and you want to make sure that the author is Coinbase Commerce, because there might be copycats out there, guys, and I don't want you guys to get scammed, right? It's really easy to get scammed with crypto today. It's crazy. So yeah, after you guys do install this plugin, we're now going to go to the WooCommerce settings, and we're going to activate it. So over here, WooCommerce, and then we'll click on settings. Next, we'll go over here and click on payments. Next, we're going to scroll down, and here you're going to see the Coinbase option. So right here, we're going to turn this on. And next, we'll click on Finish Setup. Okay, now the very first thing you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to make an account with Coinbase Commerce. Now, Coinbase and Coinbase Commerce are technically the same website. It's the same company, but they decided to separate Coinbase Commerce with Coinbase just because they're kind of related to two different things. So you're gonna see this link right here. Go ahead and click on this link. Okay, so now you'll go ahead and log in with your Coinbase accounts. So right here, you'll just enter in your email that you guys use to create an account with Coinbase, and then you'll click on sign in. It'll then redirect you guys to Coinbase.com, and then you're gonna enter again your email address and then log in with Coinbase. And then that's it. It'll redirect you guys back to this page right here. So now we're basically logged in with the Commerce Coinbase account. So now that we have logged in right here, we're now going to go back to our websites. Okay, so going back over here to Coinbase, now the first is the title. This is essentially gonna tell them that they're going to buy it with crypto, right? So pay with crypto. And the description is proceed to Coinbase, or, you know, proceed to purchase or proceed to anywhere, right? So that's gonna basically let them know where they're going to go, right? Okay, and the next thing we need is the API key, and we also need the webhook shared secret. So I'm gonna go back to our Commerce Coinbase accounts, and up here, we're gonna go to settings. All right, now over here, you're gonna see security. I'll click on security, and then we're gonna make a new API key. So I'll click on new API key. Now, once you click on new API key, if you guys have many, all you'll do is scroll down right here and you're gonna see the API. So the one on the bottom is actually the most recent, right? But it doesn't really matter. You guys can use any API you want. So here is the API that it was created. And what I'm gonna do is uncheck this and I'm gonna copy this. Go back to the website and then I'm gonna paste that in here right here. Okay, so we pasted the API key. Now we're gonna need the webhook shared secret. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're actually gonna copy this link right here. So make sure that you guys do copy this. Go ahead and copy this. And then we'll go back to our Coinbase Commerce accounts. We'll scroll up, then I'll click on notifications. The next option over here, you're gonna see add an endpoint. I'll click on add an endpoint, and then we're gonna paste in that URL right there. Then I'll click on save. Okay, so after you guys enter in that URL, you will then see it right here under your webhook subscriptions. So here is my current website, and we know that we created it because we can see it right here. Now, the next thing we're gonna do is click on show shared secrets. I'm gonna copy this to clipboard, and then we're gonna go back to our website. All we gotta do is just paste this in, and that's it, we're done. So over here, I'll click on save changes. And that's it. So your website is now connected and you guys can start taking payments. Now there's one thing I do want to mention. So over here on the Coinbase account, if I click on edits, right here, I'll click on edit under the API. Now, if this ever changes in the future, you guys need to make sure that these are all checked. They are all checked by default, but you know, if they ever update their website and then they turn these off, you guys will always have to come back and turn these on right here. Okay. So now that we've done that, now let's go ahead and take a look at our website over here. So I'll go to visit sites and I'll tell you what, let's run a live transaction. So here's my e-commerce websites and let's go to the shop page and let's buy something here. Let's take a look. We're gonna scroll down and we're gonna buy the cheapest thing available, right? Because this is, you know, this is my money. So I have to spend my own money for this video, you know? Make sure to like this video, damn it. You know, I gotta spend my own money to help you guys for free, you know? Like what is going on today, right? So here is the option with pay with crypto. And then remember how we have the title here and the description. So the title is pay with crypto and the description is proceed to Coinbase, right? So I'm gonna click on proceed to Coinbase. Next, I'll pay with my Coinbase accounts. Now it does bring me to this page right here, but for most of you guys who are watching this, you'll have to first log in. And once you guys log in, it'll then bring you back to this page right here. So I'm going to go ahead and pay with USDC. I'll click on pay now. I'll enter in my code. And voila, we have now officially taken cryptocurrency on our WordPress website. You guys are gonna see pay with crypto is the payment method. We were charged $1 and here is the reference number. Now let's go ahead and take a look at our Coinbase accounts. So here I'll click on our accounts, I'll click on payments. And you guys are gonna see, remember that first one that we did? You'll see that one's already completed. So it does take maybe like 10 to 15 minutes to actually, you know, get the money and then you'll see it completed right here. And then also you are now seeing that we have now purchased the second one and this is pending. So that's how you guys can take crypto on your websites. One thing I also do want to mention here, there's this little getting started. And what I do recommend also is for you guys to actually incorporate your logo and your brand right here. So you guys can upload your logo, choose a color, and then obviously update all your information right here in these settings. So make sure that you guys do that. It'll make you guys look a lot more professional. So now let's talk about how to withdraw or how to get the money out of this account. Now, if the user has paid you through their Coinbase account, there is no action needed to be taken because the money will actually go directly onto your Coinbase account. So the USDC I'm receiving is actually going to my Coinbase account and it's located on my Coinbase website. So there's nothing more for me to do here, right? Now, if you guys go over here to balances, and if you guys do want to withdraw, here you guys can go ahead and withdraw the different currencies, right? So there's Bitcoin, ApeCoin, Bitcoin Cash, and all these different currencies. And once you guys actually get money from those users, you guys can withdraw it to your other wallets. All right, party people, thank you guys so much for watching this WooCommerce tutorial. I hope it helped you all out. You know, I know when you first install the WooCommerce plugin, it is a bit clunky, right? It doesn't tell you where to go, it doesn't tell you what to do, and it's very easy to get overwhelmed and lost and be like, where do I start, guys? You know, I do wish the team at WooCommerce made this plugin more simpler to use out of the box. You know, out of the box, they always want you to go to WordPress.com, but that's like a whole nother platform. it's kind of a disaster. I'm not even gonna lie, you know, but once you get the hang of it, the plugin's actually quite useful. In this video, I'll also be showing you how to create a variety. Also, if you do want to boost your website rankings, we actually have a variety of SEO tutorials that will actually optimize your website for all of these search engines. I highly recommend to watch these videos because when you make the e-commerce website and you know, you got it all set up, people are going to see it in the search engine, and if it's not properly optimized, it's going to look like crap. All right, so go ahead and watch those SEO tutorials. I'll put them in the description. If you have any questions for me, let me know in the comments below, and I'll do my best to answer everyone's comments. My name is Daryl Wilson. Stay safe, and I'll see you guys later.